CEO Sean Ford.
All right. Welcome to day two. Welcome to day two. Not as many people in day two as day one. I'm seeing this as, I guess everyone was up late watching football last night. The U.S. did win, so everyone's excited about that. So I'm thrilled to be up here. After seeing the sessions yesterday and hearing Stacy talk about the ecosystem and all the progress that had been made, and hearing Paul and John talk about the product roadmap and all the things that are going to be coming along for the community and for the protocol, and then hearing Silvio's talk, I sort of was left saying, thank you. I was left saying, what am I going to talk about? And so at the end of the day, I thought, well, let's take a little bit of a different tack here. I know we started yesterday and people were talking a bit about what's been going on in the market and the way that we might want to think about processing it together as a community and how it affects Algorand, if at all. And so my thought was we would do a little thing called blockchain therapy today and come out and do a little bit of work with, at this point, at least 100 or 200 of my closest friends. That's why I have the chairs. I'm going to randomly pick 3 of you to come up and talk about your family and talk about 3 adjectives that you would use to describe your mother. I think that would be very exciting. We'll work through some things. But in all seriousness, I wanted to go through and touch on something that I know we've all been thinking about and maybe try to provide some context as to why it's so deeply impactful beyond simply what we're seeing in the market from some bad actors, but why it really hits everybody at almost a genetic sort of visceral way. So the first thing I want to do is say that if you look at where we are, we could all use a little therapy given what's happening, right? Stacy talked about it yesterday. This is actually going to be an uplifting talk, I think, but at the end of the day, there were a lot of things that happened that had been pretty traumatic and pretty seismic. And if you look at why it happened and what signals were missed, I think if we go back, there were probably a lot of cautionary signals and pieces of information that maybe we glossed over, and we can get into that a little bit. So I do want to go back to Decipher of last year. For those of you who weren't there, I talked about building enduring value, and that we'd seen a lot of what we were seeing a year ago before in different industries, which was we felt that the blockchain space in particular was moving from speculation to substance. And that's a tough evolution. We've seen it in the oil boom, we've seen it in the land rush, we've seen it in the gold rush, we saw it with the .com era, where all the promise that people put into these spaces, ultimately they were left unfulfilled for the large part of the beginning of those industries. And so if you think about that, it's no different in the space that we're in today. We're still early stage, there's still quite a lot of speculation, and I felt like, well, I'm being really smart here last year, this is something that's evolving and we're going to work through it. But there was something that I didn't really talk about and that I missed. And the thing that I missed was the fact that there are bad actors, right? There are bad actors in the space. There are people that are, any new industry, there's always some amount of speculation and hype, but there were actually people taking advantage of it to a far greater degree than any of us knew. And at the end of the day, the common theme is that this was at its core, now to the therapy part, a fundamental betrayal. This was a betrayal of the relationship that certain companies and certain institutions had with their communities. And the reason it's so, I think, visceral for everyone is that betrayal at its core is something that everyone can identify with, whether it's an institution, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a company with its users. It is a genetic reaction that people have to that type of situation because it is so fundamental to how we relate with one another. And so why I'm saying that is, if you look at it, most of the time, even in relationships, people project their hopes and dreams into that relationship. People project their hopes and dreams into a company or an industry. We certainly saw it with the gold rush. We certainly saw it with .com. We certainly saw it with crypto and with blockchain, where people felt like this was their chance. And when you attach your personal life and your hopes and dreams to a business or an idea or a company, that ends up, when it doesn't fulfill those hopes and dreams, it becomes a deeply traumatic and deeply disturbing thing that happens to people. And so the question is, when those relationships are violated, you find that, stepping into them specifically, and the way I sort of related it back is that falling in love is easy. Easy to fall in love with those hopes and dreams, easy to fall in love with an idea, easy to fall in love with potential of something that you might want to achieve someday. But enduring relationships, building enduring relationships is very hard. It takes a lot of work. And it's not just the start of the work, and there's always the joke, when you fall in love, there's all these things that people like about, it's really cute, how they, pick their nose, it's really funny, and then 2-3 months later, it's really bothers you, right? So at the end of the day, there's a lot of disillusionment that happens as you get to know someone, and then you have to work through those things. And in business, it's absolutely no different. It's no different. Someone actually said to me one time, you can be right or you can be in a relationship. And that's really what you have to think about when you're sort of working through these things, right? And so overall, there needs to be a mutual commitment in order to be able to stay in and do the hard work. And why am I talking about that? Well, I think every tech company is ultimately a relationship company. Every tech company is. And so why do I say that? The stakes are very high if you frame our business and if you frame an industry in those terms, because relationships, again, are so fundamental to human existence. So if you look at this, you say, well, at Algorand, I've talked a lot about building enduring value. And if you put a finer point on why technology is really a relationship company, why tech is a relationship company, it's because if you think about times where you've been upset at a piece of technology, a video conference, the iPhone, it's not so much about the tech most of the time. It's the fact that the tech is getting in the way of you achieving something that you want to achieve. It could be, I want to get to know this person better. It could be, I have to answer this call and I can't because the swipe's not working on the iPhone and it's driving me crazy. It could be that I have a really important meeting for my business and the tech's not working. It's not about the tech. It's about what the tech is preventing you from being able to do. And so if you think about that, you think about the tech being a barrier to you being able to achieve something that's important to you, that is why the tech has to ultimately become something that becomes invisible and gets out of the way of the relationship so you're able to do what you want to do. And it has a lot of implications for how we would think about interacting with our community and interacting with all of you if we start thinking about tech in that fashion. So, I'm going to sort of put up this next thing and see if anyone can figure out what this is. So, this is a very fine crystal decanter that is incredibly delicate, that if you walk into a room or you use the wrong way, it might crack and it's destroyed, and then you're very upset and you have to throw it away. And unfortunately, this is how most people see relationships. In work, professionally, personally, meaning that the relationship is seen as if I screw something up and I nick it, or I do something that might, not be perfect, the relationship can shatter. I have to be very careful with it. It's so precious. What am I going to do? And in this particular case, you see this very pristine, delicate piece of art that you have to be careful with. This is a fantasy. This is what actually a real relationship is, right? This is a big, large plastic coffee mug, right? That is something that you might get for free when you buy an extra large beverage of your choice that you can actually take, and if you get sick of it, throw it out the car window at 50, 100 miles an hour and it bounces around on the road, and then you go, wait a minute, I might want that mug back, and you can drive back and pick that mug back up and it's still there for you. And you can still use it, right? The characteristics that you would see here with this, if you look at it, is the clicker's not working, right? Is a few different things, right? If you look at these are the characteristics that you would probably highlight as part of an enduring relationship, and these are the types of characteristics that you would want to highlight as a tech company working with the community, right? So a few different things that you'd look at. Imperfect, right? Really enduring relationships are not perfect. They have lots of scars, lots of bumps, lots of scrapes, and you go on and you move on. And honoring that perfection is what actually makes them stronger. If you look at other things like authentic but flexible, right? the mug, if you're using the example for the last one, the imperfect, lots of scrapes on the mug, that's what happens. If you look at what happens with authentic and flexible, right? The mug's not a shovel, it's a mug, right? You might be able to use it for different things, like you could put flowers in it and do things like that, but ultimately it is what it is. It knows what it is, and in this case, a good relationship is also something that has to be authentic, has to be honest about what's perfect, what's not, what's working, what's not, and has to be flexible enough to evolve. Pragmatically optimistic is one that if you look again at the mug's always happy. It's family fun time at the fair. I mean, that's very exciting. It's always happy about that. If any of you have ever been to a fair, they consistently underwhelm. If you want to really know the truth, you go and you think it's going to be fun, and then you end up getting cotton candy and it's sticky, and then the rides aren't that great. But the mug's happy, right? The mug's saying this is fun at the family fair. A good relationship is the same way. If you're not going to be optimistic, pragmatically so, why are you in the relationship? And the reason it ties to a business in terms of where we are is that we don't know in this market and what we're in right now how it is actually going to turn out. We don't know. But we have the choice right now to choose to be optimistic. Not blindly so. We also have the choice to be pessimistic. But since we don't know that outcome, if you're going to be in the relationship and you want it to endure, there needs to be a constant hum of pragmatic optimism. Why not choose? Why not look for the positive? Why not find the positive? And then trustworthy, again, if you look at the mug as a guide, the mug has a hole in it, you're going to know right away. It's going to be transparent, right? If there's something broken, you're going to know. And in a relationship, there has to be the same thing. There has to be the transparency that needs to exist for people to be able to trust that if there is something going on, you are going to know about it, you are going to be able to talk about it. Same thing for good businesses. And if you look at these characteristics and you look at companies like Algorand, we've done a pretty good job across the board of trying to adhere to these characteristics, right? If you look at the first thing, imperfect, well, we know we're not perfect. We know that. There are things that we would do differently. There's things that we would try to do better. If you look at being authentic but flexible, we have tried to consistently be out and explain what we're going to be doing with our roadmap, talk about the challenges that we have, adapt and adjust based on market conditions, pursue different opportunities, hopefully in the interest of the ecosystem, but not perfectly, as I said before. If you look at pragmatic optimism, I would say, and I'll talk about this in a minute, I am incredibly bullish on Algorand and the way we've gone about doing business from the beginning. We have done it the right way. And again, I said this publicly at one point, we would get knocked for not buying into the big hype pump marketing, right? And there was always comparisons made with other projects, and one of them is in some trouble right now. And the number of times I have heard that name, which I'm not going to say up here, I can't even count. But at the end of the day, one of the things that I think I said this as well, is we're just a boring, nerdy tech company that focuses on the work. And I think Silvio made that point nicely yesterday. And trustworthy, transparent, that's one of the things we talk about on an ongoing basis. Public, permissionless, transparent. How does Algorand fulfill that? And again, nothing is perfect, but the intent is to try to do the best we can to be transparent about what we're doing and what is happening within our business and our ecosystem. And those things have held us in good stead, to the evidence of the fact that we're able to get all of you here and a number of other people here to the event that we've done. But the biggest issue is this last point, because right now we're at a point in our space which is really tied to a violation of trust. It's a betrayal of trust. And so I thought, well, what are some of the ways that you can, address that in the context of where we are as an industry? And there's lots of opinions. If you type in how to rebuild trust, there's like 10,000 websites that talk about it, and they all have 3, 4, up to 15 different steps you can take. But ultimately, what I did was I tried to boil it down into what I think we as the Algo fam can do on a daily basis to really start taking steps, not to rebuild trust in Algorand, because I think Algorand has done a good job of continually trying to build trust. It's actually more, how can we take a leadership position in the industry and start to act in a way that we would like the industry to be. And so there's a few things I would point to here just to explain. One is, reliability is very important. Keeping your promises is incredibly important. And again, you can apply this to a business, you can apply it to personal relationships. There was a study done with children that said, what are the most important things that a parent can do that creates well-adjusted adults? One of them was just spend time. Like, doesn't have to be like, I'm going to take my children to the fair every day, right? I'm going to take them to the amusement park. That's not it. It was just spend time. Like, I'm going to go grocery shopping. I'm going to go for a walk. Spend time. But the second thing that was just as important was keeping promises. If you make a promise, in this case to another person, child in the study, then you keep the promise. That's the bottom line. It's easy to make promises. It's hard to keep promises. And so in this particular case, for a business, and one of the things we've talked about, and I would say Silvio has said for years, is promise made, promise kept. That's one of the things that Algorand always talks about. We talk about that internally. And sometimes we get knocked for it a bit because we're not over-promising, but we're delivering in a way that is credible and reliable. And that's the first point. The second point is be human. So I wrote make amends because anyone can apologize. And if you make a promise and it doesn't happen because of any number of reasons, you need to follow it up with making amends. And amends means you change the behavior. It doesn't mean you say you're sorry. Saying you're sorry is easy. Being accountable without having consequences, easy. Okay? Making amends means you're committing to change whatever you did before to allow you to be better next time. And so, again, if a promise is broken because of either, something happens, something comes up, you can't quite do it, you have to follow up and make the amends and be accountable in a way that says, I'm going to change the behavior. The third thing is being inclusive. And so this one is really about this tribalism component in blockchain that really started where everyone thought, I win, you lose, you win, I lose. Not the pie gets bigger and there's innovation, it's that there's a winner and there's a loser. And I think what we're seeing is the erosion of a lot of tribalism. If nothing else happens in the world that we're in right now, is that anyone who is following blindly a project because they like X, Y, or Z person or some feature or function, okay, it should be step back and say, maybe I actually ought to open up my mind a bit and start looking at the project for what's the real progress being made? What's the team really like? How consistent have they been in the market? Have they delivered what they say they're going to deliver? The number of flags that have come out after what's happened recently for people who've gone back with some revisionist history, like I knew all along, are pretty astounding. Pretty astounding, but people deny that sort of what they're hearing, the voice in their head, because they're so in love, very easy to fall in love, with the concept, the flash, the sizzle. And in this particular case, I think as a company, Algorand is spending a lot of time going through and trying to work with interoperability. We talked about state proofs being an initial foray into making a largely decentralized and interoperable world. There's a bunch of things going on there that we're doing, but that ultimately, a lot of other projects still don't. And the tribalism, to me, has to end. The last thing is be brave. So I talked about the pragmatic optimism that you might see in the mug. We need to be thinking about that. We need to say, you know what? We can choose to be fearful, or we can choose to be brave. And we have the right to be brave, right? We can embrace this particular moment as an opportunity. And if you reframe it as an opportunity, I think there's a bunch of people out here that I've talked to in the last few days who have done that, and say, now's the best time. Now there's going to be a greater rigor around how people review what the work is that's being done, the quality of the tech, the way things are being valued and thought through. This is a great time, as long as you have your house in order. And so in particular with Algorand, I'm going to come back to what I said, we've always worked to brick by brick build trust and credibility. There have been no shortcuts, none. And so for us, I think as the Algo fam, it's about how do we, on a day-to-day basis, not as the industry, not as Algorand, but as the whole group of individuals, businesses, Algorand Foundation, Algorand Inc., on a day-to-day basis, treat each other in all our conversations with these principles. If I see Jason Lee and I say, Jason, I'm going to meet you and go see you at the gym tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and I show up and he's there, I've kept my promise, that's a way to keep your promise. It doesn't have to be seismic. It can be simple day to day. And really the way that this shifts in industry is if the way we interact with each other on a day-to-day basis fulfill these things. Admit your mistakes, make amends, keep your promises, embrace new ideas, and embrace opportunity. Choose to embrace opportunity, not fear. Those are the things that I would start with. So lastly, if you want to just take some tactics, some things that Algorand has done, reliability, we've talked about that, zero downtime, take it to the bank, right? Great tech. If you look at human, One of the things that we've done is establish the bug bounty program along with the foundation. That is a reflection of knowing that not everything's going to be perfect, and we need the help of the broader community to make sure that we're able to do what we need to do. If you look at being inclusive, right, there's continued investment that we're making in the community. We are doubling down. We're not burying what we have in the sand. Right? We're also using state proofs. Again, that's all about inclusivity. We're looking at launching the Cortec, which is open, public. All of these things are about being inclusive and trying to reduce friction that we saw with the technology that I described earlier. When it gets in the way, it becomes a problem. And Brave, you know, we've taken a lot of big steps. Algorand has moved into Napster. We've talked about what we're doing with FIFA. These are big tests for us saying now is not the time to be shy. And I think, you know, the other thing that I would say just to close this out is that the nice thing is we've earned this moment at Algorand. This is our time. This is our time. And if anyone out here is pissed about the situation that we're in as an industry, I'm pissed. Because it's not the time anymore for the frauds, the hucksters, the people that hype, the people that create marketing, the people that prey on hopes and dreams. Their time's done. It's done. If there's one piece of solace you can take in the situation we're in, it's that that is over with. And that the other thing you can take is that Algorand has done it the right way from the beginning, and we have the right to step in and help lead this industry back to a place with what we're doing of trust and credibility and authenticity. And so I'm very excited to be here and be a part of that with all of you, and I would just call all of you to join that movement and be a part of where we're headed to the future in a place that I think we're all going to be very proud of and very excited. So again, I thank you very much. My time is up, and I appreciate you sitting here listening to the therapy session that we just finished. So thank you all very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now I have the pleasure of introducing the reason you're probably all really here, which is the cryptography panel. And so the people that are coming on stage, actually, it's a great group. We have Hugo Krawczyk, who's the research, he's with the research team at the foundation. Chris Pikert, Algorand Inc.'s head of cryptography. John Woods, the CTO of the foundation. And Ann Kenyon, who is with the Inc., is going to be moderating, and she's a senior technical product manager at Algorand Inc. So I would ask you all to welcome this esteemed group to the stage. And again, thank you so much for your time.
No, we don't need it. All right, hi everyone. I'm Ann Kenyon. I'm a product manager at Algorand, and I'm moderating the cryptographers panel. So let's start with some quick introductions. Maybe each of you can tell us who you are, what you do, and how you contribute to Algorand. Hugo?
So I'm Hugo Krawczyk. I advertise myself as employee number one of the foundation because the foundation was started with 5 cryptographers from IBM Research that Silvio convinced us to come to the foundation and start it. And since you cannot say no to Silvio, we're here. We started doing everything from contracting insurances to securing billions of algos. And, you know, foundation grew a little bit to what it is now, and it's quite amazing. And very happy to see the situation now. And what I do, I'm supposed to do some research in my free time, but most of it, these days I do university programs, research, and student funding and outreach.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Pikert. I'm the head of cryptography research at Algorand Inc. And the crypto research group has the task of converting and devising new research and using research that's in the literature and transforming that and bringing it into the product, the Algorand protocol, and all the supporting technology around Algorand. So we both do original research on a theoretical or applied level, and then help convert that into the product. Most recently, in the last year and a half or so, we have been working on state proofs, which we'll talk a little bit about later in the session, which have gone from really a theoretical imagination, right, on paper, to being a deployed product. So that's what we do in the group.
Hi, I'm John Woods, and I'm wondering, these two guys have Algorand socks on, and I wasn't given a pair. Where'd you get them?
Come by the office. Lost them.
Okay, so I'm the CTO at the foundation, basically strategy and vision, you know? I'm just kidding. My job at the foundation is to, I guess, quarterback our general technology strategy and to promote adoption and use of Algorand to make it easier. And I think if you look at what I spoke about yesterday, AlgoKit, just trying to make things easier for developers to bring their vision to the mainnet and support the ecosystem.
Great, thank you. And if you're wondering why a product manager is moderating this panel, I'm pretty sure it's because Hugo wanted an excuse to gossip about my former thesis advisor.
That's true.
All right, so we'll start with a little level setting question. So cryptography is a big part of our lives today. Every time we use a piece of technology, we're using cryptography, but we don't usually talk about it. So why is cryptography so much at the forefront of the conversation in blockchain? John, we'll start with you.
Oh, no. Okay. I guess because when you're building globally distributed systems like Algorand, you need a way to prove the veracity of a transaction. You need a way to ensure consensus. And so these types of things, so globally and in a distributed manner, reaching consensus on something in a way that everyone can trust that consensus has been reached with a degree of truth, proving that you are the owner of something or you are the rightful spender of some coins and someone else is not, these types of things are really hard computer science problems. And it turns out that we can use cryptography, or the primitives that people like Chris and Hugo have built in their career. We can build systems from these cryptographic Lego bricks that allow us to achieve this type of thing. They allow us to achieve truth in a system. They allow us to prove ownership in a mathematically verifiable way, and I guess most importantly, in a way that's very difficult or computationally heavy to forge.
Great. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Algorand now. So Algorand was founded by a cryptographer who does not need to be named. So what makes, in terms of cryptography, what is different about Algorand's inception from other blockchains? Hugo?
So cryptography is essential for any blockchain, but in the case of Algorand, is not something that is part of the blockchain. It is the essence of the blockchain. When we talk about all the properties of scalability, decentralization, security, every one of these things come directly out of the cryptography. Let me spend a couple of minutes just giving an idea, because conceptually what we are doing here is very simple, and that's one of the geniuses of Silvio, that he's able to do amazing stuff at conceptual simplicity and amazing creativity. So the basic issue is how to manage randomness, and in Algorand we do that through this primitive called the verifiable random function, and doesn't matter what it is, but what I can tell about VRFs is that it has at conceptual level the same function of the trillion hashes that Bitcoin uses, except that it replaces the trillion hashes with a single mathematical operation that takes a fraction of a millisecond. So in Bitcoin, you have a dice with 1 trillion sides. You throw it, and you hope to get some number. And since you don't get it, you throw again and again and again and again. In Algorand, you have a device with a button that you press, and instantly you get a random value, which is of the same time that the Bitcoin would have. So the VRF is at the basis of the performance, the scalability, the security, because it is unpredictable and it is unbiasable. So that's one element of the randomness. The other element of randomness is that work in the blockchain is not done by all the nodes at the same time, but for achieving consensus, but about a small committee. So only a small committee is working at the same time. And the beauty of it is that if you have 10,000, let's say that the committee is 1,000, if you have 10,000 nodes, 1,000 members will be in the committee. If you have 1 million nodes, 1,000 participants in the committee. So this is an absolute amazing thing about scalability. Scalability, you can grow, you can grow, you can grow, but the work that you are doing for consensus is always fixed. And these also contribute to the 3 pillars that we were mentioning before. So this beauty, elegance, conceptual simplicity is at the basis of the thing. And this is very important because to grow this stuff for the future, you want technology that has these properties. Okay, we don't know exactly to what we will end or grow into. But having this simplicity, this amazing basis, is what gives Algorand, at least at the level of blockchain design, something that I don't think others have.
Great. It's interesting that you did not say the words pure proof of stake.
Yeah, well, I didn't say many words. And by the way, one thing I want to say, of course, this is the basis. Many things happen in Algorand, which, for example, an unique, amazing execution by the engineering teams, and so it's not the whole story, but it's important to have this core from which you can build all these things.
Solid core from which we can build.
Yeah.
And so Algorand's been around a few years now. And but that core has existed from the inception of the blockchain. But I know you've been working on things since then. So Chris, the topic of the day, topic of the year, really, in our space. Well, okay, maybe too big a statement, but state proofs. You gave a talk about state proofs yesterday. But can you tell us what makes state proofs such a big deal?
Yeah. So I think what's most exciting about state proofs is that they handle 2 really interesting problems with one solution. 2 birds with 1 stone, if you will. So 2 of the high priorities for Algorand are interoperability, being able to interact and transact with others who are not necessarily running the Algorand protocol, even though they probably should be. But if they can't or won't, we can interoperate with them. And the second goal is something known as post-quantum security, and state proofs provide solutions to both of these goals. So to say a little bit more about each of those, for interoperability, the Algorand protocol, like Hugo was talking about, super elegant, super efficient. You get like instant finality. You get the entire world running the protocol. Everybody who's running the protocol comes to consensus very quickly about what transactions have occurred, and we can do thousands of transactions per second, and all the rest. But in order to have those benefits, you need to be running the protocol, and for various reasons, not all entities in the world can be running the protocol at once, although more and more are doing so. So if we want to interact, for example, with another blockchain like Ethereum, or we want to have light clients who may be coming online and then offline and not able to download everything all at once, or not able to participate in the protocol, we'd still like to be able to prove the state of Algorand. What has been happening on Algorand in between the time that you last saw the state of Algorand. So state proofs provide a way of doing that, and you can prove to an outside entity what has happened in Algorand. This transaction has occurred, this balance is in place, so forth and so on. So that's the kind of high-level idea, is that you can very succinctly and efficiently prove things that have happened on Algorand to those who are not running the Algorand protocol. And the second thing is called post-quantum cryptography, or like quantum-safe cryptography. And this is a really interesting kind of far out, but maybe not that far out concern. So in the mid-1990s, a mathematician named Peter Shor showed that if one could build a sufficiently powerful quantum computer, these are special kinds of computers that use quantum mechanics in magical ways. If you could build such a quantum computer, you could break all of the widely used public key cryptography that has been in use for the last several decades. And that's a really scary thing if you think about it, right? We don't have quantum computers yet, and they're not really on the horizon yet, but people are building better and better, more powerful, small scale still, but quantum computers. And the trajectory of computing technology, over the last century has been really a kind of exponential growth curve. If you think of the original computers that were the size of refrigerators, and they're weaker than a pocket calculator that we have today, right? So the progress that computing technology has seen leads us to have to be concerned about, well, what happens if quantum computers do scale up to the size that would be sufficient to break cryptography? And this is the cryptography that's used all throughout all blockchains, right? The very basic bread and butter, digital signatures and proofs and all kinds of things. So there's been a large research effort over the past couple of decades all around the world to build cryptography that will be resistant to quantum attacks, that will still be secure even if quantum computers scale up. And so state proofs are now using exclusively cryptography that is now believed to be resistant to future quantum attacks. And what this allows us to say is to give, for example, a strong assurance on the integrity of the blockchain's history, of Algorand's history. Right? So by adding state proofs on, you can say that even if a quantum computer were to be developed, it wouldn't be able to fork the history of the chain. It wouldn't be able to create some alternative history, fool you into believing that something happened that didn't, because the cryptography that's protecting the integrity of the chain is now strong enough to resist quantum attacks in the future.
So I was thinking about this during your talk yesterday too. Right, research is funded by various organizations. Could we not? I think we can all agree that quantum computers coming about, real powerful ones, would be bad. Could we just pause that research until we figure out the crypto side?
Yeah, that would be nice. Unfortunately, science and engineering doesn't really work like that. There are many people and organizations around the world who are very excited, and not just in the US, not just in Europe, not just in Asia, all around the world, and they're kind of racing to see how quickly can we scale up quantum computers. So, sure, the US maybe could pause progress, but that wouldn't stop the rest of the world, or vice versa.
Right. Okay. Okay. And so going back to state proofs. Were state proofs, so you said that state proofs, they're good for post-quantum security, and they're good for interoperability. Was it those concepts that drove the development of state proofs, or did state proofs come about naturally and then were fitted in? Tell us a little bit about how your work goes as a cryptographer.
Sure. Yeah, so the origin of state proofs was in this paper by Silvio and others at Algorand called Compact Certificates. And this gave a template that showed how the Algorand chain could prove its state to others outside of the network. And that was a nice template because it solved the problem again in a very generic and abstract way. And then you could kind of plug in different components to it to instantiate it and make it real. And so we started from that base of the compact certificate and said, Well, we can actually put in all post-quantum cryptography, fit in all the pieces, instantiate all the components with post-quantum cryptography, and the overall product will then be post-quantum secure. And so that was the genesis of it. And then when we said, hey, actually we want a good post-quantum integrity story that would make sense, we found that the compact certificates were a perfect fit for that. So kind of things came together. And when you have an elegant tool and an elegant solution, it's, again and again we see that you find applications that you didn't originally expect. And the techniques are more powerful than just the first idea that they were intended for, right? And they kind of grow and become more and more useful in other contexts. So this was another case of that, where kind of two good things coming together.
Okay, got it. And Hugo, do you want to tell us a little bit about what cryptography, what elegant tools have you been working on the last 4 years?
As I said, I was working on contracting insurances yeah. So one element that is fundamental to the to building systems around blockchains is privacy. And blockchain doesn't have native privacy. It's actually the other way. It's transparency. It provides integrity, but it's transparent, and that's one of the qualities of it. But that conflicts with privacy. Fortunately, cryptography has this magic of being able to reconcile conflicting requirements, eating the cake and keeping it. So we were working on techniques that will expand blockchains into a system that will also support privacy. So I don't want to get technical, but the idea is what you want to do is to refer to the blockchain as a trusted party. If you have a trusted party, everything is solved. You want to ask something about medical records, you can ask the trusted party. A trusted party means that always answers correctly and keeps secret whenever keeps secrets. You can provide some, the results of an election, and the trusted party will decrypt it without saying anything about the different votes, etc., etc. So if you have that abstraction, you can get really, if you can implement that abstraction, you have a lot of strengths. So that's the idea. The idea is to build a system that will be equivalent to a trusted party, but that trusted party is the whole blockchain, in the sense that the only way that you're going to deviate from that trust of that party is to break the underlying protocol. If you break consensus in Algorand, for example, then everything built on top of that is in danger. And so we're building such systems. Now, this is a system that allows you to do also state proofs. If it's a trusted party, you just ask that party, what is block number 17, all right? And the point that the schemes that we use, the cryptographic schemes, will allow you, for example, to have a state proof that to check it is just, it will be a regular signature. Everyone will know the public key of the blockchain, and there will be a signature that will tell you everything, like state proof do that now, but it will be more. It will, you will have a medical records, and you will ask this distributed trusted party, only decrypt these values for me, and stuff like that. So this is a very, very powerful abstraction, and that's something we are working to achieve. It's not something that will be implemented in the blockchain in the next few months, but yeah, we are definitely working on building something that can be implemented eventually.
Okay. So this is work in progress. So if I were to describe utopia, I guess, when you're talking about privacy and trust, I guess it would look like I interact with the system. Nobody knows who I am unless I want them to, and nothing ever happens that I don't expect to happen. Does that summarize it well, what we're going for?
Absolutely. I think so. And I think privacy is really important in blockchain. Privacy is important in general. I don't think people will be happy if folks knew, if I walked up to people in this room and said, well, how much do you earn? How much do your family earn? How much have you got in your bank account? People don't want to tell me. But right now, I can take someone's NFT, their woods.algo in my case, or their .algo address, pop it into a blockchain and see how much they have. I can see what NFTs they hold. These things, for me, are not desirable properties. There can be use cases for it, but in general, I think having privacy is very important. And so I think there's been interesting attempts at bringing privacy to blockchain, and people will know maybe from my tweets if you follow me. I'm passionate about Monero. I think it's an interesting project, and I was interested in Zcash, before they made a mess of it. But I think we should be moving towards a private blockchain, and I think the first step there may be, for example, to keep the transparent base layer. Okay, so you have still no privacy around transactions, no privacy around account balances, but maybe you have privacy in terms of your contract interactions. So we could move towards a system where you're able to interact with a contract when so a smart contract on chain, people will know this, you're able to give it parameters and you call that contract to get it to do work for you. And so we could maybe have that piece be private, but maybe the outputs of the contract, for example, still be transparent. But I think it's the vision as well of Silvio, having spoken to him about it briefly, that privacy is generally important.
Great, so maybe let's look to, we've talked about the present, what we're currently working on, but let's look to the future for a moment. What do you see, John, as the biggest challenges that our industry as a whole faces, and how can cryptography help us there?
So I think probably the biggest challenge is user experience. I think we need to make it really easy for people to use. I think this stuff needs to, blockchain in general needs to be so transparent that folks don't even know they're using it. I mean, when you get paid at the end of the month, you don't know that, this has gone through a global network of fiat systems with communication from the European Central Bank and Swift messaging and other things, right? You just don't care. It just works. And so I think that's where we need to get to. I think in terms of cryptography helping us, I think it's going to help us achieve self-sovereign decentralized identity solutions. I think it's going to help us achieve...
Wait, sorry, what does that mean?
Well, this idea maybe that your identity, sorry, yeah, fair enough. Your identity will be owned by you. So rather than a government issuing you a passport or a license, for example, you may have, you build an identity on blockchain in a private way where you can prove to people who you decide you're going to prove to your identity or your status. And I think cryptography is going to help us achieve that and proliferate it. I think it's going to help us achieve privacy, I would hope, on chain. And so I'm very excited about that. I think privacy and self-sovereign identity are probably the two killer ones for me.
Does that resonate with you, Hugo and Chris?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I wanted to say something about Zcash and Monero. They do privacy-preserving transactions. I mean, moving money. They don't do privacy-preserving smart contracts. And what I was mentioning before is actually to have, if I want to run a smart contract that says, here is my encrypted will, when I die, open it to my five children. Where are the keys to decrypt that will, right? And the point is that smart contracts cannot carry keys, secret keys with themselves. So this is a very, very strong restriction of smart contracts, and that's one thing that cryptography can help improving. Identity is central to anything in blockchain. And it's very easy to do identity if you don't care about privacy. You put everything in the clear, and of course, people do care about privacy. So you want to build the identity to have all the properties, the functional properties, but also the privacy preserving. Yeah, so there is a lot of work to do in cryptography.
Absolutely.
I would say, can I just add, from the point of view of a researcher, it feels like the past 10 years or so have been a sort of golden age for cryptography research. The community has been building and coming up with concepts and ideas and constructions and so forth that do things that 15 years ago we couldn't have even imagined. Like even the concept of could you do this wasn't even in people's minds. And now we have, at least on paper, really scientifically sound and rigorous, if not efficient yet, right, solutions to these kinds of things. So it's a really exciting and vital time, and ideas are coming out so fast and so furious that it's even hard to keep up with the latest awesome ideas. At this stage, they're very theoretical for the most part. Like Hugo was talking about with the privacy on blockchain, with this emulating a perfect trusted party. Right now, it's very conceptual, but there are small pieces of the picture that are becoming more and more practical, more and more efficient. And it feels like, sort of, if I can rewind a little bit, in the 1980s, this topic of multi-party computation, secure multi-party computation, was also in a very similar kind of situation. Lots and lots of progress, super, brand new ideas, just really a vital area with tons of fast progress. But everybody kind of recognized at the time, oh, this is all theoretical. You would never do this in practice. It's way too inefficient. It's way too much communication, et cetera, et cetera. Well, fast forward 2.5 decades, and now people are doing like really practical, really useful multi-party computations in practice with real parties, separated by oceans and so forth. So the amount of progress from what was seen as completely pie-in-the-sky theory to 25 years later running real things in real practice and in real products is just astounding. And I think that when you look at the last 10 or 15 years of cryptography research that people thought, oh, it's just completely theoretical, it's now starting to kind of approach the horizon of, hey, we can maybe do this in practice, or we can do pieces of it at least. We can do the interesting parts in reality, thanks to a whole lot of further theoretical research, further engineering, lots more good ideas. So it's really exciting. Just the next 10 years, what are we going to see in 2035, right? I think we'll be surprised how far these things that we're talking about now have come.
One thing I want to say is that Chris said that 10, 15 years ago, we wouldn't believe what is happening now. I have to say that 1-2 years ago, I couldn't believe what happened now. I was in the Stanford blockchain conference in the summer. And first of all, the average age of researchers, engineer is, I don't know, 20 low. I mean, absolutely amazing. And the progress is just unbelievable. So, the blockchain owes cryptography its existence, but now cryptography is being very, very improved thanks to blockchain. And one element that I want to mention, because I think it's one of the very nice things that are happening and will happen more and more, is this thing called SNARK, or verifiable computation in general, that someone can do a very complex computation and give you the result, and you don't have to do the computation again. The result comes with the proof that the computation was done correctly. Actually, it's part also of the work that Chris is doing with state proofs. But this is an amazing, powerful tool, and it's improving as we speak.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing to me. Okay, one more question for the panel here. Can you tell me generally, just what are you most excited about in blockchain right now? John?
Taking Algorand to the top 10, you know what I'm saying? Let's get hyped. We're going to get it there. Absolutely, to the top 10.
Chris?
That's it. Oh boy, I don't know if I can be that succinct. I wish I could. But actually, the area of cryptography that I'm most excited about is something I call like succinct cryptography. And Hugo just mentioned it briefly. I'll say a little more detail. The idea is that you could do some very complicated computation and then with a very small amount of data prove that you've done the computation correctly. And there are all kinds of different flavors of this. Another would be you have some big database of data, maybe gigabytes of data, and you are able to compress it down to a very small amount of data that still commits to the entire database. So it says, here's a very tiny piece of information, but now I'm locked in, and my data is now committed to, right? And then I could later run database queries, or you could ask, okay, well, what's the sum of the entries, or please select these entries, or so forth. And I could give you the results of that database query with a proof that they are correct and consistent with the original small commitment that I give you. So there's all kinds of different permutations of these kinds of ideas, but basically the overall idea is transmitting very small amounts of data and very short and easy to check proofs that computations were done correctly on that data. And these can offer you privacy, right? You don't have to reveal your entire database. You can only reveal the results of the queries along with proofs that they're correct. It gives you, saves you communication, saves you how much storage you need on the blockchain, all the rest. So I'm most excited about succinct cryptography.
Chris, that's a really good answer.
Oh, thanks.
Hugo, you're in trouble now. What does
So
Hugo even say?
first of all, I'm disappointed at what John said. Top 10, why 10? Why 10? I mean, so I want to answer the question about excitement. I mean, there are so many aspects of excitement, and certainly in our profession as cryptographers. But personally, what excites me the most is the potential of blockchains to do good to the world. I truly believe in this. It's not an easy path to that, and there are always people using anything for bad purposes, so you cannot avoid that. But I really think we have some wonderful projects in Algorand, like the projects that Silvio mentioned yesterday, like AgroToken, that can go from serving rich producers to serving very small producers. But currently, they are doing it in Latin America. This can be actually spread everywhere. And of course, actually, I was not in the panel with Matt, but I'm sure they discussed some beautiful things that are being done. So it was one of my motivations when I had to take the hard decision of leaving my comfortable position in IBM and move to the thing, and I still believe in that will happen.
All right, Hugo, you gave my favorite answer. Thank you.
You mean the one about John?
All right, we've got time for a couple questions from the audience, if anybody has something to ask our cryptographers.
Chris was saying backstage that there's not a question that you guys can come up with that he can't answer. So how about it?
All right, Pablo has a question.
Yeah.
Privacy and compliance.
Yeah, I think it's tricky. I know, it's okay, I heard it. So the question was, for folks who didn't hear it, how can we do private smart contracts in a way that's compliant and reasonable? And so, I worked at the European Central Bank for a while. So I understand why compliance is important, and I understand why regulation is important. And I know it's not sexy, it's not cool, and people see it as getting in the way, but it does protect the consumer and it protects the economies. And so we can't just forget about it. And we do, of course, have to stay within the bounds of the law, some of us. But I think the answer there is either you have privacy that is, as I described earlier, where it's private at the point of execution, but not in terms of its output, so that you can have privacy when you're bidding on something, so that folks don't know exactly how much money you've got, and the guy who's selling doesn't know exactly, where you're at. But at the same time, after the transaction is done in private, then you can see. Or I think the other option is you bring the regulator on the journey with you. So either you give them some kind of God-level knowledge of the system, which I'm not a big fan of because I see it as a backdoor, or you build a system in a way that's optionally disclosable to a regulator should they request it. I think they're kind of the ways. It's a good question. I don't think we figured it out yet.
Well, I think that I said before cryptography is great about
Reconciliating.
Conflicting requirements. And that's, transparency and privacy, and we have ways of doing the things. If you think about this abstraction of a trusted party, then, for example, if you can do any transaction under $10,000, but if you do something above that, you have to inform someone. So if you have a trusted party, the trusted party will disclose nothing about amounts under 10,000, and it will disclose the 10,000 action to the authorities. So we can build that. We can build things in which you can prove that the identity that you have has a KYC and some other properties without actually disclosing your identity, or without even being able to trace this to some other operations that you did in the blockchain. So none of the things are trivial. I mean, it's not like computing a hash and putting it in the blockchain, but we definitely have a lot of technology, cryptographic technology already, that can be used. And yes, I mean, in a few years, we will see much more of this actually happening in practice.
Okay, I think we've got time for one more question. There was one in the back.
I'm sorry. My name is Al.
Yeah.
I mostly wanted to ask a question for Chris. I'm curious what software testing methodologies are being used when dealing with verification of fundamental security principles of state proofs. Is it something that involves simulation of actual quantum attacks on simulated quantum computers, or it's something that sort of innovation in the testing methodologies in regards to dealing with simulation of quantum attacks? Thank you.
Right, thanks. Yeah, so a couple of things to unpack there. One is, what is the basis for the belief that these cryptographic schemes are quantum secure, right? And like with any cryptographic technique, whether you think it's quantum secure or not, that comes from many people over many years and decades trying to attack the cryptographic system, trying to attack the underlying mathematical problems that the cryptography is based on. So there have been many serious attempts by quantum experts who kind of know every algorithmic trick in the book that the quantum computers are good at to attack the kinds of lattice problems and other problems that our post-quantum cryptography is based on. And so far, they've kind of come up with not much, basically. Cryptography is always contingent. Silvio likes to say cryptographers seldom sleep well at night because what can happen, someone may come up with a brilliant idea that breaks the cryptography that you thought was secure, right? And so the confidence only comes with lots of sustained effort over many, many years, lots of people trying out ideas. We know that in the case of the cryptography we've deployed, it has a very long history going back to the mid-90s of people making serious attempts, using the best quantum algorithms that are known to man, and trying to break these things and being unsuccessful in it. So hope that answers the question.
All right, we've got no more time. Thank you, cryptographers, for taking the time to talk with us today.
Thanks.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right.
Well done, Chris.
All right.
Every time I come out, people leave. It's good to see everybody. I'm Matt Keller. I lead Impact and Inclusion at the Algorand Foundation. It's good to see you on day 2 of Decipher. Day 1 was great. That was interesting. And now I'm going to be your host at the arena for the next few hours. I'll give you updates on the schedule and kind of what's happening on different stages. So welcome back to day 2. And so we've already gotten off to a great start. And in the next panel, this is kind of I think the key word here is transition. This is focused on the transition from kind of Web 2 to Web 3 in a variety of different fields, music, data, travel. And we have the absolute kind of right people to talk about this. And especially interested to hear about the music aspect because we have Napster CEO John Vlasopoulos, TravelX co-founder Facundo Diaz, Nowagent CMO and acting CEO Krishna Tamareddy, founder and CEO of the Global Crypto Council Jaden Sage, and to moderate, serial investor and entrepreneur and former CEO of Algorand, Steve Kokinos. So please welcome them and give them a big round of applause, and I'll see you later.
All right. Hi, everybody. And hey, Jaden, remotely. So, I think as one of the few people here, I think that's both been through Web 2 and Web 3, I guess a number of us have, we thought this would be a really interesting opportunity to just think through how Web 3 informs sort of incentives, gives new opportunities to think about economics, and really, I think, supercharge communities. And so I think with that, maybe just kick off. If you guys could all just do a brief intro and tell everyone what you've been working on. We'll take it from there.
Yeah, for sure. I can start. I'm Facundo Diaz, co-founder of TravelX. What we're doing at TravelX is, first of all, we are in the travel industry. Travel industry is probably one of the most beautiful industries in the world, but full of friction. We all know how painful it is to deal with airlines, ticketing, and all those stuff. And with my partners, we saw the opportunity to take advantage of blockchain as a technology to help the industry evolve to Web3. Basically, what we are doing is we created an infrastructure that allowed the airlines to tokenize inventory. When I'm talking about inventory, I'm talking about flight tickets. So they can tokenize those tickets, and once the tickets are tokenized, the airlines could open more distribution channels. They reduce distribution costs. And the most important thing is that they are creating a better product for the clients, the travelers. The interesting thing about this is, as a travelers, through NFT tickets, we bought the asset smart contract, the NFT as an NFT ticket. As a travelers, we will be able to freely manage our travel assets, something that we cannot do today. Having an NFT ticket, I will be able to just transfer it, resell it, change the name. So we are bringing freedom for the travelers, a better distribution and product for the airlines, and that's our goal, to help the industry evolve to Web3. We are not trying to bring, I don't know, we could have around 500 million crypto users. We are not just trying to bring those 500 million users to travel, but bring in 5 billion travelers to Web3. So that's our goal, and it's going well.
Awesome. Krishna.
Yeah, we are building the knowledge stack for the employees of tomorrow. So the basic way I describe the amazing sessions that have been going for the last 24 hours here, and if somebody has to go back and say, what was that, what did Steve speak, what did Stacy speak. They have to listen to the entire session. So what we enable is you upload the content, what went through, and people can say, put a keyword, and it pulls back that particular information. So we are changing the way people acquire, organize, and share information by summarizing vast amounts of data in seconds. So, because all of us have been using the same approach for the past 2 decades in acquiring knowledge. We go to Google, we say this is what we want, and we are all knowledge workers. So we spend, I don't know, some of us are 2 hours, 4 hours. I've been speaking to guys 6 hours a day, researching about information. So we unlock that time. So we say that you don't have to spend 6 hours, and we are freeing people of that particular time. And Web3, we are early days. We are exploring. Not everything that's there in Web2 have to move lock, stock, barrel to Web3. So there will be elements that we see that fits in very well natively with Web3, like proof of knowledge. Hey, somebody has done a great job. Today, we go and do congratulations, fantastic job on LinkedIn or a Twitter. But that's not part of that individual's personal trophy cabinet. It's part of Twitter or LinkedIn. How can he show tomorrow that I have learned, I have executed this? So I think that's where we are thinking that Web3 fits in very well. And in education, some of our customers in education, insurance, retail, I think it marries very well. Some components, because Web2 gives natively speed, and Web3 gives behavioral data. So who's doing what, when, and those pieces. Yeah, that's what we do.
Cool. So, morning, everyone. I'm the CEO of Napster. Show of hands, who has ever downloaded anything on Napster in the past? Making sure you're all awake. All right. So this T-shirt's actually 21 years old. So I worked on Napster 20 plus years ago. We lent them $50 million and took $1 billion offer to the music industry to try and legitimize OG Napster. I had a German boss, which is a story for drinks. We didn't quite get there. But the whole notion of decentralization and Web3, Napster was kind of like a Web3 brand before Web3 was a glint in anyone's eyes. So we were already decentralized. It was kind of empowering the community. And to Chris's point about data, it was like data was super important, and it wasn't meant to be controlled. So I took a bit of a hiatus. I was recently at Roblox, and now we're taking Napster in its current incarnation, which is a Web2 streaming service similar to Spotify, and we're starting to integrate Web3 features in it. So all about, again, control of data and the whole notion of tickets. You talk about friction in the travel industry, friction in the music industry is as he knows as well, is crazy when you have all those individual songs also fractionalized and ownership, very complicated on the back end. So a lot of the innovations that we wanted to do before, it feels like the innovation in the last 20 years has been frozen. So we're kind of picking up all these notions of rewarding fans and putting the fans and the artists at the center of experience, and not having kind of control by a platform. So empowering fans and artists to connect, which we think will unlock new creative and commercial opportunities for the music industry, and also elevate fans to the level of artists where they can also be creators and have all those works controlled on the blockchain.
All right, and Jaden.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Awesome. All right, greetings everyone. I am Jaden Sage. I am the CEO and founder of Global Crypto Council, GCC for short. And we've been advising governments and startups in this space, in the blockchain space, now going on almost 12 years. So, the space has morphed and changed over the years. And what excites us the most is the play-to-earn concept. Because now that we have Web3 facilitates the ledger capacity applied to what we call NFT, but titling of these assets, digital assets, facilitates a new form of an economy. And that economy will allow play to earn, which will allow people in the developing world to augment their income and be able to make more of their money from some of these endeavors. So empowering the developing world and people within it is a place we've never actually been at, because we've been caught in a world of charitable endeavors rather than financial empowerment. And that's what excites us in Web3. We invest in companies within that space as well and advise them for them to optimize for that effort.
That's great. Thanks, thanks, Jaden. I think one of the things you mentioned, Facundo, was really about friction. And I think if you think about whether it's a plane ticket or other things, I think there's maybe a sort of deeper issue, which is I think there are a lot of products where you don't really ever identify like the true economic value because they can't easily be traded. And so maybe just how you think about that, and also how you think about what an unlock, the kind of work that you're doing, could be.
Yeah, of course. Something that blockchain allows us is to eliminate friction. We are taking advantage for that, and also it's an amazing way for assets to be managed and the value to be associated with those assets. But it is important that traditional industries, like the travel industry, find a way to link the traditional processes with the blockchain or the opportunities that Web3 could bring. I love to bring always one example related to the travel industry. Just an example on how new technologies could help industry to really evolve. Just to give you an example, in 1990, the industry has 1.2 billion travelers, and the market size was 200 billions. Thanks to the internet adoption between 1990 and 2070, the industry grew 2 times. It brought like 4.2 billion travelers, and the market size increased to 500 billion. And in 2008, IATA, which is the biggest airline association, set the e-ticket as a standard. So every airline should incorporate in their technology or distribution channels the e-ticket as a standard. And with the smartphone adoption, the industry duplicated again during those years. We are trying to bring and show the travel industry that the NF tickets, the ASA, Algorand, ASA, smart contract we are creating for the travel industry could help them evolve dramatically to Web3. And when I'm talking about Web3, it's about incorporating all the benefits of Web3. The industry could win because they will be more efficient distributing their inventory. The passengers will have the freedom to freely manage their travel assets. Right now, a flight ticket is not an asset. It's a service. You have your ticket, but you cannot decide if you want to sell it or trade it or action it. Having or using our technology, the industry can really evolve to Web3 in a win-win situation, aligning interest, because it is crazy, but passengers used to hate the airlines. And the airlines are not bad guys. They just evolved on a legacy system. They really want to bring better products for the travelers, especially after the impact they had based on because of the pandemic. So that's the beauty of Web3. It could help to align interests, eliminate frictions, and bring better product for users, bring us the freedom or the possibility to really own our assets, and for a whole industry to really evolve. So definitely, it's a great opportunity.
Well, and I think the point about an asset is an interesting one, and maybe, John, I think if you think about artists and fans and kind of the economic value of community, maybe just think about that a little bit. I think it's in a way, similar to some of the work that TravelX is doing.
Yeah. Now I was thinking one idea, like people hate middle seats. You can reward people for taking middle seats and get credits that you can earn against your NFT tickets. So yeah, and I think you were talking about rewards, Jaden talking about rewards. So I think the community of music fans, so what we had, again, with the original Napster, if you remember, there was chat, and there was a community. So the one big thing that was stripped out of digital media broadly, so you think of Netflix's and Spotify's, et cetera, there's no community. So it's a very individual consumption medium. So you have two different levers that are different. One is length of the format, and one is business model, which is free or paid. That's it. So in the last 20 years, community's been stripped out. So when you start inserting community again into the experience, so the big innovation for Napster, partly I think for you guys, if you bring not only the digitization of the asset, but the community of travelers and action that community where, if you're, again, you want to take this seat, you get a reward, and if you fly a lot, or sort of the rewards notions that you're earning can be valuable. So if you're a good traveler, in the music example, if you're a good curator, I love making playlists, and if I go on a Spotify, I'm making playlists, I'm kind of working for the man, but I'm not getting any benefit back. So I think once that community can be rewarded, you can start to have communities around the world that are professional, maybe jobs of just making playlists, and those playlists are valuable that they can earn rewards for. And I think the notion, again, of the community in terms of discovery and sharing of music, empowering the community there is very powerful. So I think a lot of the things we're looking at from a Napster perspective, we saw action out in the metaverse. So I was at Roblox before, and if you think about Roblox as a L1 focused on gaming, even though obviously it wasn't, we had 1 million developers developing on the platform. And to Jaden's point, it was a lot of it in the developing world and international, and the whole notion of a lot of the developers were young, so they're underage, they couldn't have bank accounts anyway, and they were using Robux, which is effectively our token, again, although it wasn't on chain. They were paying each other, rewarding each other, and not cashing out of the ecosystem. It was effectively a stable coin. And then it was so consumerized that you could get it at your local convenience store in the States like Walgreens or Boots, and a generation preferred it to cash. So people, if you ever offered Roblox gift cards for nieces and nephews and kids. So I think the ambition that we see for creators, and starting with music, if you have that similar ecosystem with the Napster, a Napster token where everyone can be rewarded, both fans and artists, and fans are collaborating with other fans, artists are collaborating with other artists, artists and fans, it creates this whole next generation of unlock. And the format, so again, everything for the last 40 years has been around a single format, and even TikTok is short form free. So we're not competing in the format game, we're partnering with the artists at the center of the experience, and whatever they want to create, whether it's digital services, products, it could be token-gated experiences, meet and greets, whatever they want to do to express themselves, to connect with their fans, we'll be their partner in doing that, unlocking all that new commercial opportunity and creative opportunity.
That's great. And Jaden, you were talking about empowering communities and incentives. Maybe I think it's a little bit of a different perspective, but maybe share some of how you think about doing that in the developing world. Oh, Jaden, I think you're muted. Yeah, there we go.
Is that hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we focus in on the developing world. However, there's large portions of the developed world that can also utilize these services as well. So if you think of, let's take a use case. Forever, we've been accustomed to the concept of a starving artist. What does that actually mean? A starving artist is somebody who suffered for their art while we benefited from that same art. Now, with the concept of modality and the ledger concept, which facilitates ownership tracing, we will actually remove the word starving from the term starving artist. Think about how empowering that is, because now the artists are free to exercise their right to be able to provide a livelihood during their life rather than afterwards. So this is a new territory, a new world that we're coming in. And these concepts, this use case of a starving artist applies to many, many other fields. Let's not even go into the trillion-dollar market called the fractionalization of real estate. So whether you're a big company and you own real estate and you want to fractionalize, or a restaurant and you want to fractionalize, or you're an artist, or somebody who just makes digital prints, no matter what scale you're at, you stand to benefit. Now, why the developing world benefit more is because, like the previous example of Roblox, when somebody in the US playing Fortnite, Roblox, World of Warcraft, makes an additional couple of $100, it doesn't mean much. But in the developing world, that same couple of $100 can be an augmented income for the father that has to raise a family, or a single mother that has to raise a family. That can make a big difference. And the better they get with their creativity and their art, the more money they can make from it locally. We will effectively start taking out the concept of immigration. People will be able to make money right from where they are. So these are grander concepts that will come online as we expand further and further into Web3.
I think just picking up on that, I mean, you pretty much did the pitch for Napster. I mean, that I think the notion of because it's been kind of personified now. Usually, the whole notion, even at dinner parties, people know that artists aren't making money unless they're the big artists on Spotify and streaming platforms. They're not making enough to survive against the number of fans that they have, and usually they could make money from touring. But now, unfortunately, during Brexit and the war and inflation, tours can also be loss-making. So it's a huge kind of tipping point where not only is Web3 ready, kind of the artists are ready and very motivated, but that notion, Jaden, that you mentioned around, eliminating starving from artists, that I love. We have the same notion, at least with music artists and then other creators, and we did definitely find that on Roblox, where, again, now if you have the music example, if I'm an artist in the Philippines and music artist, and I have a rapper friend in Nigeria or whatever, and we're all collaborating, I think, through blockchain, you're actually able to earn money from whatever you happen to be doing. If you're a contributor to the ecosystem of assets, so you're contributing beats or songs, or maybe you're the guy who makes the animated videos or the art, so whatever it happens to be, you're a contributor. And we again found at Roblox that people, again, in developing markets were making not even hundreds, but thousands of dollars, which were material, and people were supporting, 15-year-olds were supporting their whole family, with the income that they were making from this two-sided economy. So I think digitizing the assets, allowing people to access them who are, international and unbanked is an ambition of mine, and to free up that, creativity and have the economic effect be, again, distributed and not centralized.
Well, I think a knock-on to that is, kind of information and learning. I think for a lot of people, there's earning opportunities, but also they need to sort of be educated and get access to, to the information they need. So.
Absolutely. I think I want to touch upon friction a bit. So I think Web3 directly, when our users use, there is a friction from a behavior standpoint, and that's a good friction because all of us talk friction only from technology. But when we're dealing with knowledge workers, they want to be rewarded for themselves and say, hey, I'm a knowledge worker. How am I getting rewarded? And all of us are here knowledge seekers, right? So how do we make sure they have attended this event? How can this become part of their trophy cabinet? Algorand is sending an NFT, great, but how can the organization that they're representing also benefits from it? Hey, I'm a great place to work, and I've sent 4 employees here, and they have learned, and I have 4 people who understand Algorand 101 because they have attended 2 days worth of sessions, right? So most of the questions that I have to deal with internally and when I'm talking here is technology. Yeah, that's one friction, but behavioral friction, right, which is very, very important, and maybe that friction is good. And today, a lot of the systems in Web 2 are unidirectional, which means I can say hello, and I can reward somebody, but they cannot have a chat like how Fagundo is doing for airline industry, where the passenger or the traveler now can interact with other travelers and say, here is a ticket, and he's going to match there. Now the flight ticket is available, and I'm going to give it to an Argentinian for $600, right? So that unidirectionality, Web3 nicely solves by bringing bidirectional. So I can now have that trophy, I mean, my rewards, my certificates, what I've learned as part of my own cabinet, personal trophy cabinet. I think that's what I feel Web3 from a knowledge worker's perspective.
Yeah. I'm obsessed with travel. So I think also, like, if I'm buying the ticket, your ticket to, like, Argentina, and you happen to be Argentinian, which I presume you are due to your outfit, then if you could package with it as the seller the amazing curated tour of Buenos Aires or where you should go, and then I pay extra to you in addition to the cost of the ticket, I think that's the notion of, like, people's knowledge.
Exactly.
And having a value to that can be traded, and that, because I had a company before around, like, travel itineraries, so I'm obsessed with the value that people put into itineraries that are wasted and in spreadsheets. So I think it's fascinating where it's not just the asset, but it comes, so it's not just the music, but it's like the curation of the playlist with the music, or it's all the little micro aspects of travel you break down, or of music or of knowledge, which I think is fascinating. And it's that interest graph where that's all been taken by the platform. So the whole notion, again, of, like, Web 2 to Web 3, you know, I'm very active. I'm still a little older, but I'm very active on Facebook. And you think all the time, it's like, as you're doing we went riding camels the other day, and I'm working for the platform, and I have my contributions. I don't get rewarded.
Yep.
So I have an investment in a company in the UK called Generate, which is a browser where, again, it gives the value back to the community of participating in browsing, as opposed, you get rewarded for your action. So I'm just thinking the whole time it's unfair. We need to be rewarded as participants, and I think, again, Web3 unlocks this. It's going to be very exciting to see how it's rolled out.
And I think that's a great point. I mean, the new use cases, Web3, or all of us, we can create together because we really need to break, even ourselves, the Web2 paradigm in which one company puts all the rules and decide what we can do, what we can see or not. And I think that's a great opportunity, and we need to think and even change our mind and think in community ways, in how we could maybe connect to the NFT get some playlist. I mean, and users will be able to trade a ticket, a flight ticket, as an NFT ticket with the playlist, with a playlist. I don't know. I mean, those are the kind of opportunities we have. Being on Algorand, and I think we really need to think on how we can take advantage of the community. In our case, our idea is to open our infrastructure, to let developers evolve, to really connect with other projects, because that's the way. I mean, right now.
Well, and I think in a way, if you look at, like, Web 2, you know, the old Web 2 or even Web 1, you know, when networks were opened, you know, that really shifted. You know, even before the web, there was, like, America Online and CompuServe and bulletin boards that were all closed systems. And I think now the idea that you can commingle assets and create new products that don't exist, I think that's an interesting
and even unlocking, like, before having the asset of a ticket, one of the biggest problems in travel is knowing where to go, right? So a large amount of the people go, I have time, I have money, and they get overwhelmed because now you can travel anywhere, and they end up not going anywhere. So I think, again, the itineraries could be at the beginning of the process where everyone's trading all the best itineraries, and then from that unlocks the market for the tickets. So yeah, I think that everything has been missing. I think the notion of people have been locked within the communities where we've been harvested, our time has been harvested for advertising. So I think now to change that as a reward, where our time is being valued and our contributions, but we're kind of rewarded back again. So again, if I'm an amazing curator and playlister on Napster, I get rewarded. And the other thing I think is the live industry. So if you go and see a I saw a hard rock band in London a few weeks ago in a downstairs sweaty club in Camden, and that's like the super fans who are there. Everyone's like sweating and dancing, and you paid your money for the ticket, and you leave with nothing.
Yep.
So the whole notion that, again, the live industry has been separate from the streaming industry, so why can't you get a reward on Napster for being there and like see the other community of people who are there that you can connect with? You're clearly going to maybe see more shows or connect with them and discover. So I think it's all these obvious things where it's been centered on maybe outdated business models, and now if you center it around the traveler, the fan, the artist, it changes everything, or the knowledge worker, and you build it the other way around.
So one thing that I think, I think these ideas also are sort of predicated on better user experiences in Web3 and making this really simple for consumers. And I think that's something that I know I hear a lot is a friction point for people. What are you guys' thoughts on what exposure to kind of the underlying Web3 elements versus making it very simple? Also, there's I think a natural tension in the system where there's a lot of power in decentralization, but it also makes some of the onboarding and user experience elements that really the Web2 world has spent the past couple of decades working on difficult. So I'm just interested in your guys' thoughts on that.
We all know that there is some friction when a new user is onboarding on a blockchain project. In our case, we are trying to eliminate that friction. We want to make it easy for everybody to access to their ticket and manage their ticket. And we are working on that. I mean, probably that's the biggest challenge on how to onboard new people. You have to create your wallet, you have to found your wallet, you have to start trade your assets in a new way. But it is evolving, and I'm sure that everything is getting better and simpler for the users. And after that first point of friction, I think the opportunities are endless, and I love to think that the best use cases that we can create or generate are the ones that we can even think about, because once the users are on board and start using their wallets and manage their assets, and they know that they have the freedom but also the responsibility to manage their wallet, their assets, they understand that they can do different things, new things from the users, and also when the projects are connected with an ecosystem that can create solutions on top of those projects. I think that's the most interesting part of this. So there is some friction, but we have to work on that. We have to make it easy for the users. But besides that, the opportunities are endless once the users understand that they have the power to do and manage their assets and what they want to do.
So the way we are tackling is we are putting the Web3 component at the back, and because we are dealing with knowledge workers, and they're very demanding, and they know that, hey, don't underestimate my intelligence. I know what I want. So we are leaving as much as possible the Web2 experience from the UX perspective, and making subtle differences to navigate them, educate, because what we realized when we were developing is in Web3, one has to opt in even to receive. I just can't push things, the other person. So that's a friction point that requires education. Hey, why am I asked to do this? As simple as that. All right. So we are using all the back-end work right now as Web3, and at this juncture, leveraging the Web2 components for the front end. And along this journey, what we realize is some of our learnings, how can we give it back to the ecosystem? So we are developing templates for proof of knowledge learning, so people do not have to go back and reinvent the wheel. So almost like a low-code, no-code platform, they could use it. So that's our way of giving back to the ecosystem, so they can build on top of it. We can learn. Today, we may not have all the answers, and we would love to learn. So when we contribute, we expect, because like you said, it's like an open source, so we expect the community to come back, give feedback. Hey, by the way, this is how we deployed it. Can you try? And can your customers try?
So I think you hit on two of our key friction points. So one is I'm very anti-jargon, right? I think up to this point there's been too much jargon and tech talk. So I think we're pushing, especially in the consumer space, talking about fans and rewards and membership and things that people understand and can gravitate to. So I think that's key. And the technology, I worked in the mobile industry a number of years ago, and when we were doing ringtones, which was an innovation that was brought about by technology, no one was talking about network capacity, et cetera, et cetera. So I think everything should work. Algorand's fantastic. I'm wearing the socks. But it shouldn't be obsessed, especially for the community that they're trying to onboard. So the benefits, they love I was with a label in the UK a couple of weeks ago. They tried some projects, and the fan community rebelled because it wasn't green. And that the fans are very aware of something like that. So Algorand being carbon negative is a huge bonus. So I think there are some aspects that can be presented, ironically not always the technology aspect. So I think de-jargoning everything. And the second thing I think is around adoption. So Web3 gaming, the space, well, I came from gaming, has taken a huge amount of investment. So 4 billion last year, 10 billion this year, and Web3 music has only taken 300-400 million. So it's been an underinvested sector, and I think the number of projects in music, these companies have raised 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. It's kind of like small projects, so there hasn't been a trusted, kind of like large partner or trusted partner for the music industry and artists to get behind. So like one artist does this one artist does this one. So that's what we're hoping with Napster, is we can bring, we've been working with the music industry for 20 plus years, $11 billion. We could be that trusted home for discoverability, because you don't want to unwind there are some good parts to Web 2 in terms of discoverability. So I think having one place where all the projects can be discovered, listed, tagged, or whatever, to help, rising tide lifts all the ships, helps. So de-frictioning, less jargon, and if I'm streaming a track from, a band that I love, Sad Night Dynamite, who's on Warner right now, if they then next year go off the label, and one of the tracks I'm streaming is from, their label days, that's being paid a certain way in the background, and maybe another track I'm streaming is on a smart contract in the blockchain. I shouldn't care as a user. That should all be hidden, and it should just be a delightful experience on the front end, and fun and communal.
So I think kind of on that note, with the few minutes that we have left, maybe Jaden, you can start. Be interested in what your guys' perspectives are on how these things unfold. I think each of you is all working on effectively something that's a transition from Web 2 to Web 3, and what kind of the ideal state would be from your perspective at the end.
Well, I mean, friction is actually your friend, because friction allows you to define technology to be trailblazing enough that it causes the user to figure out a way in. You can't push people into new tech. They have to be pulled in. And the greatest driver is revenue stream, income. So what Web3 has going for itself in all different ways through NFTs, play to earn, music creation, art creation, is the ability to drive income and subsidy. So that's going to pull people in, and that automatically changes the dynamic of usability. Remember, when the PC came out, it wasn't very user-friendly. Nobody understood. So it wasn't just about usability. It's the application that is being utilized for that included the console. Now, moving from Web 2 to Web 3, the components that we're bringing in, all of us collectively, is that what did the web do? The Web 1.0, Web 2.0, it took nodes. Humans are individual nodes that were disconnected. The web gave us connections with each of the nodes. And then Web 1 and Web 2, Web 3, the links between those nodes are solidifying further and further. And that's creating a synergistic effect because, as an example, you can have somebody in Southeast Asia who comes together with somebody in Kenya and create a new, album song that we had never heard of because those two people could not geographically be living at the same time. So the totality component of humans being able to work together to facilitate the type of creativity that we can't yet imagine, but also that will empower and resonate the masses on a scale that we can't yet see.
It's great. And any last thoughts, Facundo?
No, I mean, we
I
are
guess
in
for
a
you
special moment. We really have a great opportunity to make the things better. I think if we are here, it's because we are all non-conformists. We really believe that things could be better. At this moment or in this time, we should do it as a community. That's right. The most interesting part. The startup heroes like Mark Zuckerberg, and that's not the moment for that kind of people that monopolize and centralize the things. We should create things and help those things evolve in a community. We are happy to be part of the Algorand community. I'm looking forward to work with all of you guys and help at least our industry, the travel industry, evolve to Web3. And I hope Argentina win today. We have a tough match.
All right.
Yeah, his
Enjoy
mind
the
is in
game.
Argentina.
Enjoy the game. So
Come on, guys.
thank you guys all for joining today. This was great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, go Algorand.
Yeah.
Go. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Adios. All right, welcome back. Thanks, John, Facundo, Krishna, Jaden, and Steve. So we're going to switch gears a little bit now. I think this is going to be kind of fun, actually. This is still about the transition from kind of Web 2.0 to 3.0, and you heard about music and some data and some travel. And now we're going to kind of segue into gaming. What does this look like kind of in the gaming sector? And to start us off, we're going to have a demo of a play-to-earn game, which is gaining a lot of traction on Algorand, which is actually pretty cool. And these guys are going to come out and demo it. So sit back, watch, and welcome Algorand President Jack Stanley and founder CEO Cliff Cannon. Please welcome them to the stage, and they're going to demo their game.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jack Stanley. I am the president of Algorand.
My name is Clifford Cannon. I am the co-creator and CEO of Algorand, and it's great being here at Decipher, hanging out with all the other awesome GameFi projects back in the on-ramp. It's exciting to see all our fans and people who love us and also introduce people to the game.
Agreed. So Algorand stands for Algorand, Alchemy, and Monster. We add utility to NFTs. Users collect, trade, stake, evolve, craft, and battle with their NFTs within our groundbreaking video game, and they earn tokens. We are currently the top play-to-earn game on the Algorand blockchain.
Algorand NFTs can evolve into higher-level cards. The most powerful cards can be crafted by combining two other cards, thereby combining two characters and their abilities. So how it works is you go with a lower value card, and with gameplay or staking, you evolve them up and get more powerful cards to use. Our mission is to create engaging NFTs and develop a top-tier gaming experience, all while handing the economics over to the community. By doing this, by allowing people to collect NFTs and use things that they own in our game to earn tokens, that's how we plan to drive adoption on Algorand.
So we have 2 tokens. One is AlkaCoin. This is our governance token that users can earn for staking and holding NFTs. They can also use it to make purchases in the video game. And we have Alka Gold. This is our utility token that users earn within the video game for winning battles.
So right now we have over 17,000 wallets who have received any sort of Alkamon token or asset. On a weekly basis, we have 2,500 wallets that have opted into wallet staking, which means they earn our token just for holding an Alkamon NFT.
Currently, we're the 5th highest USD producing NFT project on Algorand. Every set of NFT cards we have released have sold out in a matter of minutes.
With over 57,000 on-chain sales transactions, Alkamon has sold more individual NFTs than any other project on Algorand. To put that into perspective, the second highest has 14,000 unique sales transactions, meaning we have sold more than 4 times the number of NFTs than any other project on Algorand. And we intend to get to 1 million before anyone else. Users can purchase Alkamon directly from our website. We created our own marketplace from scratch with audited smart contracts. There they can get Alkamon, like you see on screen. Also, they can get special abilities, and they can craft to level up their Alkamon right on our website.
All right, in the video game, users import NFTs they purchase from us, and they use them to battle to earn tokens. So you bring in your cards and bring them to life in the game.
We even built a level up system with the version 1 that we just released. You earn XP in-game, and then you can evolve and level up via smart contracts in the video game.
All right, so the next step here is we will show you a video of the game demo, which I think they're loading up right now. Perfect, they just press play. Cool, so the first thing that users do is they connect the video game to their wallet. The game is able to scan their wallet and see which NFTs they own. Then you battle against a computer in a 3 versus 3 battle system. You choose the card you want to battle with, and you select a move, and then target an enemy. There's 10 different types of Alkamon. Each has its own strengths and weaknesses. So like water is super effective against fire. We also have a built-in passive ability system and a stamina system. So as you can see, some of the attacks are isolated on a single Alkamon, some are spread across all of them. And in the future, we intend to add a player versus player battle system. This is currently just an AI. So when you win, you earn XP for the characters, and you also get, in the top right corner, you can see it there, some Alka Gold. You can cash this out at any time. In the game, we also built our own shop. And in the shop, you can purchase different potions that enhance your statistics for a battle. We also built it in where you can purchase NFTs directly in the video game. Again, these go right to your wallet. We additionally have NFT moves, which are special moves you can equip to your Alkamon that have extra abilities. And here's the card storage system. Here you can see all the different sets of released Alkamon. You can see the ones you own and the ones you don't own. This is where you select which cards you want to use for battle. And then over here we have your backpack, and this is where you store all your different items and moves that you can equip for battle. In this section as well is where you do the evolutions. Right there, see? Just you can evolve your character right in the game. All right, and the last thing we'll show you from the game is the user profile. This is where you can view and edit your user data, but also, and most importantly, cash out your Alka coin and your Alka Gold. We're going to be adding stats in the near future. The game has several firsts. It was quite a pioneering experience. We were the first game to successfully connect a Unity game to an Algorand wallet, which is huge. We're also live on mainnet right now. So you can actually play now and earn Alka Gold today.
Our governance token, AlkaCoin, is used to vote on ideas and issues, making it so that the holders of the token have a say in the development and the trajectory of the project. This has already been fully developed and it is live on our website now.
So included in the Alkamon ecosystem comes limited edition collectible art NFTs that can be purchased with AlkaCoin. This includes digital toys and collaborations with other artists. Here's an example on the screen.
All right, so our future plans include to get as cross-platform as possible. Right now we're live on PC and Mac with an executable file, a download. We want to get on every major platform, which obviously includes mobile. That's the next big milestone that we're working towards right now. And then after that, we'll be introducing player versus player, so you can battle it out in real time with other Alchemon players. And then in the future, we'd love to build a metaverse for Alchemon, including land where you can go and farm with your Alchemon and things like that.
So one of our main goals is to increase the adoption of Algorand. So to that end, on our website, we include steps that educate users and fully set them up to not only play Alchemon, to set up their Algorand wallet and purchase Algo. We want Algorand to be accessible to the general public, and we're trying to do our part to make that a reality.
We're mid-conversations for our main funding round. We're going to be starting early next year to do the main funding round. So if any investors want to reach out to us, definitely let us know.
So thank you so much for your time and attention. This is the last slide. On our website, you can find out more about Alchemon. You can also join our Discord and Telegram there. We have the instructions on how to download the game. And you can even request a free NFT. So I encourage you guys to all visit our website. And lastly, we do have a booth in the on-ramp area, so feel free to come and say hi. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. That's great. Thank you, Jack and Cliff. That was great. All the way from Portland, Oregon. A 20-hour flight for those guys. All right, so keep on the gaming theme here, and blockchain adoption. Is it going to be a key vertical, a key driver in this vertical? What is going to happen next? And we've got yet another great panel for you. To talk about this is Indel's CCO Manuel Pali, Polonize co-founder Mars Coiro, Starsight Labs CEO and co-founder Victor Schellstad, Algo Gaming Guild co-founder Dean Tyler, and to moderate today's panel, the one, the only, I'll just say just PG, okay? Everybody knows PG. So welcome them to the stage, please.
Hey guys, how's it going? Good to be here. Thanks, Matt, for the great intro. Hi, everyone. Again, I'm PG, Head of Gaming at the Algorand Foundation. And today I'm here with some great speakers, some great builders that are all contributing a lot to the gaming ecosystem on Algorand. So the floor is theirs, honestly. I'm just here to, I guess, ask the right questions. So, Manu, why don't we start with you? Can you tell us a little bit more about Trontorian, what you guys are doing? Why did you choose Algorand as well on your gaming journey? And just give us an intro of the project.
Sure, of course. All right. As they said, I'm the CCO of Trontorian. It's a Unity-based game. We are doing, I don't know, I guess many of you are gamers. We're doing a kind of a 4X game where you have two main gameplays. You have as a fleet commander where you can assemble your fleet, explore, you can battle, you can do a lot of different functions and different stuff. And then you have the Space Tycoon, that it's more of a city building, and we are aiming to give developer tools for people to actually create services for the fleet commander so they interact and they can play together and have fun. We are mainly focused on the fun of the game. We think that fun is the ultimate utility on games, and of course we decided to build on Algorand after quite a long research, and of course we decided that Algorand was the right tech and the right support and the right people to work with, because we had a lot of reach. PG helped us a lot. We had lots of support from the community and the team, and actually the tech, it's the biggest advantage that we have. It has a lot of cool features that I think that all of you are familiar with, and that's basically it.
Yeah, and in the backstage, you were telling me how you were involved with other chains,
Yeah,
which shall remain unspoken. But at the end, you chose Algorand because it's just so easy to use. Thanks for the intro, Mars. To you, like, Polysat is not really a game in the sense that, like, the game we think, but I think it's actually a good use case in the terms of, like, gamifying experiences. And I think that's a great use case for crypto. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about what you guys do and also what you have done in terms of your quests within the Algorand community as well?
Yeah, thanks, PG. So essentially what we do at Polynize is crowdsource creativity within communities to solve real-world problems. And we then tokenize that innovation and that intelligence from that and tokenize that and turn that into tradable assets. And that all happens within the competitive frame of our game platform. We have a heritage in gaming in the sense that Polynize 1.0 was a tabletop game. That's how we originally designed it. The intelligence of the game comes from mine and my co-founder Sharov's experience in music. So we really looked at how musicians create and generate IP into songs, and we took that Spark process, as we call it, and we turned that into the game. And once we really settled on those game dynamics in version 1.0, we started building, as PG's saying, the experience around that. And we're getting to the place now that we've been building for about a year on Algorand, that the game's really solid, the core's solid, and now we're starting to design the experience around that. How does that look at an event like this? How does that look for students in universities, for instance? So to tie in the Algorand piece, for us, the technology stack was important. We needed to be fast, we needed to be quick, we just need that layer to be solid. So Algorand was something I had my eye on for at least 2 years before we even contemplated going Web3. And then eventually convinced the team to go that way. And it's been great in the sense that we don't need to touch it. It works. We sort the contracts out, the smart contracts out, and everything just works. So we can concentrate on what we need to do, which is engagement.
Love it, and that's the core of it. Victor, coming to you, I mean, been involved in gaming for quite a long time. I'd love for you to share your backstory with the audience and how you actually got into building A-Gear, because I think you actually built that to solve problems that you faced within the gaming industry, and I think that's very important because, like, again, this industry, the crypto industry, can really help and bridge that gap with the gaming industry. And we're going to get into that a little bit more later, but I'd love for you to share your backstory with the audience.
Yeah, I'm Victor. I'm a game designer and a former pro player. I've played at a lot of big tournaments. My team is developing A-Gear Tactics, which is a strategy game on Algorand. And the big focus for us is really making it easier for people to get into the game. Blockchain offers a lot of potential solutions to some of the big issues, but it also increases the friction in getting new users, which is challenging in gaming because they're already, like, that is already the biggest issue. And so our focus is just to make it easy for people to get in and enjoy the gameplay. And the reason why we chose Algorand is we considered all of the options, and at the end of the day, it was the features that were most important, and we felt that the tech was best suited to add those features. And so it was more about just the technology than just having a hyped up name on the game. So we're happy to be here.
Right on, thanks, man. Dean, coming to you, how important is community in gaming? I mean, I think this event shows how important communities is overall, but the crypto community, it's thriving, even if it's a winter bear market. But the gaming community is definitely way bigger, way more established. They've been around for way longer. How do we bridge that gap? And also tell us more about Algo Gaming Guild.
Yeah, thanks, PG. So I'm Dean Tyler from the Algo Gaming Guild. Basically what we do, we're like a community guild project where we help get exposure for all the games on Algorand, specifically focused on Algorand for obvious reasons that everyone's already spoken about. And our whole goal is just to get everyone to know about all the games and create like a welcoming community for everyone. And the reason why that's important, like, is if you go back to when we were all young and we were playing like LAN video games, it was all about like being in a group and like playing with our friends. And that experience has been important in Web 2 gaming, and it's as important in blockchain gaming. And we noticed that we have like a great community who games with us on the various games that are available, even simple stuff as like trivia in our Discord server as an example. And it's just so important because having that welcoming community up front helps the adoption just accelerate. Once we bring all the Web 2 gamers over to Web 3, having that in place already is super important.
Yeah, I agree, and it's actually a great segue in the next topic that I want to touch upon, which is games need to be fun, right? They need to be a way to bring people together. Yes, I mean, if you can earn something or maybe, you know, make a profit out of it, that's nice to have. But the majority of the players out there, they game because they like the game, they like the people they play the game with, and it's just a way to get out of reality, right, at the end of the day. There's more than 3 billion people that play video games nowadays on this planet Earth, and probably way more in the next years. So, you know, the first wave of crypto games, they weren't really into that realm. They were more into the pump and dump Ponzi scheme where people would just farm a token and play some sort of game. But so, do you guys agree? How are you solving this? Why don't we start with you, Manu, because you guys are definitely developing a quite complex and pretty fun game.
Yeah, thank you, BG. We are definitely focusing on the fun of the game because, as you well said, I'm a lifelong gamer. I've been playing every game you can think of, and I've always did it just to take my mind out of things and have a great time. I've met a lot of people. I made a huge amount of friendships through games, and at the end of the day, I've never got paid for playing video games. I spend money in skins and a lot of things that are just eye candy, probably, or just nice things to have and nice things to show to your friends, to enjoy with them. And as you said, the first wave of games were just, they were not games in my opinion. They were just more of a glorified or beautified DeFi where you get to stake your characters, you get to get passive income. I've never heard about passive income before that. And of course, and for me, gaming is just, as you said, 3.5 billion people around the globe play games. But how many people are actually interested in investment or whatnot? There's not that many people that have some spare money to put into that, but there's a lot of people that are willing to spend a little money in having fun, having a great time, and enjoying themselves. And I think that's what we need to focus, just making great games and having people from the Web 2 sphere join us and see how great blockchain technology is and actually can help you. Just, for example, if you were playing, I don't know, World of Warcraft, Diablo, or any game that you were raiding or grinding for a super long time and you actually got that drop that you were looking for, it's amazing. I mean, and now actually you can hold it for yourself. I mean, if I've been playing for 30 hours until I got a drop, I'm not going to sell it. I'm going to keep it. I want to show it off. I want to enjoy it. But if you want to go ahead and go into an open market and sell it, it's great. It's fine. It's amazing. That's what blockchain brings to the table. It brings opportunity. It brings just transparency. For me, the whole point is just let's all create fun games and get people to join us. And actually, for me, it was the onboarding tool for actually becoming a Web3 user and looking into other things like DeFi, like governance. Like, if it wasn't for a game that it's naturally attracted to me, I probably would have never ended up here. And I think that's where we all need to aim and get.
Right on, yeah, I agree. And also the whole gatekeeping thing that we saw, especially at the beginning where, you know, you have to pay like $1,000 for an NFT. There's like 10,000 max NFTs for a game that is not even out, and like how just like what?
Yeah,
You want the most people possible playing your game. You do not want a gatekeep.
Exactly.
And I guess this is also great on Algorand because on other chains, on top of paying $1,000 for the NFT, then you would have to pay also $150 for the gas fees. So, but yeah, Mars, thoughts on this?
Yeah, and I think it's important to understand. It's important that we understand our users and we understand gamers. And the way we look at it is there's a spectrum. Gamers are on a spectrum from what we call play to escape, play to connect, and play to essentially play to win. And gamers fall somewhere in that spectrum. And the problem is traditional gaming, Web 2 gaming, they generally sit in that play to escape model. They play because they want to immerse themselves in the game. They want to escape reality. The problem is Web 3 went all the way to the other extreme, to the play to win, and really milked that for all it's worth. And so the pushback we've seen from traditional gamers is because the way they look at it is when they see assets and they see NFTs and they see such focus on that, it takes them out of the experience of the game, and so they lose that escapism that they have. And so there's a lot of pushback from traditional gamers in that space. So I think the challenge for us is to abstract the technology and actually compete. We have to go out into the wider world and compete with the other games that the other players are playing on purely an experiential and fun level, as you say. And then at some point, when they're sucked in, then we can introduce them to the fact that, hey, you've got these assets, you can mint them and have them in your wallet and have ownership over them. So I think it's a progression that we need, and we've gone to one extreme, and we kind of have to bring it a little more back now.
No, absolutely. Gamers hate us. Like the gaming community, they do not like us. I was at GDC this year, a game development conference in San Francisco. Was sponsored by Gala Game, main sponsor. Literally the only talk there out of more than 200 was crypto games. Is this a fraud or is this for real? So it's like, okay, there's still a long way to go. Victor, into your experience of being a professional gamer, and like how do we bridge this gap? Is it education? Is it legitimacy? Is it values? And I also, amid what happened last month, definitely there's way more work to do for us as crypto people. Again, how do we bridge that gap?
Yeah, I think overcoming gamers' concerns is largely about making sure that you're creating the features that they want to see and not just producing more Web3 content that they've been used to. Web3 has been interesting so far because it introduces a new kind of user to games, ones that are doing it because of the free market and being able to trade these assets and make a profit. And that's really valuable when you also have the players that are actually playing the game for fun. And so I think the issue that we've seen so far is that games have really catered to the Web3 users, and they've forgotten about the players. And so you end up with these really predatory monetizations and scams and pump and dumps. And I think they really, the players want to see something that benefits them, and that's really what's important to bring them in.
Yeah, I agree. We should not impose things to the gamers, and at the end of the day, the product should be built for them with their best interest in mind. Dean, again, going back to community, the Algo Fam is pretty active, with all the games on Algorand. We're still at the early stage, but there's the community is coming out, and I see a lot of people engaged. So can you tell us a little bit more about that? And also, how do we bring more people in and more gamers from, the traditional gaming community or maybe other chains into the Algo Fam?
Yeah, so we have a small amount of people, but they're all super active and super supportive of everything around gaming. And I think you guys would have seen it with your projects. We have small Discord games that have hundreds of people who are super active and will support it no matter what. And that's amazing, and we found that when we joined the community as well, that everyone was super supportive. And I think as we bring in new users, that community that we have at the moment has been helpful because people stick around just because they make friends super easily and get to learn about everything going on. I think the difficulty is trying to get that barrier of bringing a Web 2 gamer to Web 3. And I think a lot of it is education because a lot of my gamer friends, when I describe to them, if at the moment, say you're playing like Call of Duty or something like that, and you spend $20 on a skin, that at some point you're not going to use it anymore, but there might be someone else who wants to use it, and you're able to now sell it on a free market to them. So it sort of puts a little bit more of the control back in the gamer's hands, which I think is important. And like a good example of like the Reddit avatars that were an absolute success, which were described as digital collectibles rather than NFTs. And there's people on Reddit that if you say to them, you know that's an NFT, they're like, no, it's not. NFTs are scams. So I think that's where I think it's just an education thing. I think, like you guys were saying earlier, the way gaming started in Web3 obviously has created this mindset where it's just a scam, or it's just about making money and it's not about fun games. But I think we're like at the point where you just get one or two really fun games to get released on blockchain. And I think we have a lot of like really good potential games coming up in the next year, that if we just get a few of them to come out and get real gamers to try them out and see them on like streaming services or like different people in the community using them, that we'll start to drive a lot of adoption that way.
Absolutely. You know, diving a little bit deeper into the user experience, which is key for gamers. Gamers probably, I always say this, probably because I'm a gamer, I'm picky. Like gamers are probably the pickiest users you can have, right? Will not wait 15 minutes for a transaction to go through, right? No. But even like, you know, Algorand has like amazing finality, but it's still like 2.7. So, you know, gamers like want things immediate. So the question I want to ask you guys, first of all, how important is to abstract the blockchain complexity when you build products? Also, you know, when coming from crypto, you know, for us, we value a lot self-custody, security, and all that. But maybe gamers do not really care at the end of the day about that because, again, they just want to play a game. So, you know, hybrid solution at the wallet level might be the way to go. Even though definitely if you know, talking to crypto people, they will tell you, no, this is not the way to go. So again, how, given that user experience is key, what are you guys doing on that direction, and just overall thoughts? Do you agree? Do you disagree?
I agree 100%. I think that gamers, most of them don't even want to have anything to do with blockchain or Web3. Our main goal is to make it as seamlessly as possible for the end user, that they're not even connecting with the blockchain. I mean, just like Dean said, like Reddit did. You just have to put your credit card, get your assets, and start playing. That's it. Then you have a lot of mechanisms that you can use. You can use custodial wallets, whatnot. At some point, they will eventually get interested, probably, and evolve to, hey, I have my keys, I can have my own assets, I can move them around, I can do whatever. But they don't have to do that necessarily at the beginning, once they start. A game is a game, should be a game, should be just that. People shouldn't even have to go through the hustle of learning, because Web3 and blockchain, it's not simple. For us saying you have to own your keys, you have to do transactions, opt-ins, whatever, people don't want to learn all that. And it takes some time to learn that. So 100%. I think that we have to make it just as simpler as we can for people to have the best user experience and just go through it as a game. Just log in, get to the game, and that's it. As you said as well, 2.5 seconds if we get there, it's not a super long time, but for a gamer, it's a lot.
Yeah, especially, you know, casual gamers or people that play mobile games. You know, the market is so saturated, there's so many options out there. There's like, if this game takes like a little bit more to load, I'm just gonna play something else.
We'll go to the next one.
And that's how you lose user. Mars, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think we intentionally built Polynize from the start to be mainly Web 2. So the front end is all Web 2, and that comes from the intelligence of our build team. Shirov and Simon have been building Web 2 applications for decades, so their intelligence came through to say, let's get to speed and build on Web 2 and just connect to Web 3 when we need it. So we have Web 2 and Web 3 login, so you can log in with Twitter and Google, and then also connect your Algorand wallets, and we're going cross-chain quite fast. But it's interesting in terms of that user feedback. I think in the bull market, there was so much going on, there was so much distraction. Now we're in this nice quiet time where the users that we do have give us great feedback, and they're very active. Shout out to Algo Kev, who's around. He's one of our top players, and he's always there to give some solid feedback. And he's a good example of the type of players that we love. Really dedicated, really help us understand. Okay, what are the minute incentive structures that are going on within each game? How do we incentivize the right behavior? Because essentially, gaming is the best tool that we have to design incentives to really drive a particular behavior. That's the learning, the great learning you get out of gaming. So, but it's important that you incentivize the right thing. So if you the difficulty with Web3 is with assets and crypto, you incentivize the wrong thing and it really drives people to cheat. So as soon as there's a prize pool, as we're speaking about backstage, as soon as there's a prize pool, people are going to try and cheat and try and gamify the system. But that also gives us the chance to say, okay, we're incentivizing the wrong thing. Let's change strategy and really focus on what it is that we want our players to focus on and really incentivize that. And we're a little different in the sense that we want our players to focus on creating the best solutions and really bring out their creativity in the game. So then we thought deeply about how do we create those incentive structures to really drive that behavior and take it away from, and it's a fine balance because we're always balancing between creativity, collaboration, and competition. And so you get that out of whack some way and you're incentivizing the wrong behavior. So find the perfect special sauce in that mix and the game works great.
Yeah, I agree 100%. You wanna, again, you're building it for the people that actually care about the game and want to play it, and not just want to exploit the, you know, quote-unquote in-game economy, which, you know, I laugh when I hear that, when, you know, the in-game economy and you sell like 30% of your tokens to early investors. That's like, okay, what type of in-game economy is that? Victor, how are you guys approaching that? I mean, I'm probably biased, but Aegir, I think, has the best art. You guys are just doing amazing. It's just so beautiful. That's definitely something that attracts people. But what are you doing on the user experience side, and what are your thoughts overall?
Well, yeah, thank you. We appreciate it on the art. A lot of work went into that. But yeah, with the new user experience, for us, it's all about reducing friction. And I think the last thing that gamers want to do when they first get into a game is to set up a wallet. So we're working with solutions to avoid that, handling as much of it on our end as we can. And I think it's a really good way to teach people about blockchain so they can learn about how it works and get to it when they're ready. But yeah, absolutely. At first, we don't want to spring that on them to just add an extra step in them in what they have to do to prepare to play the game. And we want to make it as easy as possible to jump right in.
Sorry. Yeah, right on. Dean, on your side, on the community side, again, we talked about education. Definitely, that's very important for user experience. But I think you guys just announced a new thing called Cooldown. So
yeah.
Can you talk a little bit more about that, maybe, and how it can help bridging that gap?
Yeah, so we basically are working on a platform called Cooldown, which it sort of sprung from the idea that we've always been like a central one-stop place for everything around Algorand gaming, and people would come to us and be like, what are all the games on Algorand, or what are the games in this specific category? Like, I want to play an RPG game, like, are there any of them on Algorand? And we had like an ecosystem map, which was sort of like a static picture that people could look at, and we just thought the next way to go around it is to create like sort of like a Gamepedia, which would have all the information about all the games filterable by like game type, platform that it's available on at that time. And we think that'll be perfect if like you get gamers coming over to say play Aegir Tactics because they're like a card game lover, and then they're like, what other card games are on Algorand? Or like, is there any specific racing games or something like that? And they're able to use that. And as part of that, we're also like gamifying the discovery process of games. So we have a system which is like a questing system that we're going to put in place where a game can come to us and be like, we want to create some education about like how our game works or how to play it. They could have like a video or like some sort of quest that a user can do, and as part of that they might earn like an NFT, which allows them to then play the game, or they can use it within game. Because we think that part of it and that discovery process can be a little bit difficult, and we have so many games actually in our ecosystem, and we just feel it's obviously so important that everyone finds the one that they specifically love, or the few that they love. So that's the main purpose of Cooldown, with a whole bunch of other bells and whistles on it, but we just feel that, and like that we've noticed with like our newsletters that we release on a weekly basis with like all the updates from all the different games, that a lot of people will be like, oh, I've never heard of that game before, let me check it out, just because they read it. So this just takes that to like a different level.
Nice, yeah, I think it's, especially like there's a lot of games under development within Algorand. Some are Discord games. I mean, Ager, you guys were running a Discord game before, and now, you know, in the meantime as you develop, and I think that's a great way to engage the community and keep the community engaged. I used to play that a lot, by the way, I should not say that, but yeah. But speaking of roadmap, can you guys share a little bit of your roadmap for 2023? Let's come back, and maybe Victor, let's start from you.
Yeah, definitely. So we're planning to launch the game to the public in 2023. Currently, we're getting ready for a closed beta for testing. And yeah, it's great you brought up the Discord game, because that's been really helpful in building our community. It gave a little bit of utility to our assets before the game launches, and it is open source. So feel free to check it out. Anybody who's got a Discord.
Right on. And I know you also went through the Miami Accelerator, so that was part of, like, I guess, your past year. How was that experience, just to add on a little bit?
Yeah, that was a great experience. You know, it was great working with Lorenzo and Borderless, all of the mentors and teachers throughout the accelerator. It really helped us solidify a lot of our plans, and yeah, we're really grateful that we got into that. I would definitely recommend it for any startup that's at that stage.
Nice, right on. Mars, how about you guys? What's your roadmap looking for 2023?
Yeah, we're currently in beta, so we've been the past 4 or 5 months testing in alpha, now beta. We've got a Decipher 2022 tournament up at the moment. You can join at polynize.io. As we come out of beta, we're really focusing directly into outside of Web3, thinking about, in particular, students. Students are a big part of our Polynize 1.0. They're naturally creative and naturally interested in what we're doing. So we're moving out into universities in the coming months. We've already got some submissions up at the moment with NYU through the Algorand Foundation, which has been great. So students are just naturally curious. That they're at that age where they're super creative and want to get involved. They love gaming. They just fit the demographic perfectly. And plus, both Shrav and I have got a history of working with students, and they're just so fun to work with. They're so full of enthusiasm. So that'll take us into next year as we start to really refine the game dynamics and get that locked off, and really start developing our hybrid model of online and in-person events. So that's a big part of what we're really looking forward to in the coming 6 months.
Right on, yeah, and like there's a lot of like very strong gaming student clubs. There are like a lot of students participating actively. So that's actually a great route, so kudos to you guys for doing that. And I mean, you know, we run the ACE program, which is definitely a great access to a bunch of universities. I think we have more than 40 universities at the moment. So definitely speak to Daro, and also for the audience, anybody interested in, you know, learning more, reach out to Daro and Eva. They're amazing. They can tell you more about the ACE program. Mano, what about you guys?
All right, so we released our first gameplay trailer only like a month and a half ago, but we're focused on development. We've been working on the whole architecture and making a solid base. So when the next cycle comes in, we need to be prepared and be able to scale with the community. And we are almost 2 or 3 months away of our first playable demo, where we will host online so we can have our community give us feedback. As we know, the community in all the Web3 space, it's way more important than probably in the massive gaming industry. Not as in the indie gaming industry. Most of the projects are built with the community. So we want to launch our first playable demo for our community to start testing it out and give us feedback, because we really want to focus on the fun of the game. And we know that if the community doesn't find it fun and enjoyable, we're kind of screwed. We really need to make sure that the game is fun and has a great appeal for regular gamers. And after that, we think that we will be able to launch the first season by the end of 2023. In the middle, we will do our open beta for more than 1,000 players, and that's it. We're really just at the moment.
Go sign up then.
Yeah, of course, everyone should. We're super excited, and we're just focused on developing and building and making a great, fun game.
I love that. Just to wrap this up, and also kind of connecting to the title of this panel, we're definitely in deep winter. It's very cold. I feel cold. Do you guys feel that gaming is going to be the one vertical that is going to bring crypto out of this winter? Manu?
Yeah, of course, PG. I think that gaming is one of the keys, one of the most important verticals that a blockchain should be paying attention to. As you said in the beginning, there's more than 3.5 billion players around the world. And if you want to bring people to Web3 and people that actually want to use the blockchain, want to use the technology, we have to focus on gaming, of course, because we love it and that's what we do. But I think that entertainment as well, it's just a massive audience that we need to attract. And it's right there for us to just bring in. We just have to focus on on building something that they want to use, they want to enjoy, play, and they are not focused on making money out of it.
100%, man. It's like just I think that's the true core of a healthy community. It's like just people wanting to come together with a shared passion. You can see this in sports, like football. Yeah. I mean, the World Cup is going on. That's, of course. What's better than football to bring people together? Mars, what are your thoughts?
Definitely, I think if we look at the investment sector, there was $5 billion worth of investment just in the first 6 months of 2022, and we all know how long it takes and how hard it is to develop games. So I can see that as we come through the winter, there'll probably be a great intersection between those games really launching and us coming out into this next bull run. So I think that'll drive it quite a bit, because the thing that we have a challenge with at the moment is there's a big portion of the gaming community that are in that play to escape bucket, and especially when the macroeconomic conditions aren't as great as they could be, people are looking to escape, and besides alcohol, gaming is generally a good way to do that. So to compete with the world building that already has been happening within the AAA games, like you're competing with some amazing worlds and some amazing games. So it's going to take a while until we can really build the type of worlds and the experiences that type of player wants to move into. But I'm definitely bullish that'll happen before the winter's through.
Right on. Victor, same question, but just double down on it. Do you think what's going, I mean, I guess we all agree that gaming will definitely bring crypto out of this winter. Do you think it's going to happen more on the AAA game side, in the sense that AAA game will adopt crypto, or will it be the other way around, like some AAA crypto games that are currently being built, which I'm fairly skeptical, because, to build a AAA game, you need a lot of money, a lot of people, and a lot of time. So anybody out there saying, oh, we're building a AAA game, yeah, I mean, let's see in a few years. What are your thoughts, again, given your experience?
Well, yeah, like you guys have brought up, gaming is one of the few industries that's still growing right now with the financial conditions. And I think that as far as who's going to figure it out first, I think that it's probably going to be an indie studio, because it's going to take a lot of creativity to figure out how to present this to players. And it's a risk that the big companies just don't seem to be taking right now. But whoever figures it out first is, they're sitting on a gold mine, because this really can add a lot of value to players' lives. Our team does, our background is in professional play, and so we are really tapped into the communities, and we know what the problems are for these gamers, and we have an idea on the solutions. And I think it's going to take that kind of reasoning to figure out how to produce the best solution. And big companies, I think it's just too big of a leap for them.
Yeah, also, they're making billions of dollars. Why would they change that model, right? Like, they're happy as they are. So I completely agree. Like, they're probably like, you know, wait and see what's going to come out. And then if we all, it's also like our task to prove this model, then they're going to get in. Dean, final thoughts?
Yeah, so I think, like you were saying now, I think the way it'll work is the triple game companies will only enter blockchain once the gamers are demanding them to enter blockchain. If, as gamers, start to recognize the fact that ownership of assets is important and we should have ownership of those assets since we paid for them, then if that demand is out there, then triple A games will sort of be like forced to enter blockchain at some point. And I think that happens with, like you're saying, like a Web 2 game, well, not a Web 2 game, sorry, like an indie studio releasing a great game that does super well in blockchain and drives that adoption. It will then sort of get them to go, because they make, like you said, they make way too much money already. If they allow players to sell their assets, not as many players are going to buy their assets in the first place. So, but I definitely think, talking about like the crypto winter, like gaming will always be big, no matter how the conditions are out there. It's like not connected to the financial markets or anything at all. So as soon as we're able to get Web 2 gamers onto blockchain gaming in general and get that adoption, it will sort of help like us as a blockchain get through a winter pretty well in the first place. So.
Yeah, I agree. That's really. We're running out of time, I see. I guess just a couple of housekeeping things. Just first of all, definitely go check out the gaming lounge. You can try some of these beautiful games and others. I see the Alvatars team here. Shout out to the guys. Just definitely, it's a little bit hidden, I gotta say. But it's the middle of the room and right next to the bowl, I think it's called, one of the other rooms. So definitely go there, check it out, play some of these games. They're a lot of fun. You can also win some algos or some NFTs, which is not that bad at the end of the day. Yeah, I just want to thank you all guys for being here and for all the great work that you guys are doing. So keep up the good work, and hopefully next year, Decipher, we're going to have a way bigger gaming panel and a lot of way more games, and probably can prove that games brought us out of this crypto winter. So thanks again a lot, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, BG.
check. 1, 2. You hear me? Loud and clear. Okay. Check.
Yeah, check.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Very fine. Very fine. Thank you. All right.
Thank you,
Cheers,
bro.
bro. Cheers.
All right. Hello again. Welcome. Come on in. I think people will be kind of coming in over the course of the next few minutes, so just make your way. So welcome back. I hope everybody had a good lunch. And we are at the 2 o'clock hour, so there's just a few more hours left, which is pretty extraordinary. So we've got a couple more panels. We've got the kind of the final keynote at the end of the day, and then obviously the big reception afterwards. So only a few hours left. Sit back, listen, ask questions, engage, and I hope you have an enjoyable last afternoon, because for me it's been fantastic so far. So I'm happy to introduce this next panel, which is at the intersection of blockchain and the public sector, something that I'm kind of particularly interested in. We've got a great panel, a pretty disparate group of people who have worked in different sectors, particularly around in the public sector vis-a-vis blockchain. So I'm looking forward to having them on stage, and I would like you to help me welcome Coinbank CEO Leo Eldewan, Crypto Oasis co-founder Sakir Erakat, former Minister of Health in Colombia, Mr. Fernando Ruiz Gomez, MPay CEO Michael Dersham, and to moderate, Algorand Solution Engineering Director, I know that's a former title, Adriano, so I apologize, but Adriano Di Luzio, welcome them out to the stage, and enjoy.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back from lunch, and thank you all for being here. Why don't we start with a quick round of introduction? Leo, do you want to start?
Sure. Well, to begin with, thank you, Adriano, and the entire Algorand team for such a fantastic event and having us here. Leo Eldoajan, CEO and co-founder of Coinbank, leading tokenization and payments platform in Latin America, working closely with Algorand for the past 3 years. We mainly focus in banking, non-banking financial institutions, and we're working also with some governments tokenizing financial assets.
Super. I'm really happy to be here with you guys. You know, this is a very important part in the Crypto Oasis's milestone. Algorand is the first layer one to pull up an event like this here in the UAE. And for that, let's give them a round of applause. I'm Sakir Erakat, and I'm super excited because on stage I actually have an old friend of mine who I've been dealing with from 7 years ago. We founded Crypto Oasis because we believe that the UAE, and I think all of you are feeling it, has this beautiful blend of talent, capital, and infrastructure that will enable the UAE to be the heart of the Web3 ecosystem, which we are calling the Crypto Oasis. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Fernando. I am from Colombia, and I was the Minister of Health of Colombia up to August this year. And I was in charge for the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, for the last 2.5 years in my country. And I had the opportunity to work with Algorand and to work with Coinbank to produce and to have a very good experience on digital passport for my country. Colombia has been classified as the 12th country in the Bloomberg Resilience Index for the COVID pandemic, and I am very happy to be here to share my experience and the future for the system and for all the digital passport, and this kind of experience in the healthcare sector in Latin America.
And we are happy you're here as well.
Thank you.
Darsh?
Thanks, Adriano. And thanks to the Algorand Foundation for making all this happen. Thanks for our good friends here for putting it together. Super excited being here. Michael Dersham, AKA Dersh, CEO of MAPay, a global healthcare fintech company with US headquarters just outside of Philadelphia. Our global headquarters is in Bermuda. As I mentioned, we work solely in the medical space, medical commerce space, all around digital identity, digital payments, personal health information, and we're doing that on a global scale on Algorand.
All right, so let's get started. I see we have a little bit of mix. I'm here on the tech side. Coinbanks, as we have worked with them on the tech side as well, and then we have Sakur and strategy and the former minister. So why don't we start with use cases in the public sector, right? You mentioned already a couple, and who wants to start? What do you think blockchain enables in the public sector that just wasn't available before?
I think the UAE is a great example, not just because we are in the UAE or because we are proponents of the UAE. What the UAE has done with the public sector approach towards blockchain is rather unique, right? And I say that because at the time when we started, we analyzed the entire world, right? We went to Singapore, Estonia, and others around the world, and there weren't many, to look at emerging technology adoptions. Blockchain is the foundation of the internet of the future, right? If you want to understand blockchain, you need to look at the internet, the foundational element that the internet has brought in. Governments that start to adopt it, and sharing the stage with a previous minister is a testament to that, are the governments that will lead in the future. Now, let's make this specific. What did the UAE do? In Dubai, they announced a blockchain strategy as early as 2016. That blockchain strategy looked at multiple pillars. One of them is industry creation, and today all of us here are a testament to that industry creation. Leo was here at the time. We were around essentially building this ecosystem from scratch. What the UAE did uniquely, though, is put this at the center of constituent engagement. How do I, as a government, use blockchain to make my constituents more happy? And there is a happiness agenda that goes hand in hand with blockchain adoption. So the easiest way was, let's find out how to use this. And the way they started using it was for registries, and they used, and I have these conversations all the time, they use these permissioned blockchains, and many say permissioned blockchains aren't blockchains, and I went down this philosophical discussion with my colleagues. Having said that, they started figuring out where are the inefficiencies, right? How can we remove duplicate effort? How can we make the life of our citizens easier using blockchain? And it's I'm very proud to be able to see this firsthand, because now they're replicating this for the metaverse with the Dubai metaverse strategy, right? And it always, with the blockchain emerging technology element, it seems to start in Dubai, and then they pick it up on the federal level.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I want to take it from there, and you mentioned a couple of the benefits that blockchain gives us. And I think a good segue is why we need those benefits and why we can't have them with private chains, right? That's something we have heard a lot today, and even from you. So maybe I'm going to ask to the former minister, Fernando, why you picked Algorand to deploy your vaccine certificates in Colombia, and what benefits does the chain give you?
I would like to show you the scenario 2.5 years ago in Colombia that is not very different from the global scenario in the entire world. We had quarantine, almost 5 months of quarantine. People were almost desperate, and at this point, there was a lot of discussion between the public health officials and the economic officials about this conflict between the economic recovery, the economics, and the public health. And most of the people say that if you are in the public health area, you should assure that the health is the most important issue, and you never should worry to open the economy. But in Colombia, we decided that that is not true, that we cannot, as a country, afford to maintain a closed country with the economy closed and with the people losing employment, people getting in poverty, and with a lot of problems. So we decided that we needed to go further and to push to open the economy. And one very important issue was how to verify and to identify those who had get vaccinated. Vaccine was, of course, the most important and the most efficient strategy to get the people go to the street, to get the employment, to work, and to go and to enjoy life and to travel a lot. So we decided to do that, and one issue very important was how to get a system that could permit us to have a digital passport that could be easily verified, that was we can perform in a very efficient way. And we had a lot of fraud, a lot of problems with people who do not correct things to say that they were vaccinated. So we decided to go to Leo and to work with him and to say, Leo, please help us how to do that. And he talked about COVAX, about Algorand, and we decided to work with Algorand. We think it's a very reliable company that could have the best technology. And fortunately, we took a very good decision because in a very short time, we have our digital passport. Colombian digital passport was maybe the fastest passport performed in Latin America. It's the single one passport that we're able to be standardized with the European Union.
Nice.
So we can afford to open our economy and open our tourists and the travel. And last year, Colombia was the world leader in open the skies for tourism and for travel abroad. This was possible because we had the possibility to have a very good digital passport that could be used for 10 million Colombians, more than 10 million Colombians, and we had very close to 30 million downloads using this digital passport. So this is a way that we do sound policy in the middle of a crisis, and we link this with the technology to produce better results for our people.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice.
And let's stay in South America for a second. I know, Leo, you worked with Colombia, but CoinBanks also works with other governments. So I was wondering whether you think South America can be considered like the first mover in this kind of applications. And I'm going to go to other places later there.
Yeah, well, maybe just before answering your last question, something that I believe it's important to highlight, what are the blockchain components that Sagar and Fernando were talking about that make it appealing for governments to actually implement it. I'm going to be a little controversial here, but honestly, it's a shield against political trolling.
Right.
Like when you go with the government, and especially and here I'm really sorry for what I'm about to say, Fer, but in Latin America, we have a lot of underdeveloped economies and governments and policies. One political party destroys what the other one built, and it's year after year the same. And if you go with a proprietary technology saying, hey, I want to build this, it would bring a lot of benefits to the citizens, the immediate question is, oh, but what's your interest behind that? Who's that company? Who owns it? What do you stake? What's your stake on it? Why will we give all of this information to company X? Doesn't matter. When blockchain appeared, it was like, okay, I understand it. I'm not giving my information to anyone. It's not an American company. It's not an European company. It's not an Argentinian company. It's a blockchain. It's the Ether.
It's a public good.
Exactly. So that was actually a political shield for politicians like Fernando here that wanted to implement good measures but didn't have the tools before to actually make them happen from a political point of view, not from a technical point of view. Getting technical, Algorand was, as I told you in the introduction, we worked with, after 7 years in Coinbase, we've worked with 9 different protocols. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Lightning Network, RSK, Hyperledger, Corda, Blockchain Federal Argentina, that's an Argentinian government type of blockchain, pure bullshit. Polygon, it is.
Non-controversial.
So, non-controversial. So what Algorand gave us is, in Colombia, we had days where the peaks of certificates that we have to issue, this is transactions on chain, were almost 500K.
Right.
Just imagine like, you sir, come get your vaccination. No, just sit aside, have a coffee, in 10 minutes we'll have your certificate ready. Like, you need scalability, and that's one of the technical capacities on Algorand, right?
And I'm going to add immediate finality. So
immediate finality, yeah. Now, moving forward to your second question, Latin America, same play, I mean, in the same way like South Asia, maybe Africa, it's like the perfect combination of factors for crypto and blockchain technology to flourish.
Right.
Now, you go to the US, you have more credit cards than people. I'm not discovering anything there. In Latin America, you have countries, probably you all here heard about El Salvador and what President Bukele did last year. El Salvador is just an example of one of the various countries in Latin America where remittances represents more than 15% of the country's GDP. So just remove the whatever company you like percentage of that and take it to crypto fees, you're probably increasing the GDP from a significant percentage. It's like you skip one wave of technological innovation. You know, you go from plus 50% cash transactions, you don't have credit cards, you don't have bank accounts, you go directly to an on-chain transaction or to DeFi protocols. That's why in Latin America there's a need for that. And I wrap up with that personal example. I'm born and raised in Argentina. It's a country where to date, if you Google, and I invite you to do it, just Google for Argentinian peso to American dollar exchange rates. You will find 12. Because one exchange rate is the official exchange rate that the government gives you. The other is the street value of the dollar. The other one is the Qatar dollar, as they call it, because if you use your credit card abroad, they'll charge some taxes. The tourism dollar, the soy dollar, the crypto dollar. So when you grow in an ecosystem like that, where inflation this year is going to close to almost in 70%, you need to get creative. Like, I personally traveled back in the day, took a ferry of 3 hours to Montevideo, Uruguay, swiped my card because the tourism dollar was 3 times cheaper than the street value dollar, on a casino, grabbed some chips, walked around for 5 minutes, went back to the cashier, I want US dollars, I went back to Argentina, and the spread in the change not only protected my inflation and get my salary back then like 20% more, but it also paid the trip.
Right.
That's the type of things we deal in some countries in Latin America. So crypto, just a stable coin, it's like music to our ears.
Yep. Yeah. And I see here how we are at the intersection between payments, but also the public sector, health, and I hear, Dersh, you have worked quite a lot in that space. So why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, we were the first company to sign an agreement with an entire country to take a look at their overall healthcare spend and payments, as well as the data, and including cross-border payments and data. When I look at things like this, I think first we look at it from a macro perspective. You know, if I'm there from a Premier Burt perspective, or Ricky Brainwith, who's the CEO of the Bermuda Health Council, you know, what are some of the larger macro issues that happen, you know, within our jurisdiction? You know, the cost of just moving money around the healthcare system can be upwards to 20, 25%, and when that money's going cross-border, you know, that can be upwards to 40% with the cast of characters that are in between moving that, right? And then when I look at other things like access to data and what that means from an individual perspective, as well as a population health management perspective, what are those, you know, kind of competing data silos where that data happens today, right? So I look at those two kind of broad case macro perspectives and say, okay, how do I fix that, right? And you don't say, geez, I bet blockchain can do it, right? It's, working with solution providers that then use the plumbing that blockchain and NFTs and digital payments provide, right? And so, but I think to a broader than, if I'm a policy leader, I don't want to put any words for it, but what we're told then is you can give this tech to people, but if it's not adopted or there's not engagement, then what's the use? If there isn't utility, and how do we get there? Medical commerce, as probably everybody in the audience knows, or at least our opinion, is different than any other type of commerce. There's three key stakeholders. There's patients, providers, and payers, right? And within that ecosystem, it's pretty closed, right? And so as we started adoption, and we had the agreements from both government and private sector, but driven by the government desire to do this, the question then becomes, in that case, I call it the chicken the egg chicken syndrome. Who's going to go first? Where's the value proposition that we're giving the patients? Where's the value proposition that we're giving the providers? Where's the value proposition that we're giving the payers, meaning insurance and government payers? And that's a conundrum for any solution, but even outside of blockchain, right? Whenever you're deploying new technology and new solutions. And it was something that kept me up at night. And I think it kept some of leading folks in Bermuda, like, what is that first step? What is that tipping point? What's going to be the one that takes it forward? And I'll never forget, it was probably September, about a year and a half ago. And we're sitting there with the CEO of the Bermuda Health Council. And he looked at me and he said, Dersh, I've got another issue. He said, credentialing, permitting, and licensing of providers. So what that means to the non-healthcare is that if I want to practice medicine, if I want to give a drug from a pharmacy, if I want to have a hospital or clinic, I need to be licensed, credentialed, or permitted, whatever the vernacular is, in that jurisdiction, as well as with the insurance companies that are allowing me to see those members and the government payers. With that, because I knew everything else that we were talking about from slide decks and vision, that our impact that we could make globally. But with that statement, I about reached over and kissed him because I knew he had the answer. With us then providing a credentialing app, which is now on-chain on Algorand, making that more efficient, and to the providers, it's just an app. They don't know blockchain, they don't need NFT, they don't need anything, right? But at the end of the day, it gave us 1/3 of the ecosystem, AML, KYC'd everything, right? Which then led us to the insurance and the government payers, because that's how that ecosystem works. Which AML, KYC'd that from a digital identity and digital payment perspective from an enterprise level, which then led us to all patients and all Bermudians, right? With that, now we've laid the plumbing for total adoption. And that, I think, as I look at from a public sector perspective and adoption, I think that is key. How do I, because you can give, in this world, you can give anybody a digital wallet, but if there's no utility, and we've seen, if there's no utility, what's the quote-unquote use, right? What's the purpose? So as I look at what we do now in other jurisdictions, and I think others, I would say, how do we get that initial adoption? It doesn't have to be, the entire pie right out of the gate, but if we build that trust and we build that credibility as a solution provider and coming from the public sector, administrators, then I think we're on a winning path.
See, and I find it funny, I didn't know this. But this use case is here in the UAE as well, right? So you'll see government in one way or the other. Overall, think in the same line items, right? And that's such an obvious use case, and it's one of the first use cases that we saw go live and is still active here in the UAE, specifically in Dubai.
Thank you both. I hear strategy, and I hear that you need a utility in order for a solution to be adopted, and I 100% agree with that. I wanted to ask you all at this point whether you think there are blockers on the either legislative or executive side that would prevent you from, gaining adoption, even if you find utility. So even if population is ready, the use case is strong, but there's something that blocks you. And if there is there, then how do we solve this, right?
I think technology in general and regulation, if regulation is on this side, then technology is on that side, right? And we've seen in many ways that regulation and technology don't go hand in hand. Having said that, it is finding that killer use case that Dirk referred to, right? Or His Excellency, the former minister, referred to, right? This is essentially talking about what it is that brings a value. Figuring out, is there enough value? Because once you can showcase enough value, you will be able to then say, hey, this is a use case that you should use, at least we should try it. And by the way, we've seen this in more complex jurisdictions. We are very lucky here in the UAE that we have a forward-thinking leadership that wants to adopt this technology, and once that they see trials working, they will make legislation happen, right? It's not easy as in any country, but it's easier than other countries. But I want to focus, for example, towards the EU. Even in the EU, where it is impossible to push through anything, right, from a legislatory point of view.
It's
right?
very hard.
Well, I'm comparing to you. We're faster moving. Even there, we see pockets where blockchain is being used and being at least put in a regulatory sandbox. All right? So let's make this specific. First of all, it's about not technology. I love that, right? I think if we're talking about technology, it's the wrong conversation to have. We're technologists, so naturally we want to talk about technology, probably just by a show of hand. Who here would define himself being in the technology space? Right, that's probably 70% of the room, right? So it's natural that we will want to talk about technology because it's what we do, it's what we know, it's what we love. The conversation, and this is the first learning that I take, I know this is being streamed all over the world, from the UAE to the world, is do not focus about technology. Focus on the customer experience. Here they called it the happiness agenda, right? How do we make people happier using this beautiful technology that is called blockchain, right? So finding the right use case obviously needs to look at the business value of the use case, the possibility of implementing that use case on scale, but should have at the front and center, how do we improve the lives of our citizens with this use case? The second element that this should look at is where and how do we bring wide-scale benefit to the wider population? And how does this one technology, for example, to stay with the example that Dersh or the minister shared, for example, a digital health passport for vaccinations that you guys worked on. Dersh talked about how we created a registry. How does this then fit in the wider ecosystem, right? Because it doesn't help if we have the best technology in the world, the best use case in the world, if the wider ecosystem cannot benefit from it. But probably the most important element, and that goes for regulations as well, is an attitude of wanting to fail forward. We are so early. This is so new. No one knows what the right answer is. While you're dealing with these technologies, it's important to accept, hey, you might just fail. And that's easier said than done, especially when you're talking to government, right? Exactly. So it's probably these three elements that I feel made the UAE also become more successful in that journey.
I will agree, it's not technology. Technology is there and technology is ready to use. I think one important issue is leadership from the political point of view. You need leadership and you need to identify the problems and how to go further to solve these issues. In Colombia, in my experience, we were able, in the last 2 years, to develop for example, the medical record legislation and regulation, the interoperability, and we were even able 2 weeks before I leave the office to let the regulation for the secondary use of data because we have in the health sector, in the healthcare sector, a lot of data, but how to use this data in a very sensitive data that is very difficult to use, but we need to go further to envision a new ways to use the data, anonymizing data, and to produce secondary use of data. In Colombia, we led the regulation. What is the next issue? What is the next? What is next? To build community of users, people to get together the providers, to get together the insurers, and to identify problems that we can solve with technology. In some points, governments are left behind, and the private sector have to push to produce these solutions. And in the case of my country, we are now in this point. We need to push the private sector to bring solutions and to have the possibility to provide and to have a solution for the system. So it's a combination between leadership, political will, leadership, technology, and of course the build of community, how to build community and community that could share principles, objectives, and of course to have projects together to produce, to improve the solutions for the people.
Yeah, I hear both your points. I'm going to get to you.
Yeah, I'd just like to add something real quick. You know, I think what's really important, again, on that theme of adoption and engagement, I use this terminology all the time. There's a difference between marketplace pull and marketplace push, right? Marketplace push is, I have this new, and I'm pushing it on. And you could make the argument that even during COVID, you know, that the minister did marketplace push. I would disagree with that, because even though it was an event that needed that technology or that solution, he still had to convince the marketplace in the right way to accept it, right? So again, as leaders from the public sector, and then solution providers, I would again make sure that we are out in front of that with those constituents that you're trying to engage and bring in as a marketplace pool to understand what their needs and requirements are and be able to feed that back to them.
Yeah, I agree. Push and pull, there's the tension, right? It needs to come, it comes from private because that's where the incentives are, but you also need to take the governments into account because regulation needs to move as well. It's something that I've been hearing that we call participative regulation, where technology as a tool moves incredibly fast, and regulation need to adapt for that to be able to happen, right? But you cannot regulate.
Modern regulation, I would always say, it's certainty in the interpretation.
That as well.
A lot of the times, there's not an actual, from a pure legal point of view. One of my biggest flaws is that I'm a lawyer.
Oh, you are?
I am, yeah.
Oh, now I understand.
Can we leave the panel now?
So most of the times, you don't need more regulation from a technical, legal point of view. But crypto and blockchain in general has this myth around it where the political leadership says that they forget about the basic principle of law, which is, in most countries, if it's not specifically prohibited, it's allowed. That for crypto and blockchain doesn't apply. It's not prohibited, okay, but we should think about a regulation to make it possible. So most of the times is be clear on how you guys, the leadership, are interpreting this. And be open to have that interpretation challenged, because you are in other aspects. If not, if you pretend a completely regulated, but I'm not talking about unregulated landscape. I'm talking on an ecosystem or a landscape where you can have a single regulation for each use of the technology. Because as you and Sagar were debating at the beginning of your last question, regulation moves way slower than technology. That would be impossible to keep.
Yeah, it needs to move together with the technology.
Yep, or at least providing a framework. I honestly don't expect regulation to be even updated with technology. It's just you need to be as principle-based and as broad as you can. Like, these are the main guidelines that we want to protect. Perfect. Let's make everything adapt to those guidelines.
So I see we're almost at time, and I know some of you need to run as soon
Need
as
to watch the Argentina game.
We all need Messi to win today, guys.
So I wanted to conclude, maybe asking what's next. So what do you think is gonna come, and where else the blockchain can help? At this intersection of payment, public sector, health.
You know, I read an Arabic proverb the other day, and it says, whoever is foreseeing the future, even if he's right, he's lying, right? So I think what we need to accept, and it's very difficult to do that because there's so much FOMO and so much, hey, you have to do this right now, or no, you don't have to do it, you have to stay away from it right now. We have to accept that not even for blockchain, but even in the wider technology sense, we are so early. Right? So if we're talking about technology, not even specific blockchain, I'd say we're in the first second of the first minute, of the first hour, of the first day, of the first month, of the first year of our journey towards technology. We are still so early. But what's next? Governments around the world, they are already adopting it. But if we're comparing this to a technology we know a little bit more, which is mobile phones, if blockchain is mobile phones, I think we are still in the world where phones are bags, and you have to connect you're connected to it, and maybe you can talk for 5 minutes, and then it's gone. We are still not at handheld devices. We're far away from touch screens. We're far away from the internet being connected on my phone and me being able to do something on it. But what's very positive for a guy like me who's in this with his heart, is to see that governments are going there. I mean, the mere fact that we have a former minister next to us is such a beautiful statement to how we are moving forward in this.
I will think that we already have the technology. Blockchain is there. Blockchain can produce us secure and efficient information. What is next? Next, we need to link what different types of information and to provide these avenues to bring information to get analytics, data management, and of course, manage risks and maybe financial risks also linked with the healthcare system. So we have a very open and large landscape for the future. Where to start is the issue. How to start? Nice. We need to link just the providers, the insurers, the government, and the people to have the better possibilities. In Colombia, we have a wallet with 10 million. We just need to link data from, for example, medical data, anonymized medical data to produce and to start producing a system for risk management and other kind of issues that could be very important. It could make a difference for the Colombian citizen and for everyone in every country of the world. Beautiful.
It's funny you mentioned that because I was just chatting with Dersh about this in other areas of the world. So maybe Dersh, you wanna tell us about it?
Yeah, I think about this stuff a lot, of course, as we're all advocates. But I would say that, especially in these particular storms that we're in right now, right? Those of you that know me, and I get asked this all the time, if I'm speaking at a conference in New York and it's rainy, dreary, one of those crazy December days, and I still have my Ray-Bans around, right? And I get asked, Dersh, why do you wear those? And I wear them in memorial to my grandmother, a wise woman, who said, on the darkest days, the light will come out, the sun will shine, right?
Beautiful.
On the brightest days, make sure you're tempered, right? So I would say this, taking what Sylvia and everybody was saying yesterday about this crypto winter, that today is a bright day. Today's a bright day for MAPay. Today's a bright day for Algorand. And today's a bright day for the industry. Last night, we signed a contract with the state of India for 100 million NFTs for a digital health registry riding on Algorand. I couldn't say it in a more humble way, but we are so pumped today that in the midst of darkness, there's a lot of light. And, you know, kind of paraphrasing what Stacy said yesterday, right? That in all this wackiness and craziness that's going around us, we just get it done.
Yeah. Love it.
It's great. I believe one of the beautiful things this industry has is, or this technology, because it's cross-industry, right? I've never had the chance before, and I'm aware probably my career is not as extensive enough as most of you guys here, but even talking with people, you don't find too many times the possibility to work at the edge of knowledge. Like, we keep pushing the limits, and that's something that personally I love it. And if you take the past, I don't know, 5 years maybe, just to shorten down the time frame a little bit, the spirit was regulation, nothing. Like, we don't want to talk to regulators. We are all maxis. Crypto will...
The Far West.
Exactly, the Far West. And now, it's like it even seems like if we were asking for regulation after the crazy past weeks that we have FTX, Celsius, et cetera, you all know what I'm talking about. So this shifting in the ecosystem and shaping the product and the tech constantly, it's something that requires a lot of sharpness, a lot of agility, and that's beautiful. And I'm going to try to make a statement. I'm going to lie about the future, as Sucker said. I believe that we are entering an area or an era of Far West coexisting with regulated, but regulated traditional financial institutions. The days where you gave your keys to a centralized exchange, non-regulated, that it doesn't have the best practices that they should, they're gone. We're entering a phase of banking, handling crypto, governments handling blockchain, and still, we will still have DeFi, non-custodial, and the degens of the world.
Yeah, and you can keep your own data, and as Des was saying, be in control of them. All right, thank you all for the time here, for the beautiful stories, and well, we'll see you next time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, everybody. Special shout out to Sakar, who was instrumental in helping to organize this. So that was, he did a fantastic job. So Crypto Oasis, thank you, wherever you are. You guys are fantastic. So thank you to the whole panel. So next up, I'm going to be moderating a panel as well on kind of safer, greener, smarter cities and how blockchain helps achieve the objectives that these folks are setting out for our urban areas. And so I think Linda's going to be up on screen. So we've got 3 people here and 1 person up on the screen. We've got Urban Change co-founder Ortel Taval, Planet Watch co-founder Claudio Parnello, Tram founder Ramiro Almeida, and hopefully Quantum Temple founder and CEO Linda Adami. And so please welcome the panelists, and I'll be sitting here moderating. I should stand. All right. Oh, there's Linda. Hey, Linda. Linda, you got a big presence here in the room. I just noticed that. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so I want to get the conversation started, and I want to start it by, I guess we'll start with you, Ramiro. Tell us a little bit about yourself, kind of just the brief bio. And what I like to do, and I did this with the financial inclusion panel is, what's the problem that you're trying to solve? How are you trying to solve it? And why are you trying to solve it? But let's begin with framing just a little bit of your bio and framing it as like, what did you see that you want to solve?
Thank you, Matt. So I come from the self-driving vehicle technology industry. I spent about 7 years trying to solve one of the most complex problems around technology, trying to figure out how to make vehicles navigate on their own. And as part of that process, we spend a lot of time trying to understand mobility in general and the complexities within cities and mobility and how that plays a role in society and the core challenges underneath the different elements that come together to build a mobility system, a transportation system in urban cores. And one of the things that we understood very clearly as part of that process was that carbon emissions is one of the key challenges that we need to solve for. You know, society has been depending on the vehicle for almost 8 decades now. And obviously, that is generating more or less about 1/3 of emissions globally. And so we identified an opportunity to be able to look into alternatives on how to solve for that. How can we make transportation more efficient in general for society, for the world, for us to be able to tackle climate change. And so that's how we came into where we are today, where we found an opportunity to generate value for individuals to become part of a marketplace that does not exist. It's a new asset class that we are creating, taking advantage of blockchain technology and what's capable of allowing us to do in terms of creating patterns of mobility for the individual. And then the process we're building is going to allow us to tokenize our actions and efforts, real actions and real efforts, and based on the data of those patterns and those actions and those trips, we're able to determine what your carbon footprint is at very accurate levels with a lot of precision. And there's a marketplace where the individual will benefit from the actions that they take, their sustainable actions. Companies are going to benefit from the opportunity to be able to incentivize individuals and acquire those tokens directly for different purposes and speak directly to consumers to be able to incentivize them to take positive actions towards the environment. And then obviously society will benefit because at scale, the reduction, the volume of reduction within carbon emissions that we can generate is quite vast.
Right. And how did you get there? Were you at the MIT Media Lab prior to that?
Yes, this is a MIT spin-off company. You know, my colleagues, one of them is a tenured professor at MIT, which is focusing, Xinhua Zhao, focusing most of his work around behavioral change. He's the director of the MIT Mobility Initiative, which is an institute-wide initiative that is focusing on how to improve mobility within cities at a global scale. And so he's our chief scientist, and he's at the forefront of our efforts.
So it's interesting. You talked about behavioral change, which is kind of at the heart of what TRAM is really about. And that kind of reminds me of Ortel, and you're kind of focused on behavioral change. But urban change, kind of the name kind of speaks for itself. What's the problem that you're trying to solve? I mean, the umbrella here is green, smart cities. But what under that umbrella do you identify as, this is why I got into this, this is what I want to solve? Then we'll go into the how a little bit later.
Yes, so hello everyone, I'm Ortal. Cities have many goals to achieve, right? Big goals. When you go in cities, you can see challenges like trash in the streets or plastic in the ocean. You can see some cities that have suicidal high ratio of it, and they need to take care of mental health around it, right? So many challenges around sustainability, diversity, the local economy. And municipal authorities cannot achieve these goals by themselves. They need the residents to get on board and participate too. And the key here is local engagement. because it's not easy for people to go out and about and take action in the physical world, action that will matter eventually. So what Urban Change Protocol is doing, it's enabling any city and any local community to have their own decentralized local coins, city coins, and using the coins, the community can generate local engagement and encourage residents to take action. So residents can be incentivized for taking action that will benefit their community. For example, to cycle more, to recycle, to shop at local business or at women-owned business, or any other action that will promote the goals of the city and make it a better place to live in.
And just a little bit about your background. How'd you get here? What were you doing before this?
In the Urban Change. So I'm the CEO of Kolu, and Kolu has been pioneering city coins for the last 5 years. We're working with 10 cities in the US. We have success stories in cities like Boston and Akron, Ohio. Just for example, in Akron, the municipality really wanted to encourage shopping locally. And during the pandemic, when local businesses had hard times and people just moved to shop, and big retailers online, Amazon and others, and they used the city coins to encourage such a behavior, to come back and shop at the local businesses. And we saw that after a few weeks, the volume was more than doubled in these local businesses, which is a huge impact on the community, right? But there are other use cases as well. Let's say in Boston, they really wanted to promote diversity. So they encouraged residents to shop at Black-owned, women-owned, and minority-owned businesses. And we saw that 77% of all Citicoin transactions went in such businesses. So.
Interesting. So that's, I mean, there's a policy piece to this because cities must support this and adopt it and support that city coin. And there's a policy piece, there's a policy theme that's going to run through this panel, and there's a behavioral change theme that also runs through this panel, I think. And I think you'll realize the two are kind of bound inextricably to each other. And also, I just want to say we're going to give time for questions and answers. So if you hear something you're curious about, please think about a question and go ahead and ask when the time is ready. Claudio, to that kind of policy question, talk to us about Planet Watch. Talk to us about a little bit about yourself, and then what's the problem that you're trying to solve.
Sure, thank you. So I'm Claudio Parinello, I'm CEO and co-founder of Planet Watch. About myself, so my background is in science. Till the end of the previous century, I was an academic researcher in particle physics. Have a PhD in particle physics. Then I turned entrepreneur. In between that transition, I spent 6 years at CERN in Geneva. CERN is a major research center and actually the place where the web was born a long time ago. And I was exposed to a number, of course, of interesting things, including the notion of citizen science, which is a fascinating one because it's the idea that for some specific scientific or high-profile endeavors, unskilled, ordinary people can give substantial contributions. And in the early 2000s, there have been a number of interesting citizen science projects. One that I like to mention was called Galaxy Zoo, and it was about classifying, I think, over 1 million pictures of galaxies, and somebody figured out that it was actually easier to ask a child or a normal person, does this look more like a disc or a cigar, rather than running some AI on the pictures. So thousands of people were recruited to participate in this effort, and eventually a scientific publication came out with thousands of names of the kids and whoever had participated. I found that fascinating. However, I felt that something was lacking in these great initiatives, which was global transparency, traceability, and an incentive scheme which was transparent and scalable. So sometime later, I developed a passion for a number of environmental issues, and I got concerned about what's a major killer, which is pollution. Now, air pollution is something that kills 7 million people worldwide every year. 99% of humans are exposed to below standard air, and that's the data from the WHO. And in order to mitigate and tackle this killer, we need way better air quality data than we have today. And that's a major, major challenge because way better data means essentially deploying say, 50 times more air quality sensors on the ground than we have today in every city in the world. So I was thinking about this huge endeavor. I was reminiscent of citizen science, and I felt that the only reasonable approach to this challenge was a blend of citizen science and new technology, including blockchain technologies. Because the idea is the following. We want to deploy very dense air quality monitoring sensors in every city in the world. The only effective, scalable, fast, and cost-effective partnership we can have to do this is with people, with local residents, people who live in the city. They have the highest stake in the air they breathe. So putting together this notion of citizen science, advanced plug-and-play IoT devices, and a blockchain-based ledger and reward system based on a utility token, I felt that this was the way to go. And in fact, I must say, 1.5 years down the line, I'm quite happy with what we achieved because we deployed last year over 70,000 sensors worldwide. We created a community on Algorand of 40,000 plus people. We already processed in excess of 8 billion data streams. Actually, we are posting more than 1 out of 3 transactions on blockchain every day. So I was really enthused by the fact that we could engage people to tackle a global challenge with a Web3 approach and make this work. And to me, that was the only way to make this work. So my conclusion is that we have in front of us a number of very compelling global challenges. And I really think that a Web3 community-based approach is really the only approach to tackle some of these challenges.
And so this is really citizen action in action, right? I mean, this is, all three of you talked about getting people to change their behavior, to behave differently through incentives. And I'm going to come back to you in a second, Ramiro, to find out. I know you're launching pilots soon, and you've got a lot of young people throughout Latin America, so I'm really excited to hear about that. But let's go to Linda, who's got a little bit of a different take on this, because one of the challenges for cities around the world is this mass influx of people from rural areas coming to cities because that's where jobs are, and that's where a lot of the incentive to move is, which is kind of in this problem for cities as they adjust and they absorb more and more people and services become more and more stretched. So Linda, I want you to talk just a little bit about yourself, and then what's Quantum Temple doing in a sense that helps kind of stem that tide from rural to urban?
Great. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, miraculously we can. That's awesome.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Linda. I'm the founder and CEO of Quantum Temple. We are a Web3 platform preserving cultural heritage, creating the first decentralized record of heritage on-chain in a way that can unlock regenerative funding, especially for ancestral communities, most of them living in rural areas, through Web3. So the way the model works is that we bring together ancestral communities, local institutions, mostly in the forms of ministers of tourism, tourism boards, and ministries of cultures, anthropologists and content creators, and collectively we co-create a NFTs collection that represents different expressions of both tangible and intangible heritage, and the proceeds that are unlocked through these NFTs collections are actually shared transparently and regeneratively with the local communities we engage. Now, as you were saying, Matt, why does this relate to Smart City? Why does this matter? The first point I wanted to mention is really about the rapid urbanization, right? Like today, global population is about 8 billion. It is estimated that is expected to double by 2050, with 70% of total people going to be living in urban areas, right? Already today, cities generate about 80% of global GDP. So it's obvious that all economic opportunities are in urban centers and the rural areas are going to be left behind. So how do we tackle this like urban to rural income disparity? And I think that actually cultural heritage and cultural tourism can play a very big role when it's managed well. And we're going to try, we're doing it through Web3, which I'd love to tell you more about it.
That's great. Thank you, Linda. Yeah, it's in rural parts, particularly in the United States and the Northwest, as they pivot from logging and kind of environmental extraction to tourist-based industry as a way to keep jobs and to build jobs, partly because they obviously people need jobs, and it's a way to kind of stem that tide of move from rural to urban, which is a major challenge. And some places do it better than others. And then, so, I want you to talk a little bit more later, Linda, about blockchain and why that's so important, and drill down a little bit on the Web3 aspects of it, as well as you, Ramiro. But I want you to start with what's happening in the next couple of weeks with TRAM, and what's the kind of the demographic of the volunteers that you're looking at in the pilot, and talk a little bit about that.
So we're super excited because we have basically been able to prove that the go-to-market strategy that we set ourselves to, to put in place to understand, the potential demand for the solution is basically something we didn't expect. The response from these communities in 7 countries is really large. We have signed agreements with 15 universities so far in 7 countries. We have signed agreements with universities in Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico. We're about to sign with Argentina next week, the US, and Spain.
Wow.
And so we have created what we call now the University Footprint Network. And basically what universities are doing is that they are adopting our platform for a means for their communities, faculty, student, and staff to use TRAM as a means of reducing their carbon footprint in a way that they can measure accurately, account for, and also be incentivized to continue to do so. So it's a really large user base. It represents about 400,000 people currently, and this is just the beginning. And we're having extremely exciting conversations around elements like having the opportunity to make carbon reduction a requirement for graduation, for example.
Oh, wow.
Like in the US, when you graduate from high school, you have to have a specific number of community service hours that you need to achieve in order to, to graduate, to get your diploma. So basically, we're creating a framework with universities around the world where students are going to have to reduce their carbon footprint by X in order to be able to graduate and get their diploma. So the scale and the volume of the user base that, that we're dealing with currently is extremely overwhelming. It's very exciting, and it gives us a lot of hope, because we are at a point where we understand that society, finally, all of us have recognized that we got to do something. And the challenge that we have is that I think everybody recognizes that we got to do something, but we don't really know what to do. And so we understood that the technology that we have available today is basically allowing us to provide that opportunity to people.
And why is that? What is it inherent within that technology that allows you to do that?
I think, and I'll go back to something I heard on the panel previously to this one, which I think is very interesting, and I think it's right on target. Technology today is so advanced. It's allowing us to do so many different things as a society, as human beings. The tools that we have are so powerful, and we can do so much with them, right? That only with the computing capacity that we carry on our phones every day, there's so much that we can do. And we haven't even started to see all of the multiple possibilities of using that to our advantage in terms of solving some of the critical problems that I guess most of us are here trying to understand how to actually do, right? How to actually execute on. Mm-hmm. And so we're using a lot of these technologies, which I guess we're very familiar with because we have dealt with them for a number of years, a specific number of sensors that we have deployed in the billions around the world that are allowing us to create algorithms to be able to contribute to what we call, the carbon reduction economy. Mm-hmm. But it's a marketplace where all of us are going to have the opportunity to play a role. Because as human beings, I think that we are always driven by incentives. Mm-hmm. And part of the opportunity is that technology today allows us to get the individual in the middle of the marketplace, because the individual is driven by incentives. So we can create these frameworks where the individuals are going to get incentives to behavior, to change their behavior, or to eventually have a consistent behavior throughout time to be able to generate positive actions and a positive output towards the environment is very exciting. And universities have been the first to recognize the power of that. And so it's a very good place to be, and we have a lot of hope in terms of what we see as the next step.
I want to add to it about technology. Of course, we have a very advanced technology, and I think the challenge here is to see how to connect the really advanced digital world to the physical world that we're living in, right? And this is what we're trying to do, to say, how do we use technology in the best way to really drive the local engagement, to encourage people to take action in the physical world, right, to make our life better. I mean, it's very easy to see a post on social media and to say, oh, I like it, you're right, it's great, we should do something about it. But it's a different thing to go out and about and do it, right? And keep up the trash, volunteer, cycle, skip the private car, or other things that are convenient, right, and easy. But we understand that to achieve change, we need to make an effort. And we see the technology really as a good means to do it. And I think this is the thing.
So how do you do it?
So how do we do it?
You can't just not answer that question.
Of course. So in Urban Change Protocol, we developed a unique dual token model. So when we say city coins, we believe that every local community should have their own local coins. We look at it as two tokens. One should be stable, a local coin that anyone can really earn for its daily actions that promote the community, and he can go and spend at local businesses around him, really connected to his home, where he lives, to the daily actions, to the places around him, and create the interactions with the people that he lives nearby them. And the second token, we call it the impact token, is a governance token. So as long as you're more active in the community, shop locally, and really doing good for your community, you will earn the impact token. You will have more governance, and you can take part in decisions that will make the community better.
Yeah, got it. And I guess the same question, Linda, I'll start with you. How do you use these technologies to Web3 to incentivize people to act? When you're going into communities in Bali, in East Africa, in North Africa, and you're kind of creating these NFTs for value for folks, what is it about that gets them to participate?
Great. Yeah, so one thing I wanted to mention even earlier is that we talked about how rural tourism, and especially rooted in cultural tourism, can be a positive tool for rural development. The issue, though, with tourism is that despite being a huge wealth generator, pre-pandemic, it generated $9.6 trillion. Cultural tourism represents 40% of that. But it is estimated by the United Nations World Travel Organization that for every $100 spent on a tour holiday, only $5 stay in the country when that country is a developing country. And that's remarkable, right? So that means that surely, tourism again can make a huge impact, but this impact is actually not trickling down to the communities. So how can we change that? So what we're doing is that we have created an NFT marketplace, and then an NFT product studio, if you will, in which we help communities on board on Web3. Right now, most of this sector, from the leadership level all the way to the community level, is almost unaware that Web3 exists, or like how to take advantage of it, how to be included, how to capitalize on it. So what we're doing is we have developed a model to really help fast track their adoption, and so we will help them create collections of NFTs that again represents expressions of tangible or intangible heritage. So for example, on the tangible heritage sites, we are 3D scanning artifacts. We're also starting to implement 3D scanning of heritage sites with some of our partners next year. And then on the intangible heritage sites, we're creating almost like video, ethnographic-based video capturing that help tell the stories and the traditions about these cultures, and the content is curated by the leading anthropologists and academics of that particular region. So for the communities, it is a game changer because it opens up a whole new market, almost like a form of digital tourism revenue that they didn't have before, without having the negative impact of tourism and over tourism, and so they can perceive tangible benefits in a transparent and accountable way directly into their wallets. And so that's why there's a lot of excitement. I'm actually here in Saudi Arabia at the World Travel and Tourism Council, and Web3 has been top of mind. Actually, this morning, the Saudi Ministers of Tourism, in his keynote speech, was all about metaverse and NFTs. So there's definitely a huge interest in this sector about how to capitalize blockchain for transparency and accountability, but also regenerative tourism. And we hope to be, to play a big role in that.
That's great. And I guess, Claudio, to you, clear incentives on Ramiro's part, or Tel's part, Linda's part. What are the economic incentives on getting people to put sensors in places where they desperately need them? Or is it non-monetary? Is it simply because people want to be part of something that's larger than their own self-interest? Is it just kind of a civic spirit?
Yeah.
I mean, tell us.
Yeah, let me start from this. I wanted to make a comment since the title of the session is about smart cities, right?
Yeah.
So what matters to me is the relationship between needed change driven by technology, and how do we go about it? For example, think about the smart city. Smart city is one of the items is monitoring via sensor network, monitoring critical city parameters, including environmental parameters. You could do it top down, right? You are the mayor, you decide you need to deploy sensors, you partner with utility companies, blah, 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 sensors. People don't even know what they are. There is no awareness raising at all. There is no engagement. Or you could do it the way we try to do it, for example, for air quality monitoring. So you raise awareness about the importance of what you're about to monitor, namely air quality. You incentivize people to deploy sensors, and then it's local residents themselves who make their own city smart. And that makes a world of a difference, because it's not just about technologies, it's about adoption and awareness, and that goes through grassroots approaches, which are made possible by Web3. So talking about our own tokenomics is quite simple. I mean, we incentivize people to deploy high-spec air quality sensors in their neighborhood, on their premises in some cases, and we reward them for data streams sent by their sensors to PlanetWatch. And of course, the whole purpose of this is to get very good data sets which can provide useful mission-critical information to, for example, to local city councils to drive better policies for managing air quality in the city and to protect public health at large. So it's Web3 on one hand in the sense that we crowdsource data from a community. It's also Web3 because people get token every day for valid data streams, but the big game is when eventually data sets are monetized, because revenues from data monetization are shared with the communities of people who manage the sensors which created the data in the first place. So the tokenomics reflect that the value of the token is ultimately related to the value of the data sets. And in that sense, I think we made a very healthy choice, because I don't want to go technical here, but the rate of release of Planet's tokens on the market is directly correlated to the growth of the physical network of sensors. So tokens don't come out of thin air. If there are sensors streaming valid data, there is token circulation. No sensors, no tokens.
And what is it, for policy purposes, what does it mean when the city of Rome receives data from all these sensors around Rome that are concentrated in various areas? What does it mean to a policy? Because I'm really interested in the citizens movement aspect of what you're all talking about, because this really is, in some ways, separate from governments, which can be a good thing because it proves that citizens are taking action themselves and trying to make their cities better and greener.
Yeah,
but there's still a policy that's really super important, right?
Yeah, but okay, the point is that we have a huge power as communities, because with respect to politicians, we are electors. Yep. So we elect them, so we are in power. We have power with respect to corporations because we are consumer, we are potential customers. So we should not underestimate the power that we have in order to drive policies bottom up. To give a concrete example of the value of the data that we are delivering, you mentioned Rome, my own city. Rome is a very large city, 1,300 square kilometers. The government has 13 air quality monitoring stations across the whole city, so 1 every 100 square kilometers, which means nothing, which means looking at a very complex pattern on a legacy VGA monitor while we need an 8K monitor. So the key KPI for us, for example, talking about outdoor air quality monitoring, is most of the times we need to deploy 50 to 100 times more sensors than the government have. And when we get to that high resolution about air quality, high resolution data, then we generate value because, for example, again, a little story out of what happens in most Italian cities and elsewhere probably. Governmental sensors say air quality is poor. Mayor, only decision that they can take is to stop heavy vehicle traffic the following day. Huge impact on the city, very disruptive, no change, no concrete benefit. Right. With the kind of data we deliver, we can tell the mayor, hey, you have a very localized pollution hotspot in that very neighborhood, on that very street, and typically on Wednesdays between 3 and 5 p.m. And then we can check whether this is correlated to traffic jams or not. If it's correlated to traffic jams, we can recommend that traffic patterns are changed in that very neighborhood and only at some time of the day. So this is not a disruptive measure, and it's way more effective. So better data means better decision. It's as simple as that. And everybody who deals with data knows that.
Right. And I want to add
better.
that it's not always needs to be black or white, right? I mean, today municipalities, local governments really manage many projects and make it successful or not, right? And there is the other side that we're talking about, giving people more ownership, more the ability to change, make a real change. And I'm saying there is also the middle, right? Doing a co-production together, municipalities, organizations, and the people together to achieve a change, right? It could be policy side, it could be the actions daily, and the way we are looking at that in urban change is that every community, every city is different. There could be some cities that local governments are very innovative and strong and could do wonderful things. There are communities and cities that they're not, and then we have the people, the residents, the community to make the real change, and they can do it in a beautiful way. And there are places that, of course, the change could come together with co-production, using the funds and power of the municipality, but also the power of the residents, the people, and their skills.
I would say, guess Ramiro, that for you, that's really important, right?
I want to add to that our view is that we don't need to rely on policy. Our view is that we understand technology, and in most cases, technology did not rely on policy to scale and to generate impact. It was actually the other way around, and we believe in that. We believe that part of the opportunity that we have and that asset underlies on the fact that we can do it without having to rely on policy or local governments or any government in particular, because that's what technology does. Technology basically is borderless. It creates for the opportunity to scale, to be global. When you create value for people, when you create a solution that people need, that people want, and you're creating value for society overall. And that's the opportunity that we all have with technology, is that we don't have to limit ourselves or put barriers upon creating those challenges, because technology opens up those barriers naturally. And I think there's plenty of opportunity for us to basically leverage on that to be able to generate positive behavior and real impact and get people to get real value out of that. Can we monetize our actions? Because we are getting used to pay to do something positive, right? Like you get your statement in a credit card that tells you that if you pay $5 on that month based on your consumer pattern, you can be net zero. Because those $5 are going to be invested in a forestry project X in continent X. So why don't we turn it around, which is what we're aiming at doing? I should be getting paid for my positive actions, because there's plenty of capital in private markets that are willing to recognize for that, because everyone benefits from this circular economy. Companies benefit more if consumers are much more conscious in terms of having the economy in a better place. We're not going to achieve that if we don't really understand how important our ecosystem, which is our planet, plays a role in the way we live. Economies rely directly on the state of the planet. I mean, that is a fact.
Right.
So technology is an opportunity to give everyone access to not depend on local governors or specific policymakers to achieve things.
I must say, if I can make a comment, I agree with both of you. And to me, the key point is that Web3 is about open systems. So we should not build fences of any kind. So, of course, the power of Web3 is mostly in the possibility to leverage grassroots movements. However, we should be open to any stakeholder who is forward-thinking enough to collaborate. I mean, we have very fruitful relationship with a number of corporations, and we are also talking to a number of big partners. I'm not going into the game of mentioning things which are not yet inked, because recently some company had big problems because they were bragging too much about things which are half-baked, so I'm not going to do that. But we are talking to very large organizations, both from the private and from the public sector, who seem to be forward-thinking and want to engage with us for very ambitious projects. And I think we should be open to all contributions. That's the beauty of Web3. It's about transparency and being global. So, unfortunately, most of the times you need a grassroots drive, moral suasion to shape things in the community and in the government. Sometimes government can be forward-thinking, so we need to use that as well.
I like that more, the idea of moral suasion. Yeah. So, Linda, go ahead and say something, and then we're going to open it up for questions. If folks have questions from the audience, but go ahead, Linda.
Great. Yeah, just another example that I wanted to give, which kind of gives the example that stakeholders can come together, and actually Web3 can be an amazing vehicle to deliver impact. So one of the projects that we're working on next year is actually in East Kalimantan in Borneo. It's an island shared by 3 countries, Brunei, Malaysia, and Indonesia, in the middle of the in the middle of Southeast Asia. And essentially, our anthropologist, Professor Steve Lansing, has been working in that region for the last 40 years. And while he was doing genetic research, he found this community of hunter-gatherers named Punan Batu, and they've been there for many, many generations, actually protecting the natural reserves of that area. If I don't know how many of you know, but Jakarta, because it's sinking, is going to be moved to that region in the next coming year. And so, unfortunately, that whole area is currently designated for palm oil extraction, which is obviously devastating, and that means that that meant that actually this community was gonna lose their land in coming years. So what actually Professor Lansing has done is that he has managed to convince the governor that if we can prove that this community has outstanding cultural value, and because of their contribution to actually be de facto the stewards of this particular land, thanks to their actually cultural traditional knowledge, he's going to be willing to change the status of that entire 1 million hectare of land and give complete ownership to this community. Wow. And that just shows you how not only, like, again, cultural heritage and environmental sustainability go hand to hand, but also like how Web3 and engaging the different stakeholders can deliver incredible change.
That's great. That's why I love moderating the panels. These panels that I've been moderating, they're relentlessly upbeat, which is so fantastic. Questions from the audience? Anybody's got questions for the panelists that wants to engage? Feel free. There's some, I think, microphones circulating, so just raise your hand if you have a question or a comment, something to say, anything. Yeah, just keep raising your hand so the person with the microphone can come.
Hey, how you guys doing? I appreciate you guys up there. I just want a question for you, each of you. What would you think is like bear market strategy for these types of projects, and how do you see yourselves positioning each of your organizations through the bear market? Is it something you make public, your strategy, or is it something you discuss internally and just essentially just try to wait the market out?
Ramiro, you want to start?
Yes. Can we take it outside?
that would mean it wouldn't be public.
It's difficult to say. I think for different companies, there's different moments, and every company is different. So it all depends on what state are you in. what are your objectives, what is your secret sauce, what's important for you to keep for yourself in terms of your strategy, what can you share, where do you need advice, where do you need input, where do you need partners to come in or not. I don't think that, unfortunately, there's no one size fits all. In order for me to give you a better informed response to that question, I will need to understand the state of where you are in terms of your project and what you need and what those core underlying elements are that are important for you, and then I would be able to give you a more informed response, because it's just very difficult to give you some general, I guess, elements of do you make it public or not, and a bear market and how to deal with it. But I guess I can tell you that Decipher and the event we are today is a good example of a company reacting in a really positive and very smart and efficient way to that bear market. I think this is an example of how to react to a bear market in a very efficient and positive way.
To me, it's a matter of picking the most realistic objectives on your roadmap and executing quietly and in a sensible way. I can be very concrete about my own project. I mean, we had a exponential growth of the network last year. Everybody wanted to deploy sensors everywhere, and we were quite happy about that. And bear market is probably not the right time to go for exponential growth of a sensor network. However, it's the best time to consolidate what you've built in terms of system security, reliability, and in our specific case, it's the best time to start working on extracting value from data. As of today, we have at least a dozen cities in Europe with very good coverage, and my KPI here is that we have 30 to 50 times more sensors than the government, so we can really add value to air quality monitoring in the city. And to me, bear market, let's call it bear market, is maybe the most suited time to work on your data, improve your algorithms, and show that you can deliver real value of what you have already built. Having said that, I think I'm not very concerned in my small perspective about bears and other beasts, because I think that in difficult times, if a project can deliver real value and it can prove it can, I mean, you should not get too much distracted by what happens in the markets. I'm a bit optimistic on this, admittedly, but to me, essentially, in summary, it's about choosing the right milestones for your roadmap and being realistic about what you can achieve.
How about you, Tom?
Yeah, well, it's a good question, and I'm asking myself this question every day. For us, it is challenging to launch, right, a new token and a new community in such times, but we're really focusing on building the community, in finding these local heroes that wants to bring the urban change, join the community, design the protocol, take part in building it together to bring the change. And we're focusing in the utility, right, to show how it brings the change around it, to launch the local coins and show how local coins really can drive the economic and social prosperity around it, and show the use cases connected to real life.
Linda, any comments on that question?
Very simple. I think we need to start thinking like camels instead of unicorns. Like the idea that I think, especially in Web3, right? Like there's been a lot of hype, a lot of speculation, a lot of quick shortcuts, and especially now, what I love about the ecosystem, especially the Algorand ecosystem, is that a lot of us are here to deliver, real-world solutions and deliver real impact. And so we're really focused on long-term growth, and so that's what we're focusing on, like 100% of mind. So yeah, I think in this bear market is tricky. You need to buckle up, but if you focus on managing your resources right, and you focus on the long term instead of the short term, you'll see you'll be there at the end of the journey.
Great. All right, we got one more question. We have about a minute left. Say.
Hi.
And then there's a mic coming for you right now.
Hello, my question is to Linda, and the question is, what's your perspective about the vision and how artists can contribute to the site and NFT ecosystem in order to save a culture preserve the cultural heritage. So is there any artist that, is there a way that artists will contribute in the marketplaces, or it's the only in a tourism level?
Yeah, that's a good question. 100% the marketplace in a phase 2 will be open for anyone to come in and take advantage of the tokenization toolkit to be able to display the art and distribute it through our marketplace. Right now we're doing more or less like smaller pilots, especially in rural areas, because we're working with stakeholders and especially a lot of institutions. I think Web3, especially in most of the in this particular area, is still not regulated as it is Web3 in general, and so we've been more cautious as to how do we test it, or how do we scale it within those communities, and we're doing this kind of control pilots to really make sure it works for the communities, and we're developing the right toolkit that is generating the impact that we want to deliver.
All right, thank you to everybody. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Linda from Saudi Arabia. It was a great conversation, and we'll see you at the reception this evening. So thank you. I'll be staying on the stage for a second. So thanks a lot, you guys. Just grab this one.
Yeah.
This way? Yep. Yeah. Thanks for now. All right. All right. I'm just going to move into the stage, I think. Next up, we have a conversation with my friend Devin from Algorand, head of ecosystem access, which is great. He's going to be in conversation with Alex Jihad, Dubai general manager at Binance. So Devin's going to be engaged in conversation, and this should be really interesting, just the two of them. So welcome them. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Having a great time? Thumbs up? Fantastic. It's my honor and privilege to be up here with Alex from Binance. I think by way of setting some context for the conversation, Alex, do you want to do a quick introduction of yourself and your role at Binance?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, and welcome everyone. So I'm Alex. I'm the general manager of Binance FZE, and that's the regulated exchange based in Dubai by VARA, which is the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority that was established earlier this year, and it's the first virtual asset specific regulator. And we've established quite a presence here in Dubai in the last couple of years.
Brilliant. And look, it's been fantastic to be here in Dubai this week. It's been a perfect venue for Decipher. And I know, while Binance has historically had a pretty distributed workforce, you've invested pretty heavily in the region over the last 12 to 18 months with a number of staff here. So how did Binance go about making the decision to make Dubai the kind of de facto hub?
Okay. So it's really important that we've established a hub here, and Dubai's given us three key reasons. Firstly, government support. So the senior leadership here have established that they want this to be a focal point for Web3, and they've also established VARA, which I said is the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority. And while we've got the commitment of the leadership that they're growing this economy, it allows us to plan for the future as a business, as an enterprise. It gives us a nice long horizon to build. And then with this government backing and with this ecosystem, Dubai's become a hub, and that's why we're here. This is why this event's here. It's becoming a Web3 hub, and many of our ecosystem partners and future partners are all coming here. With that centralized focal point, there's the innovation is accelerated. And I think lastly as well, as whether you've just come here on holiday or to a conference, or you live here like we do, it's a fantastic place, great lifestyle, great weather, and yeah, fantastic place to be.
Yeah, and so how many people do you have in the region now?
So in the region, in Dubai, I think we have about 450 people. There's about 50 people in Abu Dhabi. And then I'm not sure about the MENA region beyond that, but yeah, it's obviously a very large footprint. In Dubai, we have a 29,000 square foot office, which is rather large, especially for a remote-first company. But we're definitely putting our foot here, and we're allowing people to come work here.
Fantastic. And as Silvio said yesterday, we are in the middle of a crypto winter. Although it's hard to see that when it's beautiful and sunny outside, and there's a couple of thousand people in the venue. But how has that affected the innovation that you've seen in the region, in the last couple of months?
So we've gone through crypto winters before, and I think we understand that all markets are cyclical. So there's always going to be boom and bust periods, and we were well prepared for this. So we didn't get excited in the frothy period that we were talking about yesterday in some of the panels, and we've been very conservative. And so now, during this period, you're just going to see valuations go down, less well-funded projects or not as well-capitalized will drop off, but the stronger products will definitely shine through. And so that's what we're looking to do. We're looking to grow and build during this period, as I guess you guys are as well.
Yeah, fantastic. So now comes the part of the conversation where I grill you about centralized exchanges and everything that's gone on in the last couple of months. But I promise I'll be pretty considered. Obviously, with everything that's happened with FTX and Alameda in the last few months, there has been increased scrutiny and eyes on centralized exchanges. And I think a lot of people are talking about, and this is obviously echoed by crypto Twitter, about moving trading to DEXs and then moving away from centralized exchanges. How do you think about that? What's your opinion on that, and what do you see as the role for centralized exchanges moving forward?
Well, centralized exchanges are, I think, are key to growth because we reduce the sophistication for market access. I mean, that's one of the main things. CZ's been very public, and he's put out a blog post and is commentating in crypto Twitter and on TV about his 6 commitments to running an exchange. And these commitments are echoed in regulation. So Binance FZE, when it launches as a regulated exchange, these commitments are embodied by the dialogue and the reporting that we have to the regulator. So we're pushing forward to become more transparent as an industry. So talking about proof of stake, proof of reserves, showing the transparency to clients that they can trust the exchange. And that's the sort of key to really become transparent. We're user-focused, so we do our utmost to protect the users. And I think that's the key to drive user traffic again.
Fair enough. And so you've outlined the reason that centralized exchanges still have a role to play, and I completely agree with you. I think the path to the next 100 million, billion users is still going to have exchanges as a key access point. But there are like a number of exchanges you can choose from. I think the sentiment is one of distrust at the moment. There was a large amount of trust placed in FTX, for example, that was misplaced. So what would be your advice to retail users out there that are trying to pick a trusted exchange? Like, what are the types of things that you would use to kind of make that evaluation?
So it's trust and transparency. I think these are the key pillars. You want to be able to trust what the exchange is doing, because to engage, you need to deposit your cryptocurrency, your virtual assets, onto the exchange to trade. CZ has said, and we'll come to this, about he doesn't declare that you need to keep your assets on exchange, but if you're a less sophisticated individual, it's probably the best place to be. And then as you build your sophistication, you can use third-party wallets and take your assets off. And I think that's one of the things we're about to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I guess that goes to that sentiment, right? There are, I mean, there's some analogies that we won't go into, but I think advice that we've heard from commentators in the space has to be in that if you must use centralized exchanges, deposit your money, make your trades, get out as quick as possible, right? Use them as a very temporary window. Obviously, that might be not quite Binance's focus. I mean, obviously, every platform likes to keep users on their platform for as long as possible. So, like, what do you say to that? Like, do you think that's sound advice, or in what circumstances should people keep funds on centralized exchanges?
You should keep the amount of funds that you feel comfortable, right? Because we talk about trust, and so what do you trust the exchange with? And what we're trying to do at Binance, and I think there was a press release today, we acquired another license. So we're the most regulated exchange in the world. And so you really want to face regulated entities in that manner, because that regulation gives you the consumer protection that you require. And so that's what we're pushing for. And we've obtained licenses across the world, and we're trying to give people that optionality so they can pick regulated marketplaces to trade, so that they understand that there's been a level of conformance and scrutiny and audit on the exchange, which will give them the comfort.
Yeah, and I guess it's also that there's a difference between, I guess, keeping funds on an exchange as a de facto savings account and then keeping funds on an exchange because the exchange continues to provide value and has ancillary services and whatnot. So I guess that must also be part of the way you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, the Binance is an ecosystem. We started as an exchange, but we're now an ecosystem. So there are lots of other products and services that you can engage with your assets once they're on the platform. And so we are an ecosystem enabler. So you will see a myriad of different services and products that you can engage from that point. So it's not just an exchange Binance anymore. And we also have the Trust Wallet as well. So if you want to take your assets off and hold them or put them back on.
Fantastic. So that's it. So it was pretty gentle. It wasn't too much of a thorough examination. So we can kind of move away from that. I think one of the exciting things that we were able to announce yesterday was that as of today, Binance is going to support deposits and withdrawals of USDC on Algorand on its platform. We're obviously, yeah, thank you. We're obviously super excited about that. I can talk, a little bit about why we are excited, but why are these types of partnerships important to Binance?
They're extremely important because, again, we're an ecosystem, and you guys have a community, a very large, well-followed, well-looked-after community, and facilitating that is how we're going to build adoption. You've got a giant community that we want to help engage and offer our products and services, and this is the first step in doing that. Cryptos has been based on communities, and again, our key tenet is user focus, and so that's where you get your communities from, engaging your users, finding out what they want, and obviously this is one of the things that we've heard that was required, and we conformed and put the deposits in.
Amazing, yeah, and look, we're really, really excited about that integration. We see these key access points as a real catalyst for driving adoption in the Algorand ecosystem, whether that's in DeFi or in our NFTs, and I think having a venue like Binance be available to people that want to participate in those, like you said, in those ecosystems, have an easy way to get their fiat in, convert it to whatever crypto asset may be, and take it out into DeFi or NFTs is super important to us. So yeah, we're equally excited about the partnership. On that note, I think Binance was in the news maybe 2 months ago now. It feels forever in this crypto world, when it announced the consolidation of stablecoin balances on the platform into BUSD. Yeah. I think, at least my perception was, there was a little bit of confusion in the crypto space about the rationale for that, what it actually meant for other stable coins. Are you guys at war with Circle? Was the sentiment on Twitter. maybe you could just talk to us about the rationale behind that consolidation of stablecoins into BUSD on the platform, and I guess how that affects what you think about or how you interact with other stablecoins.
Okay, so firstly, I'll just say BUSD is issued by Paxos, which is an independent company, and it's regulated in New York. So I think that's one of the key questions that people always ask is, you know, where do the relationships lie? And so it's independent, so that allows us to give people even more comfort. So trust and transparency, that it's audited monthly, and you can go in and look and make sure that it's being well kept. As an exchange, the key factor of using a centralized exchange is liquidity. And what we were trying to do is consolidate that liquidity, and so that gives a much better trading experience. It was getting to a point where some of these pairs were diluting the liquidity and reducing the trading experience for clients, so you get worse prices. And so consolidating that, I think, is a better user experience for everyone. We can still enable deposits and withdrawals in the other tokens, but we just decided that it was best to consolidate in that manner.
Right, so you're saying it's more for exchange operations and making the trading pairs more efficient rather than saying this is a BUSD over USDC or
absolutely, because we just enabled USDC.
Right.
So we're not winding down other stable tokens. We're just consolidating the trading pairs because we're lucky enough to be in a position where we're the largest exchange by trading volumes by quite a way, and we know that that's a key USP. And so we're really just consolidating that pillar.
Okay, great. And just to make it clear to all the Algorand family in the audience, when you do deposit your USDC to Binance, you'll see it pop up in your BUSD balance.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean it's only withdrawable in BUSD, right? That means if people want to then withdraw it on USDC on Algorand, that's still available.
Absolutely.
Just to be crystal clear.
Absolutely, and they get to take advantage of your 3.7-second finality.
Look, there we go. I briefed him really well, didn't I, ladies and gentlemen? Look, then just to say a little bit about that, we won't make it an Algorand spiel, but we are confident that that provides value to users on Binance as well. Like it's our view, as it would be, that the USDC experience on Algorand is probably the best in market. Like you said, the 3.7-second finality. The high transactions per second, but also people talk about low fees, but I think on Algorand it's predictably low fees, right? Like there's no fee market. You know exactly what each USDC transaction is going to cost you ahead of time, which is super important if you're making a high amount of payments. So, as much as we think we're going to benefit from the integration, we also hope that Binance users will benefit from this as well.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it exposes Binance users that maybe haven't seen the Algorand ecosystem, and it pops up on their notifications, and they go explore and see some of the fascinating products that are coming out of your protocol.
Absolutely. And look, I know there's been a lot of negativity in the last couple of weeks around market events and just not only the crypto situation, but the broader macro conditions around the world. But we don't want to keep it negative here. So on a positive and optimistic note, I guess personally and from Binance's perspective, what are you bullish about in the next 12 months in crypto? Like why? There's a lot of brain power in this room. Why should they keep it focused on this space?
So we touched upon this earlier with this cyclical nature, and this is the time to build. So yeah, as you say, I think there's been attrition of bad ideas now, and I think the better ideas will shine through, and it's sort of like grassroots ideas, and it's an opportunity now to sort of concentrate on some of these ideas. In Dubai, there's a big push for metaverse. I think Sheikh Hamdan just put an announcement about a 100-day plan for metaverse strategy. And then we're really looking at the development of Web3 and what that means, whether it's engaging in some Web2 social media platforms like Twitter, for example. We're looking for sort of key use cases for Web3. The first obvious use case that we saw was the DeFi Summer, where this is people engaging with their wallets in the DeFi arena. But that's just an easy easy first use case to prove how people can be self-sovereign and engage in different smart contracts now. So we're looking at Web3 growth in gaming, social media, and metaverse, I think.
Yeah, amazing. And look, I share your sentiment in that. I'm really excited for the next 12 months. I think over the last year, maybe in this whole cycle, we've kind of drifted away from some of the key crypto ethos, right? And but now to see even centralized parties like Binance kind of embrace that transparency, that openness aspect, the don't trust, verify kind of viewpoint, you know, that's been so core to everything that crypto's achieved so far. I think it's been great. Also, I mean, the conversation's gone away from, I mean, last bear market was like, is Bitcoin dead or is crypto dead? And now the conversation's, when's crypto coming back, right? So I think there's within the community, even broader, you know, from people that aren't in the space, the sentiment is that, I guess it's here to stay. This might be a temporary dip, but there's dips in every market. And so, well, I mean, it's encouraging to see that you guys are doubling down in the region and in the space, and part of that, that's part of what makes, you know, me optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, we've both been in the industry for a fair amount of time, and you say it's still very early for everything. And, you know, we still haven't really capitalized on what we could do with NFTs. I mean, there's a big showing here, but, you know, you're looking at sort of dynamic NFTs or NFTs backed on assets, beyond just obviously sort of the graphic NFTs. So we still see a long, long way to go. And you rightly say, you know, I think there's a Twitter Bitcoin's dead blog, and every time someone says it, it racks up another number. We know that's not the case, and we know that key industry players are investing in blockchain for supply chain. You know, I've seen some of the other Algorand agricultural tokens. You know, so there is now a well-trodden path, a good set of use cases to build from, and then I think, you know, Web3 through Twitter is being questioned, and sort of like, how are we going to do this? Is this the right way? And we're experimenting and going forward, and so sometimes we might not go quite in the right way, but we're correcting each time. And so, yeah, we're just building and building.
Fantastic. All right, we've got a couple of minutes left. I just wanted to open it up to the audience if anyone had any questions that they either want to ask Alex or myself. You know, feel free. If you could just raise your hand, we'll get a microphone out to you.
It's going to be amazing. I was just saying, can't wait for those 3.7 seconds finality, 6,000 transactions per second.
I briefed him well, didn't I, Stacy? Yeah. All right, do we have any? Okay, there's one at the back there.
So hello, my question is, like often in India, from where I'm from, so we see that a lot of people aren't able to like purchase tokens which are expensive, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and 90% of the population is either buying Shiba or Doge. So how can we lower the gap? Because countries which do not have a great GDP per capita will never be able to buy such tokens which are highly, highly expensive. So what can be done so that it's exactly democratizing the whole industry? Because now it's 1% holding 90% of the tokens, the whales. So how can we like make sure that the power is equally distributed?
Do you want me to jump in first, or do you want to go for that?
Jump in first.
So a couple of things on that point, right? I think the access part of that question is super important. And I think traditionally there's been a whole class of assets where, you know, you need to be an accredited investor to even get your foot in the door to be able to purchase that certain asset type. Crypto was really democratizing that by making it, there's not a certain subset of people that can buy Bitcoin or Algo or Ethereum or whatever, and a certain that can't, right? And it's, so that's the first point I would make. When you're talking about token prices as well, I think that's where, you know, people like Binance and Alex and everyone in the space has a responsibility of education, because it's not that you need to buy, you know, let's take Bitcoin for example. You don't need to buy one Bitcoin, right? These are divisible assets where you can buy, if you want to buy $10 worth of Bitcoin, you can buy $10 worth of Bitcoin. But there is a responsibility on everyone in the industry to play the role of educator and let the people know that what they can and can't do with different crypto assets.
Okay. And to sort of follow on from that, I mean, we have a great resource, Binance Academy, which is good for beginners. I even read it sometimes to sort of make sure I understand how something works. Maybe I'll see if we've got an Algorand page to have a little read. So education is really important. So one of your colleagues was talking yesterday where he had Arthur C. Clarke and saying any technology that you don't understand looks like magic. So we need to educate people so they can engage and understand that, as you said, $100 of Bitcoin or $100 of Doge, it's the same market access. So if you have access to one, you have access to both. So you just need to understand what we're trying to do and what you're investing in. And yeah, it's the key driver on that is education, and then adoption. When it's widely adopted, I think then the information is more prevalent, and you're not reading on a sort of very narrow view news feed or any other sort of resources. When it's prevalent and around, I think the information on these assets will be a lot more transparent, and so you'll have the option to invest in the right sort of products.
Fantastic. I think we've got a couple of questions up the front.
Hey, Alex, you talked about the transparency and state of reserves. What about state of liabilities?
So we're working towards that. So we're looking at Vitalik's additional check of Merkle trees for the assets, and obviously you can see that the reserves are against client liabilities, right? So that's the key driver, right? So we've proven our stake, and you can see the amount of assets, and then individual clients can check that their liability or the liability from Binance to the user is included in that. So in that mechanism, we can show very transparently that that's off. I think in the coming days, there'll be more and more releases about how we can be more transparent. Perhaps, I mean, and then additionally, so I'm the general manager for Binance FZE, which is a regulated exchange. And so what's going to happen is you'll be given the options to paper with the regulated exchange. And then, to become regulated, there's a long, laborious path of audits and demonstrations to the regulator, reporting to the regulator on a daily basis. And so that's what the regulators are there for. The regulators are for consumer protection, and they have that transparency sometimes where end users might not get it, but they have it. So when you're seeing exchanges move to become regulated, that's that additional transparency and protection and avoidance of liabilities. So always when the regulator asks us, we have a regulatory capital, we have to deposit that as safeguard for wind down, and that we have to declare there's no lien on that, it's fully segregated, and so that's where we're going, and that's where the industry is going.
So one thing maybe I could just jump in here for a little bit. I think the trend is very positive, right? I think the trend towards accountability from these large centralized exchanges is definitely positive, even if it's not at the final state just yet. And what additionally makes me excited is that there is more of a culture now, I think, within the industry of checks and balances amongst organizations almost. I saw, with CZ posting about, proof of reserves, and Jesse Powell, the former CEO of Kraken, raising some concerns or raising a question, and, CZ answering it. And that trend towards, respectfully keeping each other in line and promoting that transparency is an optimistic and positive step, even if we haven't arrived at that perfect way to mitigate everyone's fears and get the transparency that any individual might want. All right, I think that's it. So I think we will call a close to our fireside chat. Alex, thank you very much. I really enjoyed this. I hope everyone out here did as well. If you want to ask Alex or myself any other questions, we'll be outside. But otherwise, enjoy the rest of Decipher. And thanks to everyone that's also tuning in from on the live stream as well.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Devin and Alex, for that conversation. It's great, nicely moderated, I have to say. Well done. So as you know, last year our inaugural Decipher was in Miami, which has been, talked about as kind of, for better or worse, the new Silicon Valley of crypto in a sense. But given the attendance here, which is triple from what we had last year, I think even actually more than triple, you can argue that the UAE is giving Miami a run for its money. I mean, that's really an extraordinary crowd. And this is just some of the folks here. We've got 2 other stages. See people in the hall all day long. You feel the energy. So it's been an exciting experience for us to be here. So thank you again to our hosts. So to talk about that, actually, is it thriving here? What's the future? What are the frameworks needed for compliant crypto to thrive in this region? Which is, these are some big questions. And so our panel is going to discuss some of these questions. And so to do that, we welcome to the stage co-founder of MidChains, Basel Al-Askari, board member of the new Middle East, Asia, Africa Crypto and Blockchain Association, Dapo Akko, and the host of CNBC Arabia's first crypto show, On the Chain, Nikita Sanjeev. So please welcome them to the stage, and there'll be about a 35-minute discussion.
Okay, hello everyone. Hi. Almost at the end of the day, and we're, I think, the second last panel. So thank you for joining us. I'll start off with a quick introduction, and then I will let my lovely panelists introduce themselves. My name is Nikita Sanjeev. I am the CEO of Luna PR. We're a PR and communications agency based here in Dubai with offices in Miami and Singapore. Been in the space since 2017 and very much focused on Web3. We also own Cointelegraph, Middle East and North Africa. We're quite heavy in the media. We acquire a few media companies. We're partners with CNBC Arabia. We produce a show on CNBC, a Web3 show, the first ever, airs 3 times a week, prime time, and hoping to get stronger in the media. So that's a little bit about me, and on to you guys.
Hi, everybody. This is Basel Askari, co-founder and CEO of MidChains. So MidChains is a fully regulated multilateral trading facility and custodian based in Abu Dhabi, which is a really fancy way of saying we're a regulated exchange and custody service provider for virtual assets and crypto.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Dapo Akko, Managing Director at JR1 & Partners. It's a governance, risk, and compliance consulting outfit. Also a director of the MIACBA. I always try and pronounce that correctly, which is the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Crypto and Blockchain Association, which is really about education, integration, bringing the entire ecosystem together for the overall benefit. And that's me.
Awesome, thank you. So this panel discussion is about building the next crypto capital. And I'm curious to know, in your perspective, what is the most important aspect to build a crypto capital? Of course, in my opinion, government and framework are the most important. So the first question is, what do you feel is the most important aspect? And the second question, if you do agree that it's government and framework, then which cities around the world are thriving or doing this right, and what can we learn from them?
So if I kick off on this one, I agree that the government framework regulation is a very important kind of guidance for adoption and for a place to become the crypto capital. And I think it's not necessarily the case where one particular city can become the crypto capital, but potentially a country can, because you need really all branches of that government to support the initiative of providing a safe and innovative framework for firms like ourselves and many around here on participating in the conference today to actually grow. So the step after that, I think, is really institutional adoption. And having that framework allows for traditional institutions, whether that be media companies, whether that be banks, brokerages, government institutions that are potentially working on property rights and other things, to adopt blockchain technology is how we build that crypto capital.
And that's what you guys are doing at MidChains, right? You're connecting with a lot of institutions. I like that you said about, governments having, everybody involved. It's a whole country that needs to make a decision. And in countries like America, where I'm from, you have this thing known as checks and balances, which makes it so difficult to get anything to actually come across. So do you feel like smaller countries or smaller governments have a better chance and are adopting crypto faster?
I think that there's definitely less red tape to go through when these things are adopted in smaller countries. But I would say that it's still a large effort, right? Especially if we're looking at potentially a global framework for a global industry.
Dapo?
Yeah, I was just going to add to that. It's an interesting question you ask because, I sit here wearing multiple hats, having been an ex-regulator myself, and when you put things into perspective about government and the need to have a central function that guides and provides the framework for things to operate effectively, I think it's clearer now more than ever before, even with MIAGBA, which I represent on stage today, that it is absolutely necessary that we bring all stakeholders, whether that's the regulators, the exchanges, the brokers, get everyone into a room in a way to foster a relationship and ensure that the industry is much better for it. So I think there's always the need for that central body that helps to make sure that there's a framework for all of that to happen effectively.
It's almost like in the past couple of years, we've seen emerging nations adopt cryptocurrency, or at least be a little bit more keen to adopt cryptocurrency, so much more out of despair. You see nations like Venezuela and Turkey who have suffered from inflation, and it's almost like the citizens there are so desperate to just have some kind of reform, and they're really looking towards cryptocurrency as a change. Do you think in the next 5, 10, 15 years, these nations can actually surpass the current first world nations and actually become more advanced if these nations, like the first world ones now, don't adopt cryptocurrency or digital assets fast enough?
I definitely think so. And if I take a step back to several years ago, where you had things like the GSM technology in some of the much developed countries, and you had countries like Nigeria, which were quite analog, they caught up pretty quickly and at the same level right now. And I think the same would apply to cryptocurrency. You have a lot of individuals in those countries you refer to who are not included in the financial system. And oftentimes they're looking for an easy way to get into it. Now, I know there's within cryptocurrency, there's been the opportunity for people to make lots of money, so to speak, and the fear of missing out. And the concept of crypto is spreading pretty much like wildfire in those nations. So I definitely see a further uptick in those countries, and yeah, definitely I agree with that position.
Like, if you look at the UAE 50 years ago, this place was a desert. And because of their willingness to adopt and be part of the future and quickly, just adopt technology, the UAE has become what it is today. So I definitely feel, strongly that nations adopting cryptocurrency are heading towards the right path. However, it's been 1 year since El Salvador recognized Bitcoin as legal tender. And an article recently came out saying something around $375 million spent, $60 million lost. Do you feel this has been a failure? And how should nations adopt cryptocurrency?
I mean, we can't take a short-term view of these scenarios because in the long run, I think there are definitely offshoots, green shoots of possibilities that will happen in countries like El Salvador. And almost taking a step back to even the UAE, you used it as an example. I think if you look at UAE as a country and the adoption of crypto, I think 3 years ago when I moved here, which probably coincides with the time where the likes of Midchains were being leaders in trying to get onto being regulated in the ADGM. It was almost an unknown, but right now they have a stable framework. We've got various regulatory bodies across the UAE that are promoting and ensuring that there is the appropriate framework for entities to thrive. And so if you look at it from that perspective, who would have thought years ago that UAE would be at the forefront of driving a lot of regulatory advancements for cryptocurrency? And so that gives an indication also of what you would call the smaller countries taking a lead in the progress in this space.
Just to add to that, I think as it relates to kind of central bank digital currencies, I definitely see that as being a massive, probability for a lot of countries to issue because it just becomes much more effective and efficient to facilitate value transfer. And I don't think the UAE is any different there. That I'm sure there is some very smart people in the government working on such a project, as well as other countries around the world, in the neighboring ones and some of the ones that you mentioned. Now, on the other side of it, if we look at, for example, existing cryptocurrencies and potential use cases as store of value, I've definitely seen studies and thought pieces around sort of utilization of things like Bitcoin for a reserve asset, not necessarily a legal tender, but a reserve asset in the place of where gold used to be if fractional reserve banking is to be shifted in some of these countries. I don't see that as being impossible, but I haven't heard any cases where this has actually been done yet.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of use cases, cryptocurrency is just one small use case of blockchain, its underlying technology. Mm-hmm. And in order for us to adopt or be the next crypto capital, it's very important to, I think, be a blockchain capital first. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but what do you feel are some of the best industry use cases for blockchain? Where should the world shift focus when it comes to blockchain? Should it be cryptocurrency, or do you feel there's another use case that's more powerful out there?
Okay, I mean, there's obviously in any industry where things are only just beginning, you need to have credible use cases, and it's almost a natural trajectory that the financial services offers that initial platform for that to happen. And so, the trading of cryptocurrencies has given, I guess it's the starting blocks for use cases. And I think there's so many other things you can talk about in terms of use cases and whether you want to, we've had the likes of non-fungible tokens come to play, whether that's sustainable or not. But I think they're very credible use cases even in that space when you start thinking about, things like real estate and getting governments engaged in that front. And I'm sure that's a topic I know that Basil is very passionate about. And I think there's several opportunities in that space for things to kick off, really.
So the way I see it as well is that I'm going to play on my two personal biases here. I love financial services, having been a TradFi convert, but also I like what I'm seeing in terms of blockchain gaming. And I see this as a very interesting use case for potentially digital property rights. Those digital property rights, if perfected and accepted by the majority of users, companies, etc., could be translated to physical assets and physical property rights. When that comes about, things like real estate, as we've mentioned, could be a very interesting use case. Hard assets, cars, etc. Really anything. And I think that's kind of the promise that we've all believed in from the beginning or the inception of blockchain and its potential go forward. but that requires massive government support to evolve into. It's one thing to do it in a video game. It's another thing to say, okay, this plot of land is governed by a smart contract that is linked with the municipal authority of wherever that may be, and is permitted to be bought and sold in that way.
I like that you just mentioned property rights, because I strongly believe that one of the best use cases for NFTs are actually title deeds. I'm curious to know your thoughts on NFTs, because since the beginning of this year, NFT sales are down over 95%. Was this, I mean, JPEGs, right? So what are your thoughts? I mean, is the NFT market dead when it comes to JPEGs? Are we going to see better use cases out there? And all these luxury brands entering the NFT space, are there fundamentals? Is it FOMO or hype? What are your thoughts about NFTs?
I like to separate the thinking from the content to the actual smart contract, and I think the smart contract to me is probably more interesting than the content that's being produced on it, such as the JPEGs. Although there's some cool stuff out there that I think people enjoy, and even me personally enjoy to some degree. But from the way I see it, is that it's an interesting first step to utilizing smart contracts for that digital property. Maybe it's a JPEG today. Maybe it's a collectible from a big brand in another case, or eventually this could lead to that digital property argument.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll look at that from two perspectives. I've got a few Bored Apes myself that I bought on OpenSea back in the days, and I thought was going to be worth a lot, not worth very much, like you said. But when you take a step back, even in that space, and I put on my kind of risk and compliance hat as I described this, is you see a sector like the NFTs, yes, very much hyped up, and it was seen as the next best thing. But I think even at that, it provides an opportunity, and I think even from a regulatory perspective, the ADGM, for example, the FSRA, had issued a consultation paper specifically on NFTs in March this year, and became part of the guidance for entities, regulated entities that wanted to play in that space, right? So if you were a mid-chains, as it were, that is regulated in the ADGM, that wanted to trade NFTs, they can do that today, so long as that's happening with an unregulated entity and traded on the virtual asset platform. So I think that there lies some opportunities there, but I guess the jury's out as to what in its present format will happen. But I think there are definitely use cases for that space, and I think there's still a lot to come in that space.
I think the really important thing to take away here is that I don't think any of this can be achieved at scale in isolation. It can't just be between one party and another. There has to be more involvement from the governments, the institutions, etc.
For sure. And coming back to the Bored Apes, at least it drove mass adoption. I remember there was a point where there were more people that knew what a Bored Ape was than what Ethereum was, for example. So I think if anything, we will all look back and say, well, thanks, because you brought more people into the space.
Absolutely.
I want to talk about what the white elephant is in the room, about FTX. Recently this year, we've seen the collapse of so many large companies and institutions in the Web3 space, from Lunaterra to 3AC, Voyager, FTX. We almost did not even ever imagine this big ship. It's like the Titanic sinking. Where were the regulations when it came to FTX? Why did nobody ask for proof of reserve before the collapse of FTX? And what can we learn from this?
I mean, there's an argument, and I think that there's been a lot of focus on the crypto industry versus really looking at the critical issues around the fallout from FTX. It was really a failure of systems and controls, and not about cryptocurrency or virtual assets, whichever terminology you want to use. It was a simple failure of that, poor governance. The individuals traded with client money. There were clear conflicts of interest. So the emphasis on cryptocurrency, and I know it's always a concern when I've got my near 80-year-old dad sending me a text that he knows about FTX. I'm like, really, you still use your checkbooks, right? So, but having said that, it's not peculiar. I recently was saying to someone, you know, in 2008, when we, or even if you go back a step further, when you had the dot-com bubble, similar, 2008 when we had the financial crisis, it was all about over-leverage, right? So, and that fallout has led to several new regulations. So when you speak about where were the regulations, I think it's important that we also understand that this is a very infant industry, and I think it was better now than later, because I think the repercussions will have been more significant. So the industry, and that is what associations like MIAGBA are trying to do, which is let us get everyone who's a stakeholder in the room. Let's be adults about it. I've seen in a lot of similar conferences that I've attended, there's less use of words like competitors, is more around we're all pairs. How do we get the industry moving together? And I think the more of that we see from the industry, the more regulators come together, whether that's in Dubai, in ADGM, or regionally, globally, they come together, the better there is a framework that is consistent and is, you know, all players can abide, there's no regulatory arbitrage. So I think, you know, there's a lot of development in that space, and I think things will only get better for the industry.
I feel like sometimes it's so conflicting, though, because Web3 is all about decentralization, and these large companies are so centralized, they shake up the whole market. And then the next layer to add on to that is that governments are there, we need government regulation. However, how do we stop that from eating away from innovation that the space has been built on?
I mean,
I was going to say, just building on your point, it comes back to proper corporate governance at the end of the day. Startups and being innovative and technology companies are not something new, and it's important to have sort of the right measures in place, a good board, good investors, and good oversight from, you know, neutral third parties, audits, etc. These are standard stuff that's not necessarily unique to the blockchain sector.
But what is the main crypto auditor? Not crypto, like institutional auditor, because there are crypto auditors like Certic and Hacken, but who audits something like this?
Big Four.
Big Four.
They should.
So that's what I was saying. So where were the Big Four before FTX collapsed?
So usually the firm that requests the auditor to come and audit them, the board requests for such things. In that particular case that we're referring to, I think there was no decision from their board to take on such audits. So I think the big topic that people are thinking about a lot these days is proof of reserves. And I think, in my view, proof of reserves is good, but it's not good enough. I think we also need to always have a clear picture of the liabilities a firm carries, and as well, you know, what that client money is being used for on a regular basis. For example, what we do as part of our governance is we provide client money reconciliations and client account reconciliations to our regulators on a daily basis, every single day. So although it's not being published to the public for data protection reasons, there is a body that oversees that we are appropriately safeguarding client funds and assets. And I don't think that was necessarily being done in that case.
And it's also important for the backers to do their own DD. And when you have backers that are so big in the space like Sequoia, do you feel like this was just a bit of a rush, a bit of greed that came to play with the large VCs and the investors that backed FTX and Alameda?
I mean, it's an interesting one. Again, I want to step away from the focus on crypto, really, because, you know, a lot of business is based on relationships, right? And so, and in this instance, there was a lot of hype. And, you know, if you look at again, I refer back to the 2008 crisis, and on the back of that, that's why we had the too big to fail rules that were brought in, because all of a sudden you realize that certain things that were taken for granted, whether that's because appropriate due diligence was done or there was a slight oversight in terms of really digging deep down, whether that's with the numbers or the corporate governance, some of those things were taken for granted. And I think it's similar in the case of FTX. I think we're going to see regulators also take a step back and, you know, ask themselves, what could we have done differently? And I think with that will come a lot of
players will also need to take responsibility. They'll need to have accountability. I think we're gradually seeing, as a GRC company at GR1, we're seeing an increasing drive for market participants to be regulated. And so in the past, as you know, a lot of companies that are already operated in unregulated jurisdictions probably playing second fiddle to the likes of Mid-Chains, who's been regulated for some time now. So I think that increase in the need to be regulated, the need for the regulator to look inwards to see what can be done differently is only good for the industry.
When it comes to cryptocurrency projects, do you think the more regulators and the more licenses they have, the better?
Not necessarily. I wouldn't say more is better. I'd say it's always a question of quality, right? Especially when it comes to regulating financial institutions, since that's kind of what we're talking about here. If you look at, just take the US, for example, in the securities exchange market, there aren't that many. And there's a reason there aren't that many, because essentially the exchange must act as an extension to the regulator to essentially make sure that the rules are being followed by the market participants, who are going to be the funds, the brokers, and then all the way down to the individual investor. And so that funnel, if you offer, if there's, let's say, 100,000 exchanges operating, how can a regulator possibly govern all of those exchanges? It becomes very difficult.
True. Let's move on to our next topic. I think everyone's heard enough of FTX. Let's talk about the metaverse, also a hot topic. Still lingering in the air about Facebook changing its name to Meta, but most recently, the Metaverse Assembly that took place in Dubai, where they announced that they would be measuring parts of the GDP through the metaverse, which was quite interesting. Curious to know if you feel the metaverse plays an important part when it comes to building a crypto capital or building a Web3 capital, let's say. And where do you feel the future of the metaverse lies? And are we a bit too early on into this field?
I think metaverse is a super interesting concept, and I do think that it will play a role into sort of allowing certain places to become more prominent in the crypto world, especially with sort of the government initiatives that are going on here. Very interesting by methods of promotion. The way I always look at metaverses is that to me they're very much like decentralized social media video games, and from that perspective you kind of boil it down to its simplest part, and that it's a tool that's used to promote. And I've seen projects where essentially, and I like the marriage of kind of real world and metaverse, where essentially a real estate company will develop their metaverse to show essentially 3D models of what they're going to build on a plot of land and use that almost as a sales tool. And I think that's a really interesting use case. And I think that's one way to sort of become involved in a very practical and pragmatic kind of way.
And what do you feel we need to do right now to encourage more mass adoption of Web3?
Yeah, I think it starts from the schools, to be honest. If I again look back to my days, I was playing soccer outside in the gardens. My kids are always screaming and playing games, so I know that's kind of still the Web 2 type thing, but if you translate that to the knowledge that is transmitted through schools now, I think there is going to be, there's a massive opportunity for even greater adoption. Start them young, they say. And yeah, if you look at things that Dubai has done, looking into the space, and you look at the Museum of the Future, which is, it gives you, the more visitors go there, the more they have a view as to what the possibilities are in that space, So, yeah, lots of opportunities there.
Absolutely. The Museum of the Future is a really fantastic project. It's interesting, though, because it is so specialized to the Middle East, as the panels of the museum are written in Arabic. So actually, we've personally been very involved in trying to spread the word on that. I think the UAE, the Middle East, has so much untapped potential because of what we discussed with the government sizes. So let's go for one last question. Would love to know where you see the next crypto capital, which city you feel will be the next crypto capital or country.
I say it's UAE. whether it's Abu Dhabi, Dubai, a combination of both, it should be the UAE. I think that's a very kind of a message that's very strongly pushed from the top, from the leadership of the country, who are visionaries in this, in sort of building up the economies here. And I think we are a product of that. And there's a reason why everybody's here, right? And I think that's what we're all thinking about.
Do you feel there's a little bit of rivalry when it comes to within the Middle East in terms of like Yabara, ADGM? Do you feel they're kind of trying to pull their strings and get all the projects into one city?
Look, I think there's always going to be a healthy amount of rivalry for economic development for particular cities, but at the end of the day, everyone's flying the UAE flag. It's National Day in a couple of days, so it's still a UAE story at the end of the day, and we do have federal authorities that oversee both.
I think the key word there is healthy competition.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I couldn't agree more with Basil with regards to the UAE continuing to retain that position. If you look at event after event, whether this event, we had the Abu Dhabi Finance Week the other week, and as I look through the events of the day, you know, the crypto days seem to was fully packed, right? So it's an indication of the progress that the country has made, and I think they're going to retain that #1 spot for the crypto capital for a long time to come. It's no coincidence that everyone and anyone that needs to be in that space is already in the UAE.
It's a very proud statement for us to make, especially on National Day that's coming up. Dapo and Basil, thank you so much. Very insightful, and I hope everyone in the audience enjoyed the panel as well. Thank you so much for listening in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This is the last session of Decipher. So this has been great. It's been a great 2 days. I think this last panel is going to be kind of bring it all home. This is about real-world solutions to real-world problems, kind of getting to scale. And you're going to hear, some tangible ways that we're using blockchain at Algorand to actually solve problems in real life for real people. And it's exciting, and so it's the reason I came to Algorand was because of the impact aspect of it, and that the fact that new technologies can actually bring people in financially, they can impact their lives positively, and they can create a more, ultimately, in my belief, a more just and a more sustainable world. So that's, as I said at the beginning of this conference, that's kind of who we are and what we believe at our core. It's part of our genesis story. And, I think we're all thrilled to be part of that and to be working, at the end of the day for something larger than our own collective self-interest. So I think this panel will bring that to light. They're going to be talking about some exciting things that they're announcing now and some things that we're going to be doing in the future. So to bring us all home, as the song says, we've got ATech co-founder Niall Dennehy. We've got the CEO of the Disaster Services Corporation of St. Vincent de Paul Society, Liz Disco-Shear. We've got Ashish Thakur of the Y9 and Mara Group. We've got Doug Broughton of Vendible. We've got Unerbot, the CTO of Eureka. And we have Stacey Warden, CEO of Algorand. So welcome.
Okay, why isn't this a full room? Okay, Jason, next Decipher, we are not opening the bar until every last panel is done. Hi, Liz.
Good morning.
So this panel is about real-world adoption for impact at scale. It's going to be one of the most exciting and, I dare say, important panels of the entire 2 days of Decipher, which is saying a lot, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to start with a couple of words, Liz Discochier, from you. You run the St. Vincent de Paul Disaster Relief Recovery organization, and you are one of the most impressive women I've ever met, I will say, and it is an honor to know you. And because I know you can handle it, we've switched up the order a little bit on you. And so we're going to, I just want you to paint, if you wouldn't mind, a little bit of a picture of your work and a little bit of how hard it kind of is in the real world, how important it is and how hard it is. And then we will, maybe I'll ask you a follow-up question, and then we'll play the video that you've done, and then we'll move to Niall to talk about kind of the new technology and how we do it. Does that sound okay with you?
Yeah, it sounds great.
Okay, great. So tell us about St. Vincent de Paul. Tell us how you got into it and the mission of St. Vincent de Paul and what life is like.
Well, the mission of St. Vincent de Paul is to provide person-to-person services to families impacted by man-made and natural disasters across the U.S. and American territories. Our world is very busy, and because of climate change, the intensity of disasters is much different than it was even a decade ago. I've been in this since Hurricane Katrina, and we are so very excited to be looking at new technology because it's been difficult for us to serve families. Right now, we're managing 32 disasters across the U.S. and American territories, and trying the logistics after COVID have been extremely difficult to get supplies to families, furniture, and other direct aid services. And so we're looking at new technologies that can help us and expedite that process because there's so many people suffering. I just came from Florida. I was in the Fort Myers area, Orlando, Sarasota, Venice, and the devastation is unbelievable. The intensity of the storms, as I mentioned, due to climate change, keeps growing. And so every day, it's a 24/7 day, it seems. It used to be we'd have maybe 1 or 2 major disasters a year, and it's now, you know, we're having billion-dollar disasters every month. So we need technology to help us provide humanitarian relief.
Now tell us how you do give cash. I mean, you have your house in a box as well, which is a really interesting concept, but you also give cash. And how has that worked for you in the past? Like, what's the kind of mechanics of how that's worked in the past?
Oh, it's been extremely cumbersome. Imagine you're in a disaster zone and there's limited availability of any type of wiring system. The power may be down. In the past, we've used gift cards from different merchants. Those have to be shipped in to that area if the store is not open. Then we have to make sure that someone's on the other end that can receive them, that they can be accountable for them, and then they have to go to wherever the distribution center is. That may be in an open air space if there's no power. And it's very difficult to get that in. Well, when we were working in Hurricane Ida in the Houma Thibodeau area on the tip of Louisiana after that hurricane hit last year, and just trying to get assets delivered the old way, what I saw, the old school way to families was extremely challenging. Instead of being able to have gift cards to them in a day, it took 4 days. And families were living in tents. They needed gift cards for fuel and food and for hotel stays. So you can see the challenges that we face. And you also have a security issue. You may be FedExing that to a location. You have to make sure that someone's there to receive it and that they receive, and then you have to activate the gift cards. So many challenges while you're trying to manage a number of other situations at the same time.
And then I think there's also a fraud component that you need to be you're using government funds, right? So talk about some of the risks there maybe as well.
Well, we're using private funds, and we also have situations where we get grants and we get federal funds. So yes, I mean, there's a fraud situation that you always have to be aware of, and we are a very compliant-oriented organization. And so you have the risk of someone taking the gift cards or any other assets that we may be delivering.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's so stark in your world because the compliance, have you already received funds from another organization? And the other pieces of the compliance, that takes time. But disaster relief victims, they need assistance right now. So you have this kind of disconnect if you want to do it properly, right?
Yes, yes, they need it immediately. And many times when I've been on the ground, I've actually used my own money to help fund families while we were waiting for assets to be delivered.
Right, okay. So anybody have a word, know of a word that could make this a lot easier for St. Vincent de Paul? Starts with a B and ends with a chain. Blockchain, okay, terrific. So this is a really interesting example. So Liz, you are free to, we're going to run the video to talk about this technological solution. And then after that, you can kind of stay with the panel or you don't have to. So let's run the video about how we're going to turn this upside down, or right side up, I guess, even. How about a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't that it just makes your heart stop, you know, when you think about somebody going through something like that and then having this kind of experience versus, you know, the old experience. And do we have Liz back, or is she? Okay, it's a good thing maybe that we lost her, because Niall, the last time that you were with Liz in front of a large audience, you proposed to her, is my understanding. And can you tell me about that for a minute first?
I can. There were 2,000 people there. It's something I could try again, Stacey, if you're open to it. But
no, I'm good,
Liz
thanks.
didn't accept.
So tell us a little bit about Kokua and how you started working with Liz, and how tell us about the origin story and what you're trying to do.
Very happy to, and great to be here. Great to be amongst all the Algo fam, and thanks for the platform. But to give you some background, the application that you viewed there a few moments ago is called Kokua. So everything that we do as a company, we really are a mission-driven company. There's meaning behind it. There's meaning in that name, and the meaning of the word Kokua, literally in Hawaiian, is help. The deeper meaning is to extend help to others in a sacrificial way without expecting anything in return. So really what we're doing there is taking something that Liz talked about really well, which is an archaic, oftentimes cumbersome, and usually a very lengthy process that relies on check. It could be ACH, it can be payments. And the real magic that happens with that app that we demoed there is we're harnessing, and again, this is on Algo, we're harnessing decentralized identity, verifiable credentials, putting that information on a chain. And what it means is if you have an engagement with a government organization, if it's somebody giving out welfare, or if it's any charitable organization, a big pain point bringing things back into the real world is people form filling over and over and over again. I've got a cousin from Ireland who lives in Florida. Her house was blown away by Hurricane Ian a short while ago. She's now engaging with the federal government. And whilst FEMA do have an app, it's really slow, it's outdated, and it's really a connection of one portal connected to another, whereby you have to go through at least 60 different steps to get assistance. What we're doing?
60?
60, believe it or not. And that includes 5 different agencies that she got referred onto after dealing with the one initial agency. So what we do is we make it super simple. Based on your GPS location, people whip out the app, they can find out what's around them. That's oftentimes the biggest issue for people, as well as finding what's available. It displays that. And what we've done at the back end on Algorand, we've also run a partnership with Amazon. And another huge problem that we're solving that Liz didn't really talk about there is warehousing. So if you think about it, if you're hit by a hurricane or a tornado or a wildfire, to get goods to you where they're stored can oftentimes cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm delighted to say that we have one of our team literally on a plane in a couple of hours' time. He's heading to a place called Dixon County in Tennessee to roll this out and to put it into the hands of the survivors. And what we've done is we've an amazing partnership, which you can read about in December, with Amazon in the Wall Street Journal, whereby they're going to take care of the last mile delivery and the fulfillment of goods to help people. And again, it's all built on Algorand. It's decentralized identity. It's verifiable credentials. And we're streamlining the entire process from start to finish. And in the future, we see this as being a mechanism to deliver direct benefits to consumers, like welfare, like healthcare, like remittances, donations, all in one single location.
Okay. I feel sorry for the rest of the panel, honestly, because you've got. I think you're up to it, Ashish, though. I really do. Ashish had, Y9 had one of the greatest ideas, I think, in the history of all time. And why don't you, your insight, I think, so 4G connectivity has now, the infrastructure has been laid across the African continent, right? People like Strive have spent the money and laid this 4G infrastructure. But you had a very, very fundamental insight about the affordability of 4G phones on the African continent. So can you sort of give us your...
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Stacey. It's great being here, and it's great being here with the Algo fam. Basically, what we realized was, as Africa, as a continent, majority of our people are unbanked. Mobile money penetration is very high, which is great, but that doesn't really mean truly meaningful financial inclusion. However, when we started going deeper into that and realized that for meaningful financial inclusion to really take place is we need digital inclusion to be there. And what does that mean? That means people having access to 4G handsets. As you rightly noted, Stacey, that telcos across the continent have spent a ton of money building 4G infrastructure. So today you can go to our rural areas in our countries and find 4G connectivity. In some cases, 5G is being piloted. However, majority of the users, I'd say 80% on average in most of our countries, and even more in some cases, are using 2G and 3G connectivity because people can't afford the $150, $200 that's required up front to pay for that smartphone. So what Y9 has done is to truly solve meaningful financial inclusion and digital inclusion. We've come up with a membership model, which means that for a very, very small daily fee, people get a 4G smartphone bundled with a Y9 bank account, bundled with a credit scoring platform which gives them access to other financial services down the line, 5,000 free ebooks, so it really boosts digital literacy and digital education in some forms, plus a play-to-earn gaming platform and the Para Wallet, etc. So
and the what?
The Para Wallet by Algorand.
The Para Wallet, is it? Oh, okay, okay, interesting, interesting.
So it will create a phenomenal ecosystem which will really create a huge positive social impact on the lives of hundreds of millions. I mean, the addressable market for this in only our continent, only in Africa, is 785 million people who have earning, who have a mobile connectivity, however, don't have 2G, only are using 2G and 3G and don't have 4G today.
And is the Anthony Scaramucci book on Algorand going to be among the ebooks that you have in the ebook library? Okay. Twitter and everybody else who has been asking me about when are you going to be doing this Africa mobile phone announcement that you were talking about, this Africa partner. This is officially the unveiling of this partnership that I have been teasing for so long. And for those that have been asking about what is this disaster relief partnership that you've kind of been teasing about, this is the disaster relief partnership that I have been talking about for so long. So it's an absolute honor for me to be able to, for us to be able to announce these today. What I think that the two of you have in common, and I'll just stay with you for a minute there, is this idea of payments that are dependent on something else, right? So the payment that comes to you is dependent on the fact that you can demonstrate. So you have this kind of proof combined with the payment. And you also have a payment conditional on a kind of a credit scoring. So can you maybe talk a little bit more about that? And Ashish, I'll start with you. How does that work exactly? How does the tech bring better sort of payments and credit mechanisms that existed before?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Y9 has created a tech stack which enables it to, with users' permission and in line with GDPR compliance and everything else, we're able to kind of track almost 2,000 different data points to see and measure somebody's creditworthiness over a period of 60 to 90 days. And thereafter start offering, health insurance, life insurance, short-term loans, quick loans, medium-term loans, business loans, etc., based on that credit score that we're able to gather ourselves. Today, unfortunately, our countries do have national ID systems now, which is brilliant, and that's becoming more and more strict and disciplined and enforced. However, on a credit reference bureau, the traditional sense of having a central repository is not really in place today, right? There's different parts that are doing it. Nobody's really kind of put that together. And that will come, but in the meantime, we're kind of taking advantage of the data that comes out of this and really putting that together to enable other services. And in terms of integrating in the payment side, it's integrating with all the existing wallets that are out there. So there's no point of reinventing the wheel. We really want to take advantage of what is out there, but what's really missing. And we're kind of building that last mile of the missing link while taking advantage of what's in place already.
And how do you sort of, where's, FEMA, how are you using this information to actually prove that you're doing this properly?
Yeah, so a lot of the problems that the people we work with is establishing that they're sending money to the right person. If a lot of you can recall during COVID-19, a problem faced by people like FEMA and the US government was sending funding to dead people. Sounds like a joke, but it's not, but that has happened. And if you listen back to Liz carefully, what she mentioned there at the start of the video was for them to segregate the funding that they receive, to get that to the right people, it really boils down to somebody's identity. So one of the things that we do with our technology, we still enable people to own, control, manage, and eventually monetize their data, but we run them through a lightweight KYC, AML, know your customer approach. And then what we do with Algorand as a blockchain, we assign a credential to them. With that credential then, for a period of time, we can guarantee that that individual is who they proclaim to be. And that then is channeled to open up all these different things that we spoke about. Initially, it's going to be disaster relief, and we can disperse that through the platform. But it centers around the idea of identity, merging that with payments. And the way we see it right now is there's still going to be a demand to work with traditional issuer processors. We've got a partnership with an organization called Highnote. And what we're able to do there is to inject a Visa debit card into a wallet. Then people can add that to their Apple Pay. They can make payments really easily. And what you didn't see on the video a few minutes ago, the most innovative part of that is that we have a DID algo wallet address. We also have an Algorand address. And our belief then is with stable coins, when it comes to fees, the speed of movement, as opposed to 3-day ACH check payments that we keep talking about, with these different channels, blockchain truly does make an impact. And if you think about extending that then beyond the US, where we're going initially, you can really start to bring down the fees and eat them away. But again, for us, we merge identity with payments, and the value proposition is traceability and transparency, and it has been since 2015. I'm not going to talk too much about the past, but that's where we came from.
Yeah. Ashish, do you see how he mentions Algorand a couple of times in the answer like that? Okay, it's just for your next panel. I just took some guidance. Okay. So, Unor, you tell us about, one thing that I think is very interesting about inclusion is having ideas that are big and that work at scale, and then somebody says, this idea should be able to work at the micro level. So it's kind of a bottom of the pyramid kind of approach. These famous, Unilever is sort of famous for having this idea of, you should be able to sell soap packets in little sizes so that people can afford them at a small unit price. And you have, I think, one of the most interesting ideas in this space. So why don't you talk about your...
Sure. Thank you, Stacy. And so we're from Singapore. We're a climate tech startup. So our focus is to inclusive climate action that's enabled by technology. So
can you speak a little louder? Because I'm having trouble hearing you too,
Is it better?
A little bit better, yeah.
Better, oh yeah. So we're building a platform which mobilize grassroots participation for climate action. That means through carbon credits, we're building a carbon credit marketplace that is verifiable, high quality, and everyday people can buy carbon credits as an investable option. So the current practice for climate action is there's a big project usually, and there's a big traders, enterprises, and they use carbon credits as an offsetting solution. But we want to change, we want to disrupt that through technology. We want to include digital MRV systems, even the household.
What is MRV system?
Digital MRV. So
what is MRV though?
That is basically means verifying carbon reduction activities, whether that is forestation, or whether there is a renewable energy solution, etc., or cook stove. We wanted to verify at the primary observation, which is at the point of actions taking place, and we wanted to have a transparent marketplace which everyone can access to, not just the big companies, but also individual people.
Okay, so the sort of TLDR on that is that there are carbon trading platforms already, but they are sort of for large-scale projects, right? And you enable even to the household level, is it, or individual farm? How small can you go, and how do you go small? Actually, what's your innovation on it?
So to the household level, we have a pilot project with the Asia Foundation in Mongolia. Mongolia is the coldest capital in the city, and people actually burn coal, and almost 20 tons CO2 per year for each family.
Wow.
So what we do is we install the IoT device, which actually observes what activity they're taking. And with the Asia Foundation, they installed the solar panels, and we also installed the electric heaters. So they can actually earn income by choosing a renewable energy solution for a heating system. And through that, they can actually transfer to green economy much faster way. And the families that we are targeting is low-income families. That's a mother of 4 child, and those families, the only way for them to participate in climate action is economic empowerment, right? Because they care about the food they need to bring to the table. So we are just enabling through economic incentive, they can actually choose a greener solution. That creates the inclusive climate action that we are envisioning.
And so there's a measurement of how much coal they're now not using, and how does that happen that they get credit for that sort of automatically? Does your system sort of, where's the marketplace for the carbon trading? Is that part of your system, or do you send it to a larger marketplace, or how does that work exactly?
So we actually have our own marketplace that we list not just our credits, but different projects. So most of our team is actually for environmental engineers, environmental scientists. So they go through all different projects, and we connect with the different projects, and to see exactly they are delivering a carbon offsets, delivering CO2 reduction, sometimes CO2 removal. And we have a marketplace in which they can list their credits, and they can sell the credits through our platform. But our platform is more designed for individual buyers, individual people that just want to use carbon crediting as an investable commodity in the future.
Yeah. So that's super cool, of course. Doug, you know, these are all individual vertical ideas, right? And I think of you, and I'm excited that you're on the panel because you're a bit more of a cross-cutting ideal. And if I think about FTX, and I think about if the solutions that you can bring to the table, which I'll let you describe, you might be having, if this was available, you might be having the biggest impact, you know, of all in terms of just, let me tell us what you're up to, and then we can kind of tease out some of the implications of it.
Yeah, first, thank you and the Foundation Incorporated team. I mean, you guys have been fantastic in your support of us. I mean, from really since like 2019 when I started, before you guys were in testnet, you know, we were talking about what we're doing now, and so thank you to all.
Oh, you're welcome. Yes, Ashish, did you hear that?
Yeah, this is how you lead off.
Yep.
So
you can have another round, Ashish.
We started looking at where the bottlenecks in the adoption of this technology. So in all new technologies, you have this adoption cycle, and there's a chasm there between these early adopters and innovators that are in this room, and then everybody else who uses the product at some point. You usually need about 15 to 18% of the population to adopt a technology before everybody else falls in line. But there's things that are blocking that. And so a lot of it is around friction. And so we started looking at what were the friction pain points. And so those are identity is one, because anytime that we put content through the internet, there's usually needs to be some sort of identity component to that. But then that brings up data privacy and protections around that. And you know, so how can we, and then at the end of the day, it's just incredibly technically challenging to self-custody. And like the reports say that possibly 20% of all Bitcoin is just lost. And
20%.
It's not coming back, and because we just didn't know how to do it right.
Let me pause right there for 1 minute, and I want you to tell the truth. How many people in the audience self-custody? How many people in the audience only self-custody? Huh, okay. So it's not, there's a lot more than you get in most audiences, but it's not everybody, right?
No, but this is so this crowd, you know, they understand the value that the technology brings. And they're willing to go through the education and taking the time to learn how to do this themselves, because you've resonated with that idea of ownership. But most people, it's too much friction because they don't see that value. It's not really clear. And so
or they
right
don't trust
now,
themselves, too. They don't trust themselves.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, they, and you know, with good reason. And even though we self-custody here, we don't self-custody everything, right? We're not our entire net worth is not in self-custody. Maybe a few people here, but it's because it's incredibly risky and dangerous if you make a slight error. And so there has to be some sort of something in place. Otherwise, we are just moving towards new custodians. And so that's where we come in. We, like now, we recognize the importance of coupling that identity with your assets. And so we have a process called Unique ID. So it only goes between your device and a validator. So nobody else ever sees any information about you. We just need to know that you are unique. And once that's proven, then it comes back to your device, encrypted, stored in IPFS. You have this DID, and this becomes an anchor for you. And then we generate, for any action that you take, we generate a new account on Algorand, and we link it with a zero-knowledge circuit so that you always know all of your connections, but nobody else knows any of that, because really the only people that should are the ones that are connecting. You can still see all the transactions on chain and everything can be verified, but we now have a system where developers can put a UI over this where it obfuscates all of those complexities that we talked about away so that you can just come in and you can pull the value out of that. And one of our earliest use cases that we were putting, when we were whiteboarding, like how would this make an impact? Let's say that you have an earthquake somewhere, say in Chile, and we wanted the ability for people to press a button on a phone and say, I need help, right? And then other people across the globe could see that somebody needs help and could report this, and then they could send aid directly to those people and know for certain that it went just to the people that needed it, even though they're anonymous. They don't know who they are. But they still, so essentially we're a trust layer that sits over technically all blockchains, because we run another, I won't bore you with the details.
The other blockchains are a bit boring, honestly.
Yeah, so it's pretty boring, but we essentially, we have a key system for zero knowledge proofs and circuits that matches keys on any network. So we can take actions on those different blockchains and protect your assets across all of them. But the best part is every single one of those actions gets recorded on Algorand.
Right, okay. And so what happens if you lose the information that you need? Is there some kind of protection there?
Yes, so it's biometric driven, and we have the ability to recognize your face. So when I said unique setup, when you come in and you go through this registration process, the only thing that the validator remembers is your biometrics. But this does two critical things. Number one, it won't let me make two instances of myself on the network. It will kick me back out, and it will say, you need to put in your seed phrase, or you need to go back through recovery process. And then in the recovery process, if my house burns down, all my devices there, everything's gone, I can go back through recovery. It recognizes who I am. It begins to ask me questions that I put in there into my own identity vault about myself. And so then I can recover that main account, and as soon as that main account is there, all of those associated accounts start to repopulate in my application, and so I've not lost anything. So, yeah.
You know, it's so cool. And as I listen to all of you, and I'm not 100% sure exactly how, but it does occur to me that there is some maybe cooperation or mutual working together that you might do once you meet each other after this panel, and et cetera. And I do want to remind you now that the Algorand Foundation take on that sort of thing is 6%. So of any cooperative activities engendered by being on the same panel together, organized by myself. Let me start now with you, Doug, and just go down the line and ask the same question. Where are you actually in the execution and development process? How much of this is, not even just testnet versus mainnet, but an idea versus execution versus how many customers, that kind of thing, and let's just go this way.
So we were awarded a grant last year when I had, AVM came out, grant program came out, and I saw an opportunity. This was on Quorum, right? Because at the time there wasn't a permissionless system that I thought would be capable of doing this. So when that came out, I put that grant in, and so we completed that this summer. We built our wallet out back in January. We went on mainnet. It's in eternal beta. It's kind of our test bed where we get to play around with fun stuff. And so now we are putting out our first product, which is called Trustable, which is simply private key loss protection and insurance from loss. And then we're going to fold in peer-to-peer beneficiary services. So we have right now over 50,000 people have signed up to test the product for us, which we need. So we need a lot of feedback on that setup process. We want to make it as smooth and as simple as possible. So yeah, that's just several weeks away. So I'm looking forward to it.
That's amazing. Okay.
So we will launch our marketplace in a month from today, and
a month from today.
A month from today. So buy carbon credits. It's a good investable option. And for digital MRV, we have a renewable energy digital MRV is done, and we're testing out the different families in Mongolia, and we're trying to increase that in more Southeast Asia region. And we also the second one that we focused on is grassland as carbon sequestration.
Say again?
Grassland carbon sequestration.
Grassland carbon sequestration, okay.
Verification system, and yeah, that's where we're at.
And do you have a phased approach as well? How are you thinking about the phases of,
Yeah, so in terms of decentralization strategy, we have a phased approach. So first, carbon credit registry will be based on blockchain, so that's fully transparent and no double counting of carbon credits. That's a big problem in this industry. And the second, the payment has to go a more decentralized way. So in that sense, you can actually track a user fund from the carbon credits. So that fund actually goes to more climate action. And that's a very interesting initiative that we are planning. And then second, it's going to be fully automated verification system that is driven by smart contracts. So anyone can contest whether the verification is done not correctly or correctly, etc. And then lastly, we want to build a fully decentralized exchange. And then the entire ecosystem will be decentralized, and every climate action will be traceable and verifiable. And yeah.
And what about geographically? How are you thinking about expansion geographically, if at all?
Yeah. So the funnest part of what we are doing is connecting with people and communities and project developers all over the place. So we're not actually focused on one geographic location, but we're focused on different project type and a different location. So it will be if in South America, the forest is more important from a climate change, right? If it's in Indonesia, the rice farming practice is more important in terms of impact. In terms of Mongolia, the heating solution is more important. So we actually have 30 projects that's all over the place, from Ghana, Malawi, South America, Brazil, and Indonesia, etc. So there's no, I think climate change is a global issue. So that's why we have to be very inclusive in terms of geographic location.
Do you have people though in all of these? Like, how big are you? Do you have people in all of these countries, or how are you?
So yeah, we don't have the people in that country. So we have calls every day from 1 a.m. because all over the place. So a bit exhausted. Yeah. So we have a calls, and then we do have our own due diligence team, which actually look through their projects and see the ratings. And we also have a partnership based on London. So what they do is they use satellite imaging to understand what's the forest carbon score is, permanencies. It's very complicated stuff.
Yeah.
But the technologies like blockchain, AI, and satellite imaging, today it's becoming possible. So we want to be upfront in this change, and we want to bring a more impact that's more inclusive in terms of climate action.
Ashish, when did you even start? I was trying to announce this for a while, and you said no, don't underpromise and overdeliver, and you're so kind of where are you, and where are you on the execution journey?
So thanks to Algorand.
Nice.
So no, seriously, thanks to Algorand. The Y9 team and all of us and the key stakeholders. We've been, it's been work in progress for quite some time. I'm really lucky to be a part of the journey as well. It's already been launched in Tanzania in a pilot phase, and it's already got a few thousand customers and members already on board, fully regulated in Tanzania. And the regulatory process in the next 4 countries has kind of kick-started. Obviously, it'll be one market at a time because it's a very localized model. And in Tanzania, for example, there'll be around a few hundred people across the country because every district will have presence, Y9 presence. So they'll be, really covering the country, one community at a time.
Okay, what is your sales force? Maybe it's the sort of same question. How are you getting? And then it occurs to me, like, what if you lose a phone or break the phone, or and the phone goes old? Give us a little bit more about how this actually works from the consumer point of view.
Yeah, it's a great question. So thanks to Algorand. So the phone is fully insured, which means that whenever a member loses it, breaks it, it gets stolen, etc., it's fully covered within the Y9 ecosystem. And in terms of go-to-market, it's a multi-pronged approach. So the team has structured it in a way where it's focused on associations, corporates and SMEs, government, telcos, distribution partners, merchants, super agents. It's the whole 9 yards, but it's really a business-to-consumer model, right? But it's feet on the street, so the way we actually reach customers. The telcos are key partners of ours.
They're not threatened by you? I mean, they're partners?
No, actually, they're great partners because they've invested so much, the telecom operators have invested so much money getting the infrastructure up, and their ARPUs are still capped because only 20% of their users are using 4G, right? So until 4G handsets really don't get out there, people are not going to use data the way they should. So it's in telco companies' interest. And it's our balance sheet and it's our risk, right? So with no risk to them, so they're very excited about the partnership. And our strategy is not the wallet, right? So that's their business. So it's a nice complementary partnership in that respect. And setting up Y9 centers across the country, got agents, onboarding agents across the country. So there's 2 apps. There's the consumer app, the agent app, and all of that. So again, it's... I think it's a model where we genuinely believe that there can be not only millions but tens of millions of customers on board, and it's literally one community at a time. It's one step at a time. It's really localizing it, and we can't take it for granted. Parts of Tanzania, it's not a copy and paste model. Forget, people sometimes generalize our continent, and it's almost like whatever you do in East Africa, you can do in West. You can't even copy and paste within East African countries. You can't even copy and paste within our own cities, within a country. So truly localizing it, I think, is the key.
Yeah, but I mean, a 4G phone, I'm guessing word's going to travel pretty quickly about the idea that you might be able to, get your hands on a 4G phone, even if you don't have, $400 kind of thing. Is it the same phone? Everybody gets the same phone, is it? Or?
Yes, it's a good question, Stacey. I mean, right now it's a Samsung 4G smartphone, and then we're going to be introducing lower models and higher models, so really kind of covering the spectrum because, pharma groups, etc., who are mass numbers, there's so much we can do with that. But at the same time, there's the professional segment that would like higher-end phones, so it's going to be across. And this is just the beginning. There's going to be so much more that will come along with it. The phone is just the starting point. But the fact that it's a true digital bank means that there's going to be so many other services coming across.
Yeah. Okay, where are you guys in the scale of like pipe dream to already done it kind of thing?
We're very live. So
you're very
live.
Okay.
One thing I would like to do, Stacey, is compliment you on establishing an amazing team. And what I'd like to do is throw some shout-outs to people in the audience who've helped us on the journey.
Okay.
But for us, Dubai was pretty critical in the journey because my co-founder, Joe, an amazing guy, the inspiration behind A-Tech in the audience, we pitched to the foundation about 18 months ago from Dubai in the middle of COVID because it was one of the only places you could come in the world at the time. And when we did that, we worked with Kieran Guilfoyle, who I think is out here somewhere. Kieran did amazing work. We drew from his payments expertise, and we thought about the idea of merging identity with payments. And one of the things that we did as a result of that, which is live, and it's on the Algorand Foundation GitHub repository, the timestamp will give you the date, is our incredible Chief Technology Officer, Ben, put together a decentralized identity method, which any project on Algorand today can leverage. But that was a special journey for us, and some of the people that we dealt with along the way, we had Howard at the foundation, hat tip to Howard, we had Adi, we had Hai Chow, we had Jason, who I see here in front of me, we had Matt, who is continuing to do an amazing job with us, Ryan, who helped us with the funding, Deirdre, who I see here, joined the team, one of your new amazing ones.
This does not get you more money, I mean, honestly, the lengths that some people will go to.
What I'm saying is the result of the team that you've established, we've made some amazing inroads, and we're really thankful and appreciative.
Okay.
And I think that's why you'll succeed. But when it comes to the work we're doing in the US, literally, there is a guy jumping on a plane in 90 minutes, flying from Connecticut all the way down to Nashville. He's going to Dixon County. Dixon County is outside Nashville in Tennessee. And what we got notification about an hour ago is that our app will go live tomorrow morning.
What, for the first time?
It'll go live on Apple and Google tomorrow morning.
Oh, wow.
So survivors will be able to download that. And what we're going to be doing then is funding is going to be dispersed. We're doing some initial training with people tomorrow, but our plan is to make Kokua the biggest, most widely used, and the top flagship project on Algorand. No offense to these guys here, but that's what we want to make happen.
All right, well, that's absolutely amazing. And these four gentlemen share another feature, which I think we at the Foundation are very proud of, because we do think of ourselves as a way of leveraging success. They all have gotten funding outside of the Foundation, right? So they've all been able to leverage the initial pilot work and the monies of the Foundation to go and raise additional money. And my favorite of the four of them is Unor, who has actually not received any Foundation money at all, right? You went out into the market and you raised your own. So how are you funded?
Yeah, we've just finished our pre-seed round a month ago, and it would be nice if Algorand has contributed even more. But
no,
the reason
amazing.
why we choose Algorand is not because of the money they might give us, but it's a pure technology, and also the government, the institution is what they believe in. And of course, if you're building a climate tech startup, you need to have most energy efficient blockchain, and Algorand is leading that. So that's why we choose Algorand.
Yeah, but what I was teasing, of course, I mean a tiny little bit, but they are all about impact, and so it's not just so much that they're just not using Foundation funds and they're able to leverage Foundation funds, but they're getting funding for impact at scale projects, and that is something that I think is really a really important thing. Okay, so I have a couple of more questions, but I thought I would turn it to the audience to see if anybody has any questions for any of the guys up here. And if you stand up, we'll get a mic to you, and I'll collect a couple at a time. So anything from the audience?
Hi. Really amazing. I'm curious,
just identify yourself for the two people that don't know who you are.
Oh, I'm Greg, Chief Growth Officer of NCC. We're also a utility company. I'm curious, what are your transaction costs when using Algorand as like factoring in for running your businesses? How much algo are you burning to do things on chain?
So it's built into our pricing models. So all of these accounts that we generate, we're essentially an account generation machine for Algorand. And so all of these services have a fee associated with them. And then part of that, we pull from a DEX, and we put a little bit of algo in there for the minimum, but also to manage ongoing maintenance of data. So.
And I think you guys aren't live enough, right, yet to have a sense, is it? Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Any other questions? I thought I saw one. Okay. So I'm sorry, it's hard for me to see with a light. Okay, so let me now ask you sort of a forward-looking question, and you can think of this as maybe a lightning round. So we have sort of six or 7 minutes, so take a minute each, and go and paint kind of your, not your ideal world, but like where you expect to be in 5 years, and what kind of problems do you expect to have solved, and how do you think about the world, or where you want to be in, I guess, kind of a what does success look like for you, kind of way. And so I'm trying to start with a different person each time. So Unor, why don't I start with you?
Sure. In 5 years, I think, as a climate tech startup, we hope the 1 degree Celsius hope alive still.
Say that, I missed that.
1.5 Celsius degree. So basically, there's a big chance that you're going to pass 1.5 degrees Celsius.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
Climate change, right?
Yeah.
So I hope that stays true, because next 5 years is going to be very important in the climate world. And secondly, we hope that we build a system in which that is really inclusive climate action, that's actually empowering the local communities to transition to green economy much faster. So yeah.
And just what about from a kind of a business perspective? How are you thinking about, where you want to be? What do you think is attainable? Not kind of crazy, but just where you think you can be.
I think for us, the biggest measurement is CO2 reduction that's happening in our platform, right? And I hope that's at least 1% of 51 billion tons CO2 per annum that's happening. So that's a big ambition, but 1% that's happening in the most verifiable way. So that's actually having good impact for the climate.
Okay, Doug, how about you?
Oh, me? So 5 years from now, an open set of standards that include the identity and the data layer so that when I go onto my laptop and I log in, any application that uses this layer, all of my information and data can flow between all of these applications. And it is a set of standards so that it's not just the devs in this room, but there are devs in, that are focused on, I think 65% of the Fortune 500 CIOs are either actively building or they're piloting some form of blockchain solution to improve their processes, but they're doing it on Hyperledger, they're doing it on Quorum and permission chains. While there's definite use cases for that. If individuals are involved as an end-use customer, my ideal is that it's through this, so that we still have ownership over what we're dealing with.
Just to make sure I understand, are you saying that the use of your application would mean that you don't need to be on a permission chain? Is that what you...
Because once you put, because the stack, like what I've described is essentially our sovereign model.
Yeah.
But it's a flexible framework that you can bring organizations into to help with the consensus and oversight as well. And so you can have instances of place where you always get to the choice to opt into these.
I see.
But being fully private and fully compliant at the same time, and embedding all of that in the transactional level. So BSA travel rules, all that sort of stuff can be settled now with simplicity. And I think that corporations are having issues of their own because they'll do something on this chain. They're all very specific to the use case, and they're not talking to each other. So they're still using their centralized databases, and there's stuff everywhere. And so they're also asking for an open set of standards.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think you went last time. So Anil, I'll have you go next.
Yeah. Thank you. So our belief is if you fix identity, you fix payments, that payments are fundamentally broken. We do believe that blockchains are the way that we can solve them. And really what we want to do, and again, I point back to the real world situation that we're dealing with. Imagine people on the ground today, get it in your head. You're in Dixon County, Tennessee. A lot of the people that we deal with and that Liz will be speaking with, and our guy on the ground tomorrow, there are people who are often underrepresented. They're underbanked. There's about 34 million people, believe it or not, in the US who have no bank account. So what we're effectively doing with Algorand as a partner is putting a bank account into their hand. But unlike the bank owning, controlling, managing, and you could argue taking their data, and big tech companies also spying on them, what we enable people to do at the outset is with self-sovereign identity, as in DID algo method on the Algorand Foundation repository that you can all leverage, download today, use it. We enable people to build up their own data credit profile and own, control, manage, and eventually monetize that data. The segue, the intro that we see is putting a wallet into people's hands, like we're doing with Kokua, and then enable people to build up a profile that they have complete control over. And what we really see that is enabling people to do in the future is to build a reputation. And our belief is that the best place to build a reputation is in a privacy-preserving blockchain, and to be able to port that between blockchains, because that is the future. And if people who are building it in our Kokua app on Algorand want to take that to another chain in the future, or bring it to their bank, or bring it to their insurance company, or bring it to the federal government, they'll have the ability to do that. And again, get them to be part of that journey, and even take a commission for doing that, as opposed to the duopoly today, where you've high interchange, high transaction rates, you've got the Visa, MasterCard network duopoly. So we want to take them on, with Algorand as a partner.
And what's really key in us and what we do is because of those DIDs are portable. So like he can be an issuer of identity through us and vice versa, and they can port back and forth.
Oh.
So it can be like a very collaborative way to scale up. Yes.
6%. Unor, so Niall, don't you worry though in terms of the disaster relief business that if Unor is successful, that and he solves climate change, that your disaster relief, while it might go out of business.
If anything, it's going to create a bigger market. Unfortunately, that's the reality. If you look at FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, their budget last year was $80 billion. We're not saying we want to make profit out of people's misery, but if we can be part of the solution and take a small cut of that, and we're doing good, then why not? But if anything, it's we just want to be part of the solution.
Okay, Ashish, ending with you, since I've been teasing about this partnership almost since I joined the foundation.
So I would say within 5 years, the ideal scenario for Y9 would be to, in all the countries that we're operating and active, to double the meaningful financial inclusion and digital inclusion numbers. So literally double the number of people that are banked in the countries today, and also help boost smartphone penetration, which will create a huge impact on digital education, healthcare, and everything else. Thanks to Algorand.
What a way to end, ladies and gentlemen, to my amazing panel. You're very inspiring, guys, and you're a terrific way to end our 2 days of Decipher. All right, thank you so much. Oh, okay. I'll let you go, and I've got a couple of announcements to. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, that was great. Thank you. That was awesome. I'm so glad you insisted. That was so. Okay, so, wow. It's almost over. Of course, we have the after party. Who's coming to the after party? Everybody? Okay, yay. All right. Thank you for not starting the after party before it's after everything that we're doing, so I do appreciate that. I have a couple of announcements, and I'm not 100% sure in which order they are going. Okay, so first of all, we have the winners of the Algorand Developer Greenhouse, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday we had the build pitch competition, and today we have the scale pitch competition. I have the envelope right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just see. Now, I sat, and I was not able to go yesterday, but I did sit today, and I had to say to myself, I did not at all envy those judges. I saw, I think, 6 of them, and I could not decide among the 6. So I'm glad I wasn't a judge. Okay, but anyway, so yesterday we had the build pitch competition, which was, of course, the pre-seed stage. And they have started their building on Algorand, and this is, of course, an opportunity for them to get exposure to our accelerator programs. So, guys, even if you didn't win, we have a lot of accelerator folks in the audience. So, Michael Hoffweiler, are you in the audience? Can you put your hand up if you're here? Okay, he's not here, but he's here in general. In spirit, our CEO of the AXL Accelerator, they are currently open for applications, closing January 23rd. Asim Ahmad, are you in the audience? Okay, they're not in the audience either. All right. They run our European accelerator, and they just announced their cohort 2 days ago. And Lorenzo De Leo, what? I know, seriously. So these accelerators can party, I guess, can't they? Lorenzo De Leo, are you here? Okay, all right. I want everybody to go to Lorenzo's accelerator because he's showed up. He's Rocker Accelerator, of course. Your most recent cohort finished just last month, right? So find these guys, and obviously this is a good next step for you. And then today we had of course, the scale pitch competition when these guys are targeting kind of seed stage projects. Okay, with no further ado, can I please have Joanna Moran and Dave Gurney come up, please? To help us announce. Where are you guys running the competition? Come on up. Okay, I want to know, did you make that noise with your mouth? Okay, where's do you need a mic? Where's the mic? Okay, all right, he needs a mic. Okay, so they get 3 minutes to pitch, right? So these guys, they're like a little nervous, they're doing their thing, and when they get to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, this is what you hear. Okay, and I'm like, is there like a woodpecker in here? You know, like I came home and it's like, what is that noise? Do that one more time. Yeah, okay, all right. Do not ever do that to me. Okay, all right.
I have way more sense, thank you.
Okay, all right. No, stay up. Okay, so we are going to announce 2 winners in 2 different categories for the build competition, and they will get 15,000 algo each. In the ecosystem category winner, we have...
Algo Helper.
Oh, you don't have a mic, sorry.
Oh, Algo Helper.
Algo Helper,
so
come on up, you guys.
And Valentine. So Algo Helper is a non-profit platform for developers in the Algorand ecosystem.
All right, are you guys here?
Can you guys come? They're here. They're definitely here.
Where are they? Okay, come on up, you guys. Round of applause. And is John Woods in the audience? He's definitely already at the after party.
He's definitely at the party.
Yeah, okay.
So can we get a photo with them as well?
Yeah, of course. We'll do photos after. Oh, actually, let's do photos. Do we have photos?
Yeah,
Photos. Okay, let's do photos. Now, you get an introduction to John Woods as part of your prize because you're a nonprofit. But since he is not here to police this, you have unlimited office hours with John Woods as part of your prize. Okay. Yeah. So just for you, private one-on-ones. Okay. Let's all do a photo.
Here, you guys go. You go in the middle, and the guys.
Oh. Okay. And then okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, all right, great, okay.
Thanks, guys.
Next in our, next we have the Accelerator Ready winner, and the winner is?
Algo Derivatives, please,
Algo
if you could join us on stage.
Derivatives.
Thank you very much.
And guys, come up.
Yeah, so Antoine Fresh and Leah Choi.
Come on up, woo-hoo-hoo, give you guys also 15,000 Algo.
Well done, guys. So Algo Derivatives is options and futures DEX on Algorand.
She's a much better reader than Dave is. And the reading award goes to, okay, so we'll come.
You want to split the two in the middle?
Oh my God, okay, all right, okay. But she looks so much nicer than I don't know next to her in a photo. Okay, all right. Okay, all right, now, okay, so scale winners today. So investors are looking for intros to other teams that have pitched. For
so there's winners, and then there was a lot of the teams that were also there that the investors were really that were the judges. They're very interested in a lot of the projects.
A lot of it's like America's Got Talent, you know, like it's like lots of people end up famous, not just the winners. Okay.
Yeah, so just to say that is one of the big things from yesterday and today, and we will be hooking you guys up with both the accelerators that were interested in certain projects and the investors. So we have those written down. We know who's interested in what, and we'll be connecting you guys next week.
And he's not saying hooking up with you guys. He is saying hooking you guys up.
In terms of a digital, an email.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just want to make sure. Everybody knows. Okay. So we have the winner of the Scale Award goes to.
So Deflex. So Philip Garbardo.
Philip, come up. Come on up, Philip. Woohoo!
Well done. So Deflex is an exchange infrastructure for optimized DeFi trading on Algorand.
Exchange infrastructure for optimized DeFi trading on Algorand. Nicely done, my friend.
Well done.
20,000 algos for you.
20,000
and a
algos.
picture. Yeah. Oh, sweat the lady. Oh my God, you're so bossy. Why does he go to a different place every time? It's a weird, it's a very weird process. Okay, and we have a runner-up prize, and our runner-up prize goes to?
The runner-up prize goes to Cometa, please, and Daria, if you could join us on stage. Thank you.
Okay, and it is a...
so it is a single-sided liquidity lending on Algorand.
Okay.
So Cometa just finished. Cometa came through the accelerator, the Rocker Accelerator also recently.
Oh, I think I was supposed to do that. Okay, all right. Yay, congratulations. Okay, come on in.
There we go.
All right.
Do I get to split you guys? No.
Okay. Okay, this is what we're all about, right? This is what we live for at the Algorand Foundation, these entrepreneurs that are building cool stuff and just changing the world with everything that they're about. And this is the kind of stuff that really gives us juice, right?
It was so much fun.
It was so much fun,
Super
exactly.
exciting.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So now I am going to recap all of our announcements that we made this week. Cooper Daniels. Okay. Cooper, would you like to come up and announce the very first announcement? Come on up. Make the announcement. We know this is what you want to do. What is the first announcement, big announcement of this conference?
Okay, well, the first big announcement that I made 3 weeks ago was
because you're not a rule follower.
That I didn't know. You didn't tell me. It's on the blockchain, Stacy. That Binance is supporting withdrawals and deposits of USDC Algorand, on the Algorand blockchain.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I'm staring right at you. Why are you looking at other people? Our next announcement is that we are launching in India. So we have never had a country-specific strategy before, and we are launching in India, and Anil Kakani is our India head. Say something for yourself.
Something.
Yeah.
We're launching in India. Very exciting. We're going to have a lot of...
What does that mean?
What does that mean? That means we are going to have a dedicated strategy with a team focused on diffusion, bringing companies along, launching on Algorand to serve the Indian market, solutions to serve the globe out of India.
Total
Really
world
excited.
domination.
Total world domination from 1.4 billion people in India.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. It's going to be embarrassing to me to know how many Algorand staff are actually already at the party, but is Ryan Tarabolini here? Okay, all right. Okay, so Ryan Tarabolini is, we announced Algorand Ventures. So this is, look, it's not exact, we had pockets of pools of money to support the ecosystem. And what we have done in Algorand Ventures is kind of bring them all together and give them some coherence and a way for you guys to have a much better understanding of how you can get financing in this ecosystem. So we're very excited to launch that. Not as excited as we are to drink beer, evidently, but we're still excited to launch that. And then, of course, the two from my panel, right? Let's give a hand again to these guys. St. Vincent de Paul, Aid Tech, Platform for Disaster Relief Organization. And Tanzania-based Y9 announced a strategic partner with the Algorand Foundation. Thanks to the Algorand Foundation, Ashish. Ashish is with his lovely wife, Krishna, to whom he owes all of his success, I would like to also say. Okay, then other people in the ecosystem had their own announcements as well, not just ours. So we had Folks Finance and Tinyman announce their version 2s. Anybody from Folks and Tinyman in the audience? Also at the after. Okay, all right, great. Congratulations, you guys. That's fantastic. Tinyman also introduced a new readable coding language called Tealish. That's very cute, guys. That's very cute. NCC debuted Inky, which is a new type of Web3 wallet. It's like an embedded finance wallet. This thing is really cool. Are you guys here? Okay. Do you want to come up and say a word? Okay. Is somebody coming? Okay. This is a fast blockchain. Okay, this is not, you can't, this is, all right. Tell us how cool this is.
Hey, what's up? I'm Aubrey. I'm founder and CTO of the New Computer Corporation. We talked yesterday about an embeddable wallet system we have called Inky. It's at Inky, I-N-K-E-Y, I-N-K-Y, at ncc.la. I didn't expect to be on stage.
Congratulations.
I'm wearing open-toed shoes on stage. You're not supposed to do that.
Congratulations, though.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome.
Thanks for calling us out.
Yeah, totally. Okay. Do we have Fanatic in the audience? Okay, but HiveMind formed their strategic partner with esports leader Fnatic, so very awesome there as well. Abris launched Licit. Licit, are you guys in the audience? Okay, this is I actually got a demo of this, a Web3 platform for verifying digital assets and certificates on Algorand. You just like pull up a PDF, click a button, and you get a timestamp on that PDF. So it's I thought it was really super cool technology. And then Borderless Capital announced a new collaboration. Is anybody from Borderless Capital here? Okay. Borderless Capital announced a new collaboration between artist Nancy Baker Cahill and Sophia the Robot. Sophia, are you here? I guess not. To premiere a new AR artwork, which you can see at the wrap party later. So with these announcements concludes our 2 days of Decipher, and I just want to thank again everybody at the Algorand Foundation for putting this thing together, especially Caro. Are you here? No, you're not here. You are here. All right, come on up. Come on up. Usually, I've done 4 events here, and she's never around when I want to thank her. So thank you so much. Do you want to have, I think I want to give you the closing words for, yes, I do. I want you to give the closing words for this event.
I guess I'm really happy that everyone came and everyone enjoyed the event. I'm looking forward to the party.
Okay, great. We love you guys so much, and we're so happy that you came, and we hope you had a good time. And let's go to the after party. Woohoo!